over there, that's fine, but you're not gonna be able to hear each other in that other application for sure. So, that said, welcoming everybody new. Go ahead.
You
night. First time making their debut here in the DMZ, Chuck and Money. Chuck, tell us a little bit about yourself, where you fall politically, and where we can find you.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm glad you invited me on. Normally, I don't do too many of these debates, I do more discussions, but it'll be interesting to see how things go today. So forgive me if I'm a little, you know, a little rusty on it. Um, yeah, you can find me on X and Chuck on Money, and I'm also on Discords and various libertarian Discords and such. So I do fall on a libertarian side of things. So as Gorp said, there's no true libertarian. He's the only one. Well, I'm the only one. That's just kind of how it works. We all are the only one.
That is true. Libertarians gatekeep harder than a communist. All right, our second debate for the night, starting with our AF debater, returning Mr. Hammer. Ooh, change the background. It looks all pretty and like natural. All right, Hammer, going to be debating some sectors or types of employment should be financially supported through subsidies. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us who you are. Tell us where we can find you.
Hey, I'm Mr. Hammer. I casually talk about politics and I play games on my stream when I eventually get back to streaming, when I figure my shit in the background out. I am not a libertarian, and I never claimed to be, and I think that libertarian ideas are big, stupid, and dumb. And so that's going to be my position tonight.
Damn, just invoking all the libertarians immediately. All right, and on the
Hell
negative
yeah.
side of that prompt, returning for his second appearance here in the DMZ, Mr. Adventurous himself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where we can find you, and where you stand on the politics.
Hey, I am a Christian radicalist. Some people would call me conservative, but I've kind of stepped away from that label because the Republican Party is full of backstabbers and cowards. You can find me at If You're Feeling Adventurous, Twitch, Kick, Twitter, excuse me, X now. And if you want the politics on YouTube, you got to go to Adventurous Armaments on YouTube. The If You're Feeling Adventurous is reactions and nonsense and silliness and gaming. I'm also an author and a businessman, and first and foremost, a father.
Very cool. That is a good question. I don't know why you got frozen here, but we're going to keep moving on. If you could, Adventurous, just leave real quick and come right back if you wouldn't mind so much. That might fix it. And then we're going to go to our third debater of the night, also returning, regular face here in the DMZ, Lethe Water Kai. Defending the AF on a representative should have to pass fundamental understanding tests to be able to vote on legislation. It's a wordy prompt, but an important one. Lethe, tell us about yourself. Tell us where we can find you and where you land.
Hey, Lethe Water Cow on all platforms, and I will say that's why you never trust the pigs. Always plead the fifth, and if you copping off of me, don't say my name. I don't exist. Glad to be here for tonight to discuss this very important topic. I have a very worthy opponent for this evening, and I am psyched to see how this goes.
Very cool that you do. And last season's number 3 debater, Circa, the man himself. Tell us about yourself. Tell us where we can find you, and tell us where you land on the politics, sir. You are muted, my friend.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Nick Circa. And yeah, I yell at my own reflection. I'm an independent, and I started streaming because Trump sucks.
Enough said.
Oh, and you can catch me
all.
at Circa R, YouTube and Twitch.
There you go. Yeah, so I put Circa with the R. I call you Circa. Do you go? Is it Circa or is it Circar? Because I hear people botcherize your name more than they do Lethe's.
Yeah.
Do you say Circa?
But my Twitch account from when I used to stream League I can't access it anymore. So it's in the void. Can't get it.
So you added the R just to be edgy. Got it. All right, cool.
Every other letter. I mean, I went through all of them. Okay.
All right. Now, real quick, we're going to go ahead and introduce our judges as well. First on the left is Hay. Tell us a little bit about yourself, sir, where we can find you.
Hello, I'm Kay. You can find me on Horseradish's streams. I'm just a little bit of a support man here. A little bit about me is that I'm politically all over the place, and I guess people trust me enough to judge. I also like
And
eggnog. Right.
Let's Chief, tell us about yourself as well, sir.
What's up, everyone? I am Let's Chief. You could also find me chilling around Horseradish's stream and discords. We've also been I've been involved in a little bit of the facelifts that have been going on around here with Kay and some of the other judges. But yeah, thanks for having me again.
Yeah, no, really not gonna lie. Chief and K are pretty much the two who are pulling the weight. I'm just the guy clicking buttons at this point. So couldn't be where we are without them. Now, that said, everybody out there in the chat, if you guys are interested in the future of joining us here in the DMZ, we are always looking for more debaters. Just go ahead and jump into our Discord channel. Exclamation point Discord will get you there. And we will, and once you join it'll look like it's a dead server at first just because we get a lot of riffraff, you understand. So once I give you your permissions, you'll be able to see the whole room. Let me know you're interested in debating, and we will send you the link to the prompts every week. We send those out to get everybody's responses back, and then Wednesday night or by Wednesday night we come up with a good schedule. We try to match people with generally same level of skill debaters, and we do what we can. Whenever possible, we do 1v1s, but we also do 3v3s where we get some strange bedfellows. Now, that said, real quick, Adventurous, it looks like we were streaming together for a second, but it might have stopped. You had invited it, so I think you were in control of it. If you want, I can start it this time. We
Yeah,
do
go
like
ahead
to
and start it.
All right, cheers. Then Adventurous and who else? Lethe, you were streaming correct, as always.
I just knocked you or whatever.
You did as well. All right, give me 1 second. Circa with an R. Circar. All right,
Why do they
and
call it
then who
knocking,
else?
guys?
Who else do we have? Yeah, the knocking thing doesn't work right. Hammer, are you streaming tonight? No. Gorps, you're not streaming tonight. Chuck, do
No,
you
I am
stream?
not.
All right, cheers. You don't stream either? All right, cool. Well, then it looks like it's just the three of us. Invites are sent. 4 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry. I think I sent it to all 4 of y'all. Right? Accept.
It says join. Oh, there we go.
Yep, there you go. Lethe and Adventurous. It should show up in your little notifications box. There you go. That's Adventurous. We're just waiting on Lethe. Now, the upside to this, so that you guys know, is that we're going to be able to be on more screens as well as in more chats. We like it for our chats to be able to discuss and interact with each other. It's kind of a cool part of this. Also, it makes it so that later on at the end, there are going to be 2 judges and the audience vote for a total of 3 possible judges. The audience vote is going to be through Straw Poll. It is a free website. You just click the link that I'm going to put into the chat after each debate and weigh in on who you think was the most persuasive debaters or put on the best case for the night. Okay. As far as our format goes, it's pretty simple, pretty straightforward. 3-minute open from the affirmative, followed by 3-minute cross-examination from the negative. That cross-examination is the negative's opportunity to either poke holes in the arguments of the affirmative or to set up arguments for their own opening, which is going to follow after that. 3-minute open from the negative, followed by a 3-minute cross-examination from the affirmative. It will then open it up to a 10 to 15 minute. I have the ability to add up to 15 minutes. If you guys are still cooking at 10 minutes, just watch the clock above my head. You'll see it just snap back up to a 5. But if it seems like you guys have kind of poked all the corners of the argument and we're just circling, then I'm just going to call it there. At that point, we're going to go to a Q&A session. This is where the audience gets to help out. At any time, if you guys have a question for one of the 2 debaters, a $2 donation will get that question prioritized into the Q&A session. If we don't have any questions come from chat, then each of the 2 judges and myself will come up with a question for each of the 2 debaters. After that, we go to 3-minute closings, and then we go to the judging section. Now, there is one little thing that we're going to add tonight. One of the things that we had thought about adding into the tipping was a fact check option, but we've decided that maybe that's probably not right for good faith. I think that the right way to do this is each one of you debaters is going to have 2 white flags for the night. Okay. At any time during the debate, all you have to do is say white flag. That is going to immediately stop the clock right then and there. And we are going to fact check a claim. What if somebody says something and you're like, oh, hold on, that's fucking bullshit, white flag. We're going to stop the clock and immediately fact check it. What you guys do with the information from that fact check is up to you, and how the judges weigh that information is up to the judges and the audience, but we're going to at least double check whatever you're being said. Also, if you have a source already, you can use it the same way. Say, white flag, I've got a source, right? So if you have something already to be able to debunk an argument, just go ahead and send me the link real quick through the DMs, and I will put that up onto the screen, and we will go ahead and take a couple of moments to review it. This is our first time trying this, so there's no promises how it's going to work. I feel like 2 is probably about right. I don't want it to become cumbersome, and I don't want people to weaponize it. So,
Also, I didn't get the
does
stream
anybody have any
together.
questions? Say what, Lethe?
Stream together doesn't seem to be working for me. I didn't get the notification.
Okay, let me try it one more time for you, sir. Invite guests. You're like one of my favorites, Lethe. Why would it not automatically just invite you?
It probably was spelled
There we
lethal
go.
water pie.
You could see my screen. All right, there we go. So it looks like you're getting ready, and
Where is it?
let's fucking go. All right, so I ask again, does anybody have any questions about the format or anything else other than hot dog buns? I will not answer questions about hot dog buns tonight.
I have a question.
Anything else? Yes.
Why are you so old?
Just lucky, I guess. All right, Dick. You just lost the debate, just so you know. All right, so without further ado, Chuck, you are going to be in the first debate, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for you. You don't get the benefit of seeing how it's going to work in advance, but I feel like it's pretty straightforward. If you do have any questions, you can just message me directly, or you can even just ask us in between sections. Just know that when the clock is on, except for the open conversation segment of your debate, it is for the person who holds the ball. So in other words, we don't talk over Gorps while it's his opening, and he won't talk over you while it's yours. We do our best to stay good faith. I did already read the thing, but I guess maybe that's the bad side. I shouldn't have been muted because new guy didn't hear the speech. Should I read the speech a second time?
Nah.
I'm going to read the speech a second time.
Your
All right.
music was really, really hot the first time you read it. So
All right, perfect. Oh, I forgot I still had the music on. All right, fuck it. Yep. So we're going to read it again, but know that
Shut
in the
up.
future, I'm probably going to pre-record it. Huzzah. All right, so. Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to the Demilitarized Zone. This is the one stream designed to help you feel better about engaging in hot-button topics with people you disagree with. Our goal here is to teach discourse survival tactics, not just farm gotchas and dunks. We try to cultivate meaningful, intelligent conversations where you have to stop and listen to the other person, even if it is just to find the flaws in what they are saying. Please attack the belief, not the believer. So, at least for tonight, check your weapons at the door, take notes, act like grown-ups, and refrain from the blood sports and shit-slinging that have plagued our society for far too long. Also, here our audience does get a say. There will be a link in the chat to where you get to vote at the end of each debate. Please limber up those voting fingers. It is free for all, and exercise your democratic rights to decide which side made the most persuasive cases. We've already gone over tonight's debates and tonight's debaters, so we're just going to go ahead and get right into the thick of it. Gorps, you are up first, sir. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock. I assume that you have a prepared opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk, my friend.
All right. For decades, the US has built everything around the idea that everybody would drive everywhere, all the time. Not because that was the smartest plan, it's just the direction we committed to, and now we're stuck with the consequences. We didn't really choose cars, we built policies that made every other option harder or outright impossible, and that was our mistake. Car-first infrastructure is unbelievably expensive. Take Houston's Katy Freeway as an example. Texas spent $2.8 billion widening it to, at points, 26 lanes. And within a few years, rush hour traffic times got worse, not better. Morning commutes were up about 30%, and evening commutes up about 55%. Meanwhile, families are stuck buying and maintaining multiple cars just to function. We didn't build a public system. We shifted the cost of mobility onto every household and pretended that was normal. Car-centric planning didn't just change cities. In theory, it reshaped them in ways we're still dealing with. Take Seattle's own history. When I-5 was built in the 60s, it cut straight through the Chinatown International District, wiping out homes and businesses and physically splitting the neighborhood from downtown, with over 6,000 families displaced. It wasn't an accident. This is the logic that comes from car-first planning. The freeway mattered more than a walkable and thriving community. Top of that, Seattle, like almost every US city, has enforced parking minimums for decades. Developers have to build huge amounts of parking, whether people need it or not, which drives up rent prices and wastes valuable real estate. We have not built true cities. We have built gaps between destinations and hoped that cars would fill them. And the irony about all of this is that it doesn't even work. It does not move people efficiently. It does not move product efficiently. Traffic gets worse the more lanes you add. Again, like the Katy Freeway example. If you can't drive, whether you're too young, too old, disabled, or you're broke, you're basically sidelined from society. Rural areas get stranded, cities choke on congestion, and we still call this the best system, like we're trying to convince each other it's fine. A transportation system that stops working the moment someone can't drive is not a system, it's a bottleneck. Transportation is also the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the US today, and even if every car magically became electric tomorrow, we would still have the issue of how we produce that electricity, along with all the other problems, the sprawl, the long commutes, the unsafe streets, and infrastructure that we cannot afford to maintain. Car dependency was never inevitable. It wasn't a free market that created it. It wasn't what the people wanted. We bulldozed walkable neighborhoods for highways, including right here in Seattle. We mandated parking everywhere. We banned mixed-use zoning, and we underfunded transit and then blamed it for being inefficient. We didn't choose cars. We eliminated alternatives. A good transportation system gives people options. A bad one forces everybody into the same mode and then acts confused when it doesn't work. We chose the bad one, and focusing our infrastructure on cars instead of public transit wasn't just a preference, it was a structural mistake, and we're still paying for it every single day. Thank you.
Landed that right on the button. All right. So this is now going to go to a 3-minute clock for you to be able to question Gorps as you see fit. Use this time as you'd like to. The clock will start whenever you start, Chuck.
All right, thank you. Real quick, you mentioned that cars are the largest source of greenhouse gases. Are you speaking on just the United States alone?
I said transportation, and yes.
Transportation, just the United States.
Yes.
Okay. So military transportation doesn't count as transportation?
There's lots of things that count as transportation. Like,
okay, so are you
anything
including
transit.
greenhouse gases that the military puts out?
I
Because
don't
last
know
time
if
I checked,
that
that was the largest source of greenhouse gases in the
I don't
United
know if
States.
that source specifically was talking or was including military emissions. I don't know. But either way, we all know transportation is a huge source of emissions. Come on.
I think the military is a very significant source of emissions, and eliminating that would easily cancel out any emissions from cars.
I don't disagree.
you-
We can eliminate that. But that was not one of my main points even. You haven't even addressed those. Come on, chop chop.
all right. So you mentioned that it just splits up communities,
Mhm.
but isn't it true that there's also communities that before the car, it was very hard to travel from community to community?
Yeah, because we don't have public transit. We
Okay.
don't have an infrastructure currently set up because we focused on cars, and before that, we focused on horses.
Okay. Is it possible that we could connect some of these remote locations with public transportation,
Yeah, that's what trains exist for.
trains? So, for example, like uh, there's many towns where it's not practical to move a train through, and also you would have to have eminent domain and split up other existing communities to get a train through them.
Many of the towns that you would describe as not easy to get a train into have plenty of open space that would not split up communities if you eminent domain them.
It's okay to eminent domain?
If you're doing it for public transit and you're giving a fair market value, I don't care.
Ooh, okay. All right. So you mentioned that people don't want cars but that they weren't given a choice. Uh, how do you justify that? Because it seems to me that people buy cars all the time. They choose not to take transit when it's available.
People overwhelmingly choose to take transit when it is available and when it is done well. I could take Seattle as an example, but every single time that the transit is revamped in Seattle, the ridership sees like a 20 to 30% spike on all of our public transit. People like it when it's actually invested in.
All right. So we're now going to go over to you, Chuck. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you. Uninterrupted opening. Use as much of the time as you see fit, and I'll start the clock when you talk.
Okay. My opponent is arguing that public transit is more efficient, that it has a variety of other benefits, that people will overwhelmingly choose it if they're able to, and that it just hasn't been invested in properly. Public transit is dependent on the government funding, and it fails to have clear objectives or means to evaluate effectiveness. It's highly bureaucratic with powerful unions that are not incentivized to make public transportation effective. Elected officials rely on public unions to get elected. Mamdani is one recent example where he's going to provide public transportation, even though New York City has for a long time had public transportation, and it is repeatedly unreliable, unsuccessful, and cost overruns where fares do not meet the expenses of the transportation, and people regularly are skipping fares, and the enforcement is extremely difficult. Um, the issue is that corruption is rampant, and this feedback loop is leading to an ever and ever worsening situation. If we invest in public transportation or public transit, we will continue to see cost overruns and more expense. Public transit struggles to balance safety and transport people during the pandemic. Most public transit has struggled to achieve pre-pandemic usage, while it still has ever-increasing costs, labor costs in the United States being one of the most. Compare that to, for example, countries like Japan, where the incentives are different, the structure of the society is different, people operate different, and the unions operate different. The government incentives here are not in the public transit favor. Public transit fails to account for many of the edge cases, reliability, or last mile needs of people, especially in the United States. During the pandemic, cars were able to transport people as needed. While much of car infrastructure is paid for by the government, it is not dependent on the government. We could easily privatize compared to public transit. Cars are more flexible, and safety improves with technology. What we should be debating are better transportation methods, but this is not the case. The Invention Secrecy Act of 1951 and IP protection limit innovation. Cars could be the stepping stone to better things, just like the horse-drawn buggy was a stepping stone to the car. And companies like Tesla allow others to use technology and achieve safety and engineering achievements that public transit boasts about, but with car flexibility. Government should get out of the way, abolishing zoning, allow true competition, stop enforcing IP, and let innovation and people work together freely to determine the best transportation society needs. Was is the key in this debate. Was is the past. The future is what we should focus on.
All right. And yeah, as you just saw, Chuck, if you're still going a little bit past the time, I'm not going to just like jump on you or try to interrupt you. I'm going to let you finish your thought any chance I can. And there will come a point where I'm going to start telling you to wrap it up, but for the most part, I'm not going to talk across you. Real quick, I do want to say just a housekeeping. Chatters over there on YouTube. I'm trying to figure it out. For some reason, I'm not able to chat back at you guys. I'm trying to work on that behind the scenes, but I do see you guys, and I appreciate y'all hanging out with us. So now we're going to go ahead and go back to the cross examination. 3 minutes on the clock. Gorps, this is your time to cross X. Hit him with what you got.
All right, so you mentioned the New York City example, and you described how its consistent costs of fares don't meet the expenses, like people aren't paying their fares. How do you balance having that take with the fact that we spend billions building highways and expanding highways, and we spend trillions upkeeping these highways, and we don't expect any money back for that? We don't expect fares for using a highway, but for some reason, you need to expect this on public transit.
Well, we have significant amounts of taxation. For example, in Michigan, we just increased gas taxes significantly to help pay for the damn roads, as the governor likes to say, and she still doesn't fix them. But either way, we can privatize the roads, and I'm not advocating for spending any money on these damn roads. I don't want to spend any money on damn public transit either.
Realistically, we are spending money on it, and our society would not be functioning if we didn't. It's the entire reason we have roads that extend through the entirety of the United States. Um, but
And it could be private.
Japan, what?
I believe that you could privatize it. There was a
Yeah,
British
that worked
man
great
who
before we made it public. Yeah, that's why we didn't
there's a
have,
British
and
man
that's why we
who
didn't have infrastructure in this country before it was made public. Anyways, um, you mentioned
True.
that Japan is so different, and I wanted to hammer you on this because you did briefly mention the culture of Japan being different, and that's why public transit works there. I would argue with you that the actual reason the culture is different is because they built their society in a public transit centered way. It was designed to be that way. Would you agree with that?
I think there's a lot of geographic and monoculture issues in Japan that we don't have in the United States,
The
or you could say that there
monoculture
are
is why
issues in the United States.
is why they can have public transit and we can't. Really? Really?
It might be.
No, the reason they can have public transit and we can't is because they created a society that was not car centric, whereas we created one that's car centric, and now people like you are too close minded to be able to imagine our society being like that. But what is your plan in this car
I
centric
think you're
society
too
for
close-minded.
seniors, disabled people, young people that cannot drive, and people that cannot afford a car? How should they function?
So there are lots of options for ride sharing. And as I said, I want to use the car as a stepping stone, just like the horse-drawn buggy was a stepping stone. For example, some of the autonomous driving you hear about with Tesla and other auto manufacturers and other companies, there's no reason why we need to have all of these driver's licenses, why we can't have automated vehicles very shortly and get benefits of both almost.
You want 12-year-olds driving around in automatic or in self-driving cars? Is that your take here?
I think the technology will be able to achieve that, yes.
That's funny. So
All
you
right,
have no
so
actual plan for right now.
real quick, Gorps, hold on. I just want to jump in and let you guys know. I'm going to go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock now. This is the open conversation. This is no longer directed cross-X. So go ahead and use this time. Just talk amongst yourselves.
So you have no actual plan that's implementable right now, whereas we have existing plans that are being implemented nationwide to reverse the car-centric policies that we have had for the last century and refocus these on a transit-forward policy, which has reduced traffic. Ridership continues to increase on these public transits, and yet for some reason, your thing that you think cars can be a stepping stone to is self-driving cars, as opposed to something like high-speed rail, something like light
No,
rail,
no, that's
buses.
not necessarily true. I mean, I think cars could, for example, be a stepping stone to teleportation devices. I do not think that we need to stick with our current thing. I'm talking about let's use the car just like the horse-drawn buggy was, just like the train was, just like small boats to large freighters have been used. I want to use the technology we have today. I want to free it. I want to reduce the regulation and the demands by the government, and so that we can improve on technology and have a better future.
Just to be clear, you do know that I'm not arguing for cars to not exist. I'm arguing for cities to center public transit because it is a more efficient way of ordering people around. In addition to that, for every 1 billion that's invested in transit, it supports about 13,400 jobs and generates about $251 million in tax revenue alone, let alone the rest of the economic benefits to an area that gets public transit. So we're
Well,
benefiting the economy with this.
I think those benefits are equally shared amongst other options such as cars, and I
The
also
data does
think
not back you up with that.
that okay, that's fair. But what I would say is also that fundamentally, like we shouldn't be relying upon government funding to provide jobs. This should be done voluntarily. The United States is not a central planning type society. So
So do
the
you agree that
zoning
we should
laws,
get rid of all of our laws that have forcefully made public transit harder to get, or mass transit, I can say instead, harder to get?
I mean, I would say that law should be eliminated anywhere possible, if not all of them. And
Okay,
I think that
so you're in agreement that we should
you
get
would
rid
still
of things
achieve.
like parking minimum laws, that we should get rid of the zoning laws and all of this, um, which in effect would allow for mass transit to be prioritized.
I would also get rid of any laws that would be beneficial to a lot of these mass transits as well. I mean, I mean, a lot of the mass transit they are not self-sustaining. I understand the argument you're making that we're putting the cost on the individual or on people instead of society, but I don't understand why we're collectivizing costs in society. I mean, I think that the individual knows how to spend their money the best, and they should be able to invest their money where it belongs. If a community of individuals voluntarily agree to have, for example, a bus service take them from one city to the next, that's perfectly fine. If an entrepreneur wants to provide
So like when
car
Seattle has
parking,
referendums where the people can vote on whether they want to expand public transit, and they vote
well,
yes, and they vote
I don't,
yes, increase our
I don't
taxes
see
for
government
this.
referendums as voluntary in any way, shape, or form.
Really, when they're allowed to vote yes or no, whether their taxes are going to get upped, and they vote yes, you don't think that's voluntary?
Yeah, because I live in a society where I vote no for taxes and they still go up. So that's
So
not
does every single
voluntary.
person in a community need to agree for something to happen?
If it's voluntarily
Because you said a
funded,
community.
that is the way they can do it. Yeah. Yeah, you can be in a community still, yes.
Great. So the Seattle community has agreed that we want to do this overwhelmingly. So we should have this mass transit.
Overwhelming, but what about people who opt out, who don't want
They
to?
can move.
Do they get their money back?
They can move.
They can move. Oh.
Mhm.
But if they but what if they're from the society? What if they're from the community? Why are we forcing them to move? Because the will of some majority is telling them to move.
Because people have free will, and if they don't like something in somewhere that they are, they can leave that. But we're getting very off topic here. All right,
Agreed. Agreed.
let's focus back on costs a little bit, but more
Mhm.
directly. Households with low incomes spend about 24% of their income on transportation alone. In counties with higher transit use, low income households spend less on transportation overall, which leaves them with more money to actually inject back into the community, back into the economy, rather than putting it into, something like car insurance, car payments, uh, maintenance on cars, stuff like that. Do you think that this is a better way of them spending their money? Is directly with a bunch of local businesses or
Well,
progressive?
I think they're making a value judgment, and they're making the best judgment for
They're not making a
themselves.
value judgment. When they don't have transit available, they don't get a
They're
value
willing to pay
judgment. They
for it.
have no choice. They're forced to pay for it, or else there is no way for them to exist in society. It's not a
Well,
choice at
see,
that point.
now I used to live significantly farther away from where I work than I do now, and I made the choice to move so that I would have less of a transit. I've always, regardless of whether it was public or a vehicle, I've always had a rule that I want to be within 30 minutes of wherever I work, however I get there. In fact, I'm close enough that I'm within 30 minutes of almost walking, and that is an intentional decision on my part. And I think that people need to reevaluate. Many people have vehicles they cannot afford, that they do not need, and they should choose transportation that makes sense for them.
Yes, and that transportation should be available. That's exactly what I'm advocating for. In
You're
many cities,
advocating
it is not
you're
funded.
advocating to
Wait.
force
In many cities, that transportation
no,
is
no,
not funded. So
you're
there is no
advocating
other
to
option
force
that
people
is
to pay
actually
for it.
effective.
No, you're not advocating for them to make a voluntary choice. I'm not advocating for taxes to be accrued to pay for the roads. I'm advocating that people make their own choice, and the car is the best way to approximate that. Whereas mass transportation is an ever deepening cycle where politicians, depending on unions, where unions are massively corrupt, are just going to siphon and siphon more and more money, cost overruns. There's no way to achieve actual things. If you want to talk about like
There's no way to
referendum,
achieve actual things. Lots of cities are achieving very good actual things with their public transit. Again, I'll go back to Seattle with the light rail line that has been continuously expanding, just expanded to be the first light rail line over a floating bridge ever in the world, continuously increasing ridership on these, continually decreasing traffic through our
the first
through
floating
our
bridge in the
metropolitan
world?
area.
First floating
What?
bridge?
First light
floating
rail
bridge?
over a floating bridge. Yes.
Oh, light rail. Okay, that's very specific because as a child, I rode on a floating bridge over a marsh in Canada.
Yes. First
So
light rail over a
that was
floating
very
bridge.
beautiful scenery. Yeah, in
That's what I
Detroit,
call
you know,
innovation and getting things done.
you could
That's
talk
what I'm
about
saying.
society like Seattle as much as you want, but Detroit specifically, we have what we call the Q line, which is like a trolley system. We had other types of transportation, and people just didn't want to use it. They just didn't want to use it.
Were they kept safe, clean, and efficient?
Yeah, I mean they look pretty nice, to be honest.
And
They
then
look
I
good.
then they were either put into a poor spot, or you're not telling the truth, because again, every bit of data shows that when a transit system is safe, efficient, and clean, people overwhelmingly want to use it.
Yeah, well, a key here is safe, efficient, and clean. Efficiency is a big thing, and with the bureaucratic nonsense that we have in public transportation, I don't think it's possible. Now, you
It is
might
very
have
possible. Here, I'll give you an
you
example. I'll
might
give you
have
an example.
edge
The
cases
light
in
rail doesn't
Seattle
get
where it
slowed down
works.
by any traffic. Okay, that doesn't get slowed down by any traffic. We can build bus-only lanes on roads so that the buses don't get slowed down by any traffic, keeping all of this movement incredibly efficient and allowing that to exist. Yes, you need a couple security guards and a couple janitors. Sorry, yes, the cost of doing business, cost of having a clean and safe environment. Put a
Yeah.
cop on it, okay?
Well, why but
Um,
why do they even need cops and stuff in Seattle? So, for example, like in Japan, they don't even a lot of times they don't even have ticket collectors in many places. I mean, I can't cite exactly specifics. I could have to look it up. But when I was doing a little research on some of the Japanese mass transit, they're 100% reliant on people being honest and paying for what they're doing, and they don't
they're
have to
also
deal with.
100% reliant on the fact that they need to have women-only trains because the men try to upskirt women too much. All right, they're not perfect.
You know,
They actually should have
you
more
might be right
security.
about that. I do not investigate the upskirting of women in Japan, to be honest. That is one thing that I did not see. I've heard about in India, but not Japan. I could be wrong. Um, yeah, I don't know. I still find I'm not seeing how you're going to expand. You're showing edge case where you keep going back to Seattle, but New York, Boston, Chicago, Detroit. It's
New
not
York,
in Detroit.
people overwhelmingly choose to use public transit. It's actually a good example. Yes, they need to make improvements to it. Yes, they need to make some new
Yeah,
investments into it. However, the people very
yeah.
clearly want to use it and use it when it's
I would
there.
Well, I would disagree. I've used the
Look
train,
at
for
a
example, I've used
subway
public
car,
transit
bro.
from
Look
New
at a
York City
subway
to
car in New
DC.
York City.
I have, and I've gone from DC to New York, and I took the train one way. It was more expensive. People were rude, and it was very clean. But when I say people were rude, the rudeness was the employees. The rudeness was not other travelers.
Now you
Employees
just
were
sound like a
rude.
snowflake.
I don't think that's the case because I was able to, at less cost, rent a car from DC and take the exact same ride. I stopped off and saw the sights. I enjoyed myself. I didn't have massive backlog. And until I got into New York City proper, into the downtown, the vehicle was it was very easy to travel. And when I got in the downtown, I chose to walk because I enjoyed walking around the city, which was a choice I made.
Yes, and I'm not saying you can't make that choice. I'm saying the other choice needs to be available. I'm not
It was
saying
available and it was awful.
abolish cars. I'm saying this other choice needs to be available and needs to be expanded so that it is available for more people.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. So how do we explain like some of these cost overruns that we've seen in, for example, California? And I do believe that there's a semi-privatized mass transit in Florida, but they have situations with people getting hit all the time and stuff like that.
People are something like 80% less likely to get injured on public transit than they are driving a car, so I don't know what your real point about somebody getting hit by a by a transit vehicle. Don't really know what that one is, but I mean, cost overruns happen. These things happen with basically everything government does. I'm gonna come back to Washington. There was a project to do some construction on, I believe it was I-5 down in Tacoma, that started right about when I was born. It was supposed to finish in 8 years. It finished like 3 years ago. All right, that was cost overrun after cost overrun after cost overrun. Okay, this
Yeah,
is not like a
I agree.
public
I
transit
agree.
issue. This is just a government issue. So it should not dictate whether or not that funding goes to public transit or not public transit when, yes, the government overspends, has cost overruns. This is just a government thing, not a transit thing.
Yeah, but there's still much easier alternatives. If you're relying upon, for example, the train, and that, like, for example, in California, I keep hearing about this high-speed rail that they keep attempting to build, attempting to build, attempting to build. They put tons of money, and there's not really. Last I knew, you couldn't really move from point A to point B on that thing still.
The only
But
reason
yeah,
that we don't have the high speed rail yet is because our government refuses to let us work with China, but that's a separate issue. Um, but like take somebody who takes the train almost everywhere I go. It is incredibly easy, incredibly efficient. It is never late. Come on.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure in Seattle it's great.
Yeah, and we should just have that
I've
in every major
I've
city.
taken the train in Portland. I mean, it was okay.
And we should have those in every major city and allow them to be an option for people to use. It's the entire argument here.
So your argument really is that we should be focusing infrastructure on public transit in cities.
Well, I think everywhere, but I think obviously it's not going to magically pop up everywhere overnight. It's the easiest to implement it in cities and then branch out.
Okay. And how do you plan on like solving like the last mile issue when you get out of cities? So a lot of cities you could get to, for example, you could have uh, a station where there's apartments all around. It's very close. It's like basically you don't have to go outside or anything. But like for example, if you're out in like the country, how do you handle that last mile type thing? How do you handle these flexibilities? Because it just seems like we're centrally planning transportation a little too heavy, and I think that we should just if you want to privatize the mass transit in the cities and let them succeed, that'd be great.
I mean, you can have buses that help with the last mile, depending on the location. You could have things like Lime bikes and Lime scooters that really help with the last mile. You could have shuttles. You could have ride shares as well. Like, there's plenty of options for last mile. You just have to actually be creative and use your brain.
Yeah. Okay. Well, could we not be creative and use our brain and say, hey, we have better and better technology. Let's get the trains off the rails, and let's let autonomous cars drive on the rails, for example. Or we could have a hovercraft. I don't know. But why
Can we
why
only do
why,
one
why are we
thing?
so
Can we only do one thing at a time in society? Is that how this works? Is that we can't innovate in two ways at the same time? Sure, make your hovercraft, but also make high-speed rail. How about that? Rather
On
than
that note,
centralizing it. Okay.
we're gonna go ahead and jump on in. I gave you all the extra 5 minutes because you were still cooking, but I feel like we've gotten to the end of the rope here. Looking to see if we got any questions coming in from chatters, and it looks like no. So we're going to go to normal, and I'm going to ask a question. Then each of the judges is going to ask you guys a question. We're going to start out with you, Gorps. So the first question for me, you were talking about, so we got a little bit off the prompt here, and you were talking about what we should be doing now, as opposed to the historical decision to focus the infrastructure. So with that said, I'd like to bring it back to that prompt and ask you we know that this a significant amount of the road infrastructure in the United States was built on top of what used to be wagon trails. Do you propose that we should have abandoned that and started from scratch, focusing exclusively or at least primarily on intercity and interstate trains like public transit? Or are you thinking that we should have still done what we did? We just should have put more into the infrastructure of public transit?
I think it should have been at least like a 50-50. Because that would allow us to have the infrastructure today that would be incredibly easy to build off of and continue expanding. But instead, we have none of that, and we're trying to build it from scratch now in a lot of areas of the country.
And just a clarifying question there, you're proposing that it would have been easier to build that infrastructure back then than it is for us
Yes.
to do it now? Okay.
Yes, build that infrastructure back then, and then build our expanding societies in like towns and cities around that infrastructure that would have already been on the ground.
All right, fair enough. Looking at the judges, Kay, are you ready with a question for Gorps?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and hit him up.
Okay. You have pointed to other countries' public transport systems. In these countries, they have what is considered a high trust society. In a medium to low trust society as America, would focusing on public transport where Americans face the risk of being attacked, shot, exposed to drugs be a better option than private cars to get around?
Yes, so long as you do it, as I was talking about at a certain point during that debate. Yes, as long as you do it in a way that is effective, that is efficient, that is safe, and is clean. So you need to have like transit security. You need to have some janitors that will go through and clean up buses, that will clean up uh, train cars, stuff like that. But if you have those things, yes, I do still think that that's something that should be expanded and pushed.
All right, and I appreciate that gifted sub there. Hammer. Chief, you ready with a question for Gorps?
Yeah, but I'm formulating it on the fly because I'm kind of switching up based on your wagon train kind of question here. So, in the US, we had trains really popular in like the 20s and 30s. And, cars weren't getting popular until into the 1900s. And, we had horses before then. So it seems like there was an infrastructure both for rail and for maybe like horse and buggy and that kind of thing. Um, is there a point at history at which point you think it would have been best to diverge and say, I know that horses are way more accessible and probably than like trains are at the time? Like we should kind of just like lean in and go against what's massively popular and accessible and go out on a limb to kind of create something new. Like when would that have been best achieved in a time of scarcity?
I think like the easiest time it would have been done would have been like coinciding with the expansion of cars. Um, but I'm not the science guy, and I'm not the guy that knows what kind of technology we needed to be able to do that versus what we had at the time. I think that, and I hope this part answers your question. I think that the time in American history that I think that we definitely should have recalculated all of this was during World War II. At that point, I think we should have recalculated a lot of things about our society, including how we prioritize getting around. And switching at that point to even more public transit would have set us up very well.
All right. So, real quick, we're going to go ahead and go to our negative, but it looks like there was actually a question associated with that. Hammer, was that question was for the negative? Is that correct?
Yeah, that question was for the negative. I didn't
All
know
right,
how
cool.
to submit
Perfect.
it, so
Yep. No,
yeah.
no worries. We'll talk about that later. If you click the link, everybody, where it says pose a question, click the Stream Elements link. That's where you would do the $2 donation, and it would give you. But since he did that, he actually gets another question for later too. But I'm going to go ahead and ask that question for Hammer. So let's see. We're going to the -2 first. Chuck. Where was the question? Okay, do you really think it was practical for us to try to make a new transportation device like a hovercraft, or I think you said teleportation device, uh, even though it would take an extreme amount of energy to power that type of technology? Do you still think that would be the practical solution?
So the point I'm trying to make is not that it would necessarily been that specific would be the practical solution. I was just using that as an example of technology changing. What the point I was trying to make is that we've seen cycles of technology changing that has improved transportation over time, And mass transit, at least this mass transit that I see proposed typically, really seems to circle back around to older technologies. Yes, there's some new stuff on there, but it doesn't fundamentally fix some of the issues that we see that really cause mass transit to be unsuccessful. Whereas like a car allows people to have individual decision-making abilities, and that technology is something I think that is expandable or on that kind of a model. Not necessarily a car model, not four wheels driving a car, but like a model of where an individual is more apt or able to transport themselves in a flexible manner.
Okay. Now, so I'm going to go ahead and still ask my own question. We're going to put that one on top of, though I suppose if we get more questions in the future, it'll start to supplant one of our questions. So in your opening, I believe it was in your opening, you mentioned something about the government cutting. I believe you were specifically talking about the military in reference to the environmental footprint, right? The carbon emissions. But you also did mention that in general, you do not believe that the government should be funding mass transportation. I'm going to assume, Chuck, that you know that our freeway system was laid out and built for the purposes of the military to be able to get across the country efficiently in times of need. Do you think, since you seem to support the military, but you do not seem to support the government building infrastructure like that, do you think that that was a practical application or use of government funding for that purpose?
The answer is no. So we brought up the military because I was questioning cars being the largest pollution or having the biggest environmental impact in the United States, and I brought up the military as I think last I knew that was the largest environmental impact was the U.S. military. Like if you were to get rid of it, it would account for all vehicle emissions. I could be wrong on that, but that was the last I saw. So I'd have to verify that with a source, but I'm almost confident that is true. So that's where I brought up the military. Yes, I am aware that the interstate highway system was built to be able to transport stuff around quickly, military equipment. That's why actually you have the median in the middle. Is there's a space there so that if, for example, a bombing occurred and they bombed one side of the road, they could divert all the traffic to the other side of the road. But I don't think that was a proper spend. I don't think that the United States should have a standing military of any sort at all. There is no reason. We've never been at risk of invasion other than maybe 1812, and that didn't work out for the British. So, and today, there is no reason to have the military we have. There was no reason after World War II. I'm not going to quite go there, but I would almost say that there was no reason to even be involved in World War II. But I think that's a totally different debate.
All right. Well, there you go. Going to go over to the judges now. Kay, do you have a question for Chuck ready?
I do.
All right, go ahead and hit him with it.
A major focus of your criticism has been the government's involvement in public transport and how that can slow down efficiency. Well, in some of the countries listed in Asia, we have 67% of public transport in Singapore being operated through private companies, 70% when you look at Taiwan, and 80% when you look at the urban rails of Japan. If public transport was operated and done from private companies, would this change your opinion about the focus being needed on them?
Yes, it would. So yeah, and if you notice, the most profitable or at least break even on public transit are all in some way, shape, or form have a profit motive. That's how they evaluate themselves and how they justify ROI. Yes, a lot of capital investment. For example, I believe in Japan. I think in all countries, but I know specifically in Japan, capital investment, they will get that from the government, but they are expected to be profitable, maintain profitability, and they also utilize a lot of what I hear Gorse wanting which is communities that are connected in a better functioning city, a lot of their profits are actually not driven from, like, for example, the train going from station to station. It's actually driven by turning the stations into hubs where there's businesses, housing, and other services that they rent out. But yeah, I think the profit motive is very important. I think as much privatization as possible, and that's why those are successful and why the U.S. is not successful.
All right, let's Chief. Question for Chuck, please.
Yeah, just because we got into the whole voluntarism bit, I hate to drag us back there, but just for the sake of the argument, sometimes we end up designing systems like insurance, for example, to make it so that like an individual is less impacted by a sudden devastating cost that was unexpected. So, you know, there's kind of like a publicly shared burden on a system like that. Would you steel man like a system like insurance, whether it's health insurance, car insurance, whatever, just steel man a system like that, and why it's beneficial to set up a system where that collectivizes an expense in that way?
Let me make sure I'm understanding the question correctly. Are you're asking me to explain how insurance would operate if people didn't have to get it, or
No, just to steel man the benefit of collectivizing cost in a way that insurance does, where, you know, everyone pays a premium so that when you have a sudden expense, like, it doesn't cost you as much as an individual, because we're all like the healthy people are paying into insurance, so that the more elderly, more sick prone people have kind of their costs like reduced essentially. So I'm just asking for, like, if you would steel man something like that to explain why it would be like good to do something like that.
in mass transit specifically?
In literally any system, it could be insurance, health insurance itself.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I think that working with I'm not in favor of the current insurance system. There's a lot of mandates that make them unprofitable unless the government's heavily involved. And I mean, they are extremely profitable, but that's because of the manipulation in the market. But for example, I personally don't have health insurance. I have what's called crowd health, which operates how we would consider health insurance working, but they aren't legally allowed to call themselves health insurance because you get into a lot of regulation. And in there, what it is it's a crowdfunding health service where basically what we're doing is we all pay in to a pool, and that pool, yes, there's, you know, your basic deductibles, how we understand health insurance works, but then there are times where someone might have a significant health event, and we will crowd fund. So out to the people who are part of the pool, you'll be asked, hey, it's not like I make a premium like health insurance does and then you're fighting with the health insurance to get your money. It's, hey, we have an expense in the crowd or in our community. Please, this is your portion that would cover that expense. And they divide it amongst the people. So it's a lot more transparent. And that's how I use health insurance. Not technically, because legally can't call it that, but it is. Does that answer how I would voluntarily like that to operate, or?
I feel like
Yeah,
that was a perfect answer. Yeah, you definitely understood the assignment, sir.
Yeah, I might
All
pick
right,
your brain
so-
about that later if you stick around for the afters.
Yeah,
Okay,
just so
no
everybody
problem.
knows, in the after party, we actually go back through each prompt. We spend about 30 minutes on each prompt, and all of the people who are currently muted and yelling into their screens because they don't get to say anything about what we all are discussing, they'll get to kind of weigh in, and the judges and I will be able to kind of put our 2 cents worth in and everything. That all comes after the debates are done. The debates are competitive. The rest of it's more to exploratory. Now, with that said, chatters, remember, at the end of this, at the end of each debate, I'm going to be giving you guys a link for you to click on and vote on who you think made the best case here. That's either Gorps or Chuck. Now, I am going to put 3 minutes on the clock for both of you to get a closing argument. That's going to go to you first, Mr. Gorps. I hope that you are ready. 3 minutes is ready. Start it when you're ready.
I want to start off with a fact check that I did of my opponent talking about the military carbon emissions. According to EPA, in 2022 alone, the transport sector produced 1.8 billion metric tons of CO2, whereas between 2001 and 2017, the military only produced 1.2 billion metric tons of carbon emissions. So, he's wrong. Anyways, at the end of the day, having a public transit system and having a society that is built around making sure that the public transit system is safe, effective, and efficient for everybody is something that helps everybody, not just those that are actually using the public transit system. It helps reduce traffic for everybody who still wants to use their car, which should still be allowed to do. Don't know why my opponent seems to think that cars are going to go poof and not exist anymore. But it allows everybody to get to their destination faster. It reduces wait times on commutes. It reduces carbon emissions. It's also much safer. It's something like 80% safer for people if they're using public transit versus driving a vehicle. Incredibly cheaper for the individual person, which is a point that my opponent never seemed to actually counter. But he seems to think that that individuals are more able to transport themselves in a flexible manner with cars. This is only flexible if you have the funds to actually buy, insure, and upkeep maintenance on a vehicle, which is incredibly restrictive for some of the lower income people within our society. So it's not actually a choice for them. They're forced to go into debt because there's no public transit option. No choice is made by the people on this front. Back to the actual prompt, which is talking about how the society should have focused on public transit instead of focusing on cars as we were expanding our society. If we had done that, if we had built large-scale rail throughout this entire country, we would be well on our way and probably already have high-speed rail to transit across the entire country. We would also have the ability to branch out off of that rail line into smaller communities. Communities can be built along these rail lines, but ultimately we would have a much easier time implementing our different communities together, connecting our different communities together. We would be able to get from Seattle to Spokane, Washington on a nice, easy train in an hour. Whereas right now, you have to drive for 6 hours, and the only other option is the Greyhound, which is always late and unsafe because we have not actually invested the funds that it needs. So, at the end of the day, a good transit system requires people to have options. Options being, you could take a car, you could take a bus, you could take a train, you could take a subway, whatever it be that works in an area. You need to have these options. Currently, and because of how we have built up society, that is not an option for many people. Many people do not have any form of reliable transit where they live, and that people need to be given that opportunity so that the entire society benefits, the economy benefits when we have mass public transit, the individual experience of life benefits when we have mass public transit, and it's safer, cleaner, and more efficient than driving. Thank you.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and go over to you, Chuck. 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for a closing argument from you. Use as much of it as you need to close out your thoughts. I'll start when you do.
Thank you. All right. I accept the fact check. As I said, I did not have the exact source, and that was the last I knew recalled. So we also might be evaluating the emissions differently. So that might be the case as well. So that is a fair correction. Anyway, so focusing infrastructure on cars instead of mass transit was a mistake. This is simply not true. Public transit does limit flexibility. It has internally issues where it relies heavily on government funding. Yes, cars and infrastructure are government funded in a large part. I mean, we see subsidies with electric vehicles. These should all be abolished. And I have seen many examples where Roads were built perfectly fine without government paying for them. And actually, originally, a lot of train lines were paid for privately. A lot of private train lines were shut down because they were not profitable, and so we saw an expansion of the car infrastructure right around the World War II period. For example, from Saginaw, Michigan, down to Detroit, there was I believe it was considered a light rail. I've been inside the workshops where they built and maintained the train. It was unprofitable, and it got shut down. Now, that is in the Motor City, and we love our cars. But the fact of the matter is, it was unprofitable, and they shut it down. That same story happened across the country. And I think that if we allow for people to have maximum choice, which, yes, they could choose mass transit, but I don't think they will unless it's in very specific circumstances. For example, I do think that mass transit probably would be best in, for example, a city like possibly Seattle or New York City. But yet, even those mass transit systems, New York specifically, they're unable to handle the massive amounts of corruption and bureaucratic bloat that cause them to be unproductive and very expensive and just unsustainable over a long period of time. If you can't have a train system like you can have in a country like Japan, in just a simple city like New York, I don't think you can apply that to the entire country of the United States, where we're very diverse. We have lots of edge cases compared to other countries like Japan, and we have many different populations in city centers and tons of different geography. Thank you.
Right. All right, very cool. So, we're to that part, everybody. So I'm going to ask everybody, please vote. That link right there is going to take you to a website. It's free to use. You just give it a click. You choose which side you think made the best arguments. This really does matter sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it just falls in the hands of the judges. If the judges agree, then yours is just for show. But oftentimes the judges disagree, and then it comes down to the audience to decide who the winning argument was. So one more time for everybody. Do you believe that Gorps Af made the best arguments, or do you believe that Chuck and Money made the best arguments? Go ahead and click that link, and everybody here should be able to see that. Oh, you know what? And I will throw that over here as well for our viewers on Kick and on YouTube. I need to figure out how to make it so that those chats all go across to each other. Somebody's gonna have to show me that shit next time. But that said, I'm gonna go ahead and kick over to the judges. I'm kind of babbling for a second just to give them. All right, Chuck. We'll discuss that later. Don't you worry. I actually grew up at 8.5 and John R. So, judges, K, Chief. Did you guys make a decision yet? Are you guys ready to render judgment?
I have mine ready.
All right. Well, then we're going to start with you, K. In your opinion, who won this and why?
Gorp won it. And the reasoning why is that I think he just came very prepared and was ready. That's simply put, he came in with the energy. He was able to lay out his point, make a diverse, wide amount of points, was able to counter counters, and then turn those counters on their head, and then was able to consistently take control of the conversation and back the opposition into consistent corners where they were always on the back foot, trying to justify why they believe what they believe, instead of Gorp having to justify the as the affirmative. I think this was a skillful tactic, and then with the combination of having rapid responses to everything on top of layering that on real world examples to be able to draw from, I just think that it was a too powerful of a combination. But I do think that Chuck was great, very articulate, very, very good performance, and was very clear. It's just that Gorp was the better debater in this particular debate.
All right, and the score there? 10 points to give total?
I gave it 7-3.
7-3 in favor of the AF.
Gorp.
Yeah. All right, and Let's Chief. Where'd you come down on this and why?
I think what made it a little tough was the fundamental disagreement on whether or not public funding of a project like this would be valid. I feel like having that fundamental disagreement kind of stifled the conversation in some ways and where it was allowed to go. I do think that, you know, it was a great first showing by Chuck. Great job. You know, you made some great points in your open. You maybe could have leaned again into like, you know, usage lagging behind pre-pandemic like usage and again, like the, you know, money being an issue. But again, because GORPs feel that it's a public service, that's not really like a strong point to take down GORP's affirmative position because GORPs just believes in funding a project publicly like this. Points away from Gorp for saying chop chop, points away from Chuck for not saying Detroit. But I pretty much echo a lot of the points that Kay felt and scored it exactly the same 7-3 for Gorp.
Right. Well, there you go. So, first of all, I'm still going to try and get you guys to lock in a vote for me because your votes do matter here. And for the scoring, a 2-1 victory versus a 3-0 victory still matters more. But it does sound like the judges have agreed, and this one goes in the books in favor of GORPs. Now, that said, I want to mirror, and we're going to go back to this later. I want to mirror what they said, Chuck. That was a great performance, man. That was a great first time here. I know you said that you're not really a debater, or you don't have a lot of debate practice or experience. You did fine, man. So again, especially for that being a first time, you have nothing to be ashamed of. And since you did mention that you're more about conversation, make sure you stick around for that after party because that's where we kind of get into we don't there's not as much pressure. It's not as competitive. It's more about just figuring out where the truth is.
I will say thank you very much, and I thank you for having me on. And I will say I was not even aware of this debate until I think Tuesday. I was asked, "Hey, could you fill in? We're looking for people," and I said,
Yes.
"Sure, I will." I was watching my wife gave birth, and I was bored sitting in the hospital.
Congratulations.
Yeah, the only reason I said yes is because she said yes. But yeah. Anyway,
Badass.
So thanks for having me.
Well, hopefully you keep coming back because you were definitely a welcome addition, my friend. And congratulations on fatherhood. I'm not sure if it's your first or your last, but either way, great work. So, all right. Now we're going to go ahead and give it just a second. I'm going to go ahead and see what the audience said, where the audience landed on this. I do want to point out, though, that you also missed Snowflake, judges. You missed the other ad hom that Gorp slid in there. He just does it so slick that y'all didn't even.
I would explode if I didn't do it. Come on.
I know, and you did it with a smile, so that's why I didn't personally count too hard against you, but.
Chop chop was way more obnoxious than Snowflake.
Yeah, fair enough.
I did cringe when you said it.
I hope Gorp immediately regretted that.
All right, so we're
It
gonna
didn't
go ahead and
affect
give
the
it
vote,
one
so
more
I'm
sec,
proud of it.
and we're gonna
6-4
take a
then,
look,
I changed.
and boom. Okay, well there you go. 12-8 in favor of you, Chuck. So the chat actually agrees with you, my dude, by a significant. Yeah, you got it in under the wire there, or too late. That last vote, we locked it in at 12-8, which was 60-40. So the chat went 4-6 in favor of the negative. So again, like I said, that means you were swaying hearts and minds out in the audience, sir. And ultimately, that's one of the main reasons we're here, Chuck, is to learn to be better persuaders. So. Great job, everybody. All right, so we're not going to waste any time. We're going to jump straight into debate number 2. Tonight we are going to have Nope, wrong one. Sorry, everybody. Tonight we're going to have Mr. Hammer on the affirmative, and if you're feeling adventurous on the negative, some sectors or types of employment should be financially supported through subsidies. We're going to go ahead and kick this off over to you first, Hammer. 3 minutes is already on the clock, sir. Not going to waste any more time. Start the clock when you're ready.
Okay, so basically, this prompt to me seems like a no-brainer. To subsidize certain industries is necessary to keep those the most important things in our society accessible to most people. This includes agriculture, transport, energy, and superconductors, which we use to make computers. Thinking about this debate, I really didn't know what the negative would come to me with. So for this debate, I'm going to try to get inside his head and think, could you possibly have any issue with the idea of government subsidizing industries? And I came to two conclusions. It was that one, these industries wouldn't go away because they are not subsidized. They would only become more expensive because they don't have that access to funding, right? They would need to supplement that through higher prices. And the second one would be adding on that is, well, we pay taxes to give those subsidies to the industries. So even though we would pay more for the products themselves, we would still be paying the same amount or a similar. We would still be paying more because we're paying for taxes. But that is not how taxes work. This is why libertarianism and taxes theft ideology is very not good policy, because taxes are inherently progressive, at least in the Western world. By having everyone in society pay for taxes, we have a higher percentage of the money that is coming from sources that have access to that money. Whereas if we increase prices on the consumer side, say we have increased grocery prices, that actually takes away that actually disproportionately affects lower income people who don't have access to these things. Which means that if you are someone who is living in poverty, you won't have access to things like gas, like energy, like food, like property, because construction is also subsidized by the government. If we don't, so that means that to have the position that we shouldn't have any subsidies whatsoever, you would have to take the position that we wouldn't, that you don't want to provide anything to anyone in society who needs it. And if you have that position, you just don't believe in the American project. By having people of all different types able to access all different types of necessities without having to die on the streets, we have a society that is more prosperous overall. We have more people who are have access to higher education, more people who are have access to skilled work, which we need in order to have the nice things that we have in society.
All right. So, you know how this works, adventurers. Not your first go round. So, I'm going to put 3 minutes on the clock for you. This is your time to cross examine, poke holes, set up arguments, etc., etc. I'll start the clock when you do. You're muted, my friend.
Thank you. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have a couple things here. One, why do you think it is that the government should be allowed to decide what's most important? Two, why are those industries in need of subsidies in the first place? Three, lower income people are often completely unhelped by subsidizing the industries that get them. And four, an example of subsidies and their horrible unintended consequences are subsidizing food and the morbid obesity and diabetes epidemics. So I would like you to explain to me in order, sir, why does the government get to decide what's most important?
Because they are made up of mostly elected officials. So it is our society as a whole deciding where that money needs to go.
So you think that people in California and New York and Seattle and Chicago and Detroit should decide what the people in Kansas and Iowa do with their tax dollars, because most of the subsidies go to big industries like green energy and certain types of farming that mainly funnel into big cities.
So places like California, Seattle, large cities like this are they are tax negative, which means they provide a lot of the tax, more higher percentage of the tax revenue compared to places like Kansas. So it's actually the case that people in Kansas are paying more to provide for people who are in rural cities, who pay less and are their lives are improved more.
That wasn't my question, but we'll move on.
Well, I mean, no, it does answer your question because they are disproportionately providing for these people that you gave in rural societies like Kansas. Then they absolutely should be able to decide where that tax money goes.
We'll come back. We might come back to that if we have time. Lower
Sure.
income people are often unhelped by these industries. That's kind of lumped into that same one. Again, and then we come back to
talked
this
about
last
obesity.
point. Yeah,
talked
the
about
obesity
obesity.
epidemic,
Yeah,
diabetes epidemic. Subsidizing food did that. How do you account for unintended consequences of your subsidies?
So without any kind of subsidy, if we were to just leave people without any access to like food or without easy access to food, we would have a situation where people are going starving, or where people are spending so much on food that they wouldn't be able to access things like their ability to buy homes, to buy cars, to get to places, to get an education. So they absolutely do need that. And even though, yes, we do have an obesity crisis, there are just worse things that we could be dealing with.
All right. So now we're going to go ahead and kick it over to you, Adventurous. It's going to be your time for 3 minutes on the clock. Opening, uninterrupted. Start the clock when you talk.
Argument is very simple, and it's not what he said it would be, by the way. Our government is too stupid to be trusted to properly allocate resources in our economy. Doge and their digging into U.S. aids proved beyond any reasonable doubt that the U.S. federal government wastes more money than you or I can even logically conceive of. How can you argue in good faith that the same government responsible for trillions in waste and ignored fraud can be expected to responsibly and effectively reallocate resources from one part of the economy to the next? Instead of subsidies, what the government should do is lower the corporate tax rate to a flat 10% across the board, reduce the tax code from 70K plus pages down to a few hundred, hack away the bloated government bureaucracy that weighs down business with regulation and compliance costs, and take a hands-off approach in general to the economy. Additionally, subsidies suffer from ethical problems of forceful seizure and redistribution of private resources. Taxes are a barely tolerable evil as it is. We should not levy extra tax so the government can pick winners and losers in the economy. A second problem is the well-known and argued knowledge problem, which simply states a central planner cannot possibly know all the facts that surround a given economic situation, and therefore any decision made by said central planner will be suboptimal. Therefore, it is very simple to understand. There is no getting around this problem without a mass surveillance state. Finally, a third problem is the problem of conflicting interests. The government's interests are not necessarily the interests of the people, and trusting the government to see to our best interests, or in some cases, our interests at all, is foolish beyond compare. And I cede the rest of my time.
All right. Then now, you all know how this works. Goes right back to it. Hammer, it's your turn. 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine, sir. Start when you're ready.
Okay, I'm going to start with a pretty big one. Can you give an example of a country that completely gives all the power to plan the economy and gives all the corporations complete freedom? Can you name an example of a country that does that, and the companies provide the best possible living standards for the citizens, or a better living standard than we have in America right now?
No, I can't provide an example of a country that has a more citizen / corporate dictated economy than the USA. No, I can't.
So wait, you said a corporation / citizen focused economy. How would the
Did I
citizen?
misunderstand your question?
No. I mean that it does answer my question. But you said you want an economy that's corporation / citizen centered. How would your proposal be citizen centered more so than we have now?
That's not what I said. It sounded like that's what your question was implying. So are you asking me about my position, or are you asking me
Yeah,
a
I'm asking.
hypothetical within your own question?
No, I'm asking for clarification on your response because it seems from your response that like the way you described it is you wanted a society, an economy that is corporation and citizen focused, right?
I
Or
wouldn't
is that
describe it that way. I would describe it as an economy with a level playing field that everyone has a clear set of understandable rules that everyone plays by.
okay? Okay, that's totally fine as long as you acknowledge that an economy that gives corporations full freedom does not center citizens. Um,
Can
I'm
citizens
curious.
not start a corporation?
Citizens can start they have the ability to start a corporation, but they also have the ability to enter government. You wouldn't say that an economy that is government based is also citizen based because those citizens can enter the government, right?
Saying that's a false comparison. Saying that
How is it?
it's a false comparison because saying that a corporation is analogous to the government is a lot like saying oil is analogous to water because they're both liquid and they both flow. Yeah, there's some similarities, but they don't cross over in any meaningful way, especially not in the context of the economy.
I'm not saying. Okay, the specific comparison that I made is not that government equal corporation. I'm saying you're trying to argue that, well, because citizens can enter corporations or start corporations, that it is citizen focused. Just like government, or just like corporations, the government is difficult to enter. And while citizens can get into it, when they do so, they become a different class of. They didn't become a different type of entity within our society.
Real quick, I just want to tell you I'm putting the 10 minutes on the clock. Just go ahead and roll straight into the conversation part.
Do you want to go ahead and continue on with the same line of corporate discourse, Hammer?
Yeah. So I'm just curious. So do you genuinely think that a corporation, or if we give corporations complete freedom, that they would do anything to provide
Did I say
a
anything
better
about
situation?
complete freedom?
Yeah, you said that governments should be completely. You said government should be hands off on the economy, and they should give corporations more freedom.
More freedom and hands off does not mean complete. Complete freedom means do literally whatever the hell you want. I'm not going to make any rules, and even if there are rules, I'm not going to enforce them. That's complete freedom. What
Okay,
I said,
we can.
my position is slash the number of rules because there's an absurd number of them. Reduce the tax code because 70,000 pages is a joke, not a system of law, and make it understandable so that everyone can compete on the same playing field. And the big guys that have the money to hire a team of 500, each one worth $1 million lawyer, don't have an unfair advantage. I'm actually
Okay,
advocating to
none of
make it
those.
easier for citizens to compete with corporations.
Okay, none of those things are within the scope of whether or not we should have government subsidies. That's just
Well,
that's just
that's why I was
methodology.
kind of curious why you narrowed in on that. It was,
Well,
I
okay,
only
okay, I'll
brought
be
that
more
up in my
specific.
opening. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be more specific. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
you don't want any government subsidies. So let's just say the industries which are the most successful, or their ability to provide certain, say, prices to the consumers, you would just completely remove the government influence on that. So in the scope of this topic, they would have complete freedom, right?
Can
They
you
would have
condense
complete
that a
freedom.
little bit? Can you condense
Yeah.
that a little bit?
So for the scope of this topic, you would want corporations to have complete freedom because it would be a total free for all for which industries rise to the top, which industries become affordable for citizens. And however that pans out,
Yes, I do indeed want a meritocratic economy where the people that actually do the best job rise to the top. Yes, that is what I want.
there you go. Okay, so in that situation, do you genuinely think that any corporation would make choices based on the betterment of citizens?
100%.
Why would you? Do you think that a corporation has any incentive to virtuously benefit the citizens, or do you think that their sole purpose is to make income?
Their sole purpose is, well, it depends on the corporation. I own a corporation, and our sole purpose is not to make income. So it depends on the corporation. But
Okay.
most corporations, their sole goal is income.
Okay. So, and do you think that so they wouldn't virtuously help the citizens? You think that by happenstance or just the nature of the economy, it would be better for the civilians, right?
Are you familiar with the concept of market forces?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Market
Okay.
forces.
So, have you noticed lately how a lot of the food on the shelves is starting to market that they're made of real food and added protein, and they're taking out this garbage and that garbage and yada yada yada? Have you noticed that lately?
Yes, that is something that is
So it's
happening.
kind of proof that market forces work on corporations, don't they? If people vote with their dollar and make it clear that they want corporations to act in a more positive way that benefits citizens, that's what the corporations are going to do because people are voting with their wallets, right?
It's not about voting with your dollars. It's about accessibility. If these corporations aren't subsidized, then they won't be able to provide the same amount of product, and therefore their prices will increase. Meaning that average civilians and people who don't have access to money won't have access to the same access to food. And
That's not a sequitur, and it doesn't hold up to the real world sniff test. EBT
how's
had
that?
junk food. EBT had junk food taken off. Price of junk food plummeted 30%. Your claim literally falls apart in real world testing.
Wait, EBT got rid of
EBT.
junk food?
I'm a business owner. My business was affected by this. This is how this happened. Okay, EBT can no longer buy soda and Twinkies and snack cakes. Corporations lowered the cost of soda and Twinkies and snack cakes from like 20 to 30%, depending on the product, because people couldn't buy it with free government money anymore. Taking the subsidy away made goods cheaper because the market forces were reintroduced to the economy.
That's not a subsidy. That's
Yes,
a subsidy. That's a consumer. That's a subsidy from the consumer base.
What
It's not a
is
subsidy for the
what is
company.
a subsidy? What is a subsidy?
A subsidy is something like a grant given to researchers or money given to farmers for agriculture. It is a producer side providing.
I reject your definition of subsidy. That's not what a subsidy is.
So you don't think that happens?
No, that is one form of subsidy.
Okay. So,
but what a
in that
subsidy
case-
is any form of artificial income flowing into a business that they do not have to compete on the market for. And EBT is exactly that to food companies.
It's not. It's indirectly, right? It's flowing from the consumer into the company, right? But because
Yeah.
because of exactly what you're talking about, it's not a direct connection of money from the government to the corporation. It's money depending on the decisions of the consumer flowing into the company. I mean, you can call this subsidy if you want, but essentially your position still has to state that the things that I'm talking about, where a company or a corporation or whatever is given money, should also be disbanded, right? And necessarily, I mean, you have to know this, that if a company has to loses money from one source, they know they have to increase prices, right?
That's not what happened. That's just not what happened in
What
the real
happened
world.
when?
I'll give you
happened
another
with the
example.
EBT?
I'll give you another
Okay,
example.
we're talking about a completely different situation. I don't know why you're saying this is what happened. You're talking about a completely different situation.
I'm talking about a roundabout subsidy that food companies lost because they lost consumers going to stores and filling their carts with their crap. Whether you like it or not,
Okay.
that is a subsidy. Now look, how about we just move on, because we don't agree on definition of subsidy as it pertains to EBT. So let's talk about something more relevant to the actual central prompt. Let's talk about the ethics. Explain to me why it's ethical for the government.
Wait, I don't want to move on. Hold on, I don't want to move on. I don't want to move on.
You don't want to move on.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to be like a douche explaining like supply and demand, because I know you already know, but just to recenter us, right? So an increase in demand increases prices, and an increase in supply decreases prices, right? So theoretically, what you're talking about, the EBT, that would increase demand, right, by giving people basically more money to buy this food. But what this seems to imply is that junk food is a less elastic good than we thought it was. So if people are getting less money to spend on it, they're still going to try to buy at the same amounts, because they don't want to. They have their addictions, right? What we're talking about is completely different. The examples that I'm bringing up are a increase in supply, because supply is kind of a little bit of a misnomer. But if your production costs increase, that is a reduction in supply, because you have to spend more on supply. You have to increase prices on your side. That's like basic. So if as a company, your overall costs increase because you're no longer getting like an injection of money, then necessarily that is going to increase your supply, or decrease your supply, meaning an increase in prices. Do you have an example of the EBT, but do you have an example of a government ending their subsidies? And I mean, there might be certain cases, but I would just say that's probably meant that the subsidy was misallocated. Hello?
Y'all keep going.
I'm here. You're extending the timer.
Yes, sir.
You Hammer was going on and ran the timer out, so that's why I didn't say anything for a second. I was like, well, we're out of time. Okay. No, I don't have an example. And I'll tell you why I didn't do any research to gather any examples like the one you just asked for, because it's irrelevant to my argument. I don't give a shit, frankly, about the supply and demand side of whether a subsidy eases prices or inflates prices. I'm far more concerned with ethics and principles than I am about whether or not I pay $2 for a Twinkie or $5 for a Twinkie, or $2 for a bag of charcoal or $5 for a bag of charcoal. And beyond that, it's also a moot point, because again, if you reintroduce market forces, the economy is going to level out to a more natural playing field. If you stop subsidizing things and artificially propping them up, resources are going to naturally distribute to where they would. Money is a lot like water. It takes the path of least resistance and settles into the low spots. If you don't artificially hold things up, the crumbly things fall, the old rotten shit falls, new shit rises up in its place. The economy is a lot like an ecosystem. So I don't care about your supply and demand argument. It couldn't be less relevant to my point.
Okay, but just because I am aware of how the market settles and it self corrects for itself, okay? But just because it settles at a stable place doesn't mean that it settles at a good or ideal place, okay? What would happen is that the place that it settles would increase prices on things. And you just said $5 for a Snickers and like a little bit more for a bag of charcoal. But it's not just that, because construction is also subsidized. House prices would increase because agriculture is increased. All food, or maybe there's not some food, but the foods like meat and
let's narrow in on agriculture. Let's narrow in on agriculture. What do you think agriculturally is subsidized? What do you think is subsidized?
Just about all crops.
No, that's not true at all. You know what's subsidized in
That's not-
agriculture? Soy, corn, certain types of dairy, and that's really about it. Not all crops.
No.
Not at all.
Wheat, cotton, and rice. Okay, so I'm looking at this primarily. So corn, soybeans, wheat, cotton, and rice. Okay, so it's not just corn and soybeans, as if corn and soybeans
Okay, I
aren't
missed two.
important.
Fair enough.
So I mean, wheat and cotton are incredibly important, so that we can afford clothes. And I mean, rice is one of the cheapest foods available.
Wheat and cotton are
so-
incredibly important, so we can afford clothes, and yet all of the cheapest clothes at Walmart are made out of plastic. Explain that one to me, sir. We subsidize cotton, yet somehow the polyester is still cheaper. So what's your subsidy doing for you there, bud?
Cotton. Okay, not all clothes are made from cotton, but there
That's
is
not what I said. I said you talked about how subsidies make things cheaper. You said cotton is subsidized. That's why we need to have cotton subsidized, so clothes are cheap. Plastic clothes are cheaper than cotton clothes. So what the hell is the subsidy actually
Okay.
doing?
Okay, fine. You know what? I'll give you that point. Most of our clothes are made from plastic. Do you know what plastic is made out of? Plastic is made
course I
from
know what
oil, which
plastic
is
is.
also subsidized. Okay, so my
Okay,
point still
so
stands. Yes,
so by your
we need
logic,
access to.
so by your logic, then don't you think it would be better if we just didn't subsidize either, so those industries found a more natural playing field and cotton clothes became more affordable as compared to plastic clothes?
Well, no.
Because I think it would be better if more people were wearing jeans instead of plastic running pants.
Well, both of those things would increase in price. Both cotton and oil are subsidized.
No,
Are you
they
denying
wouldn't,
that
because
that
if
important
you
things
don't
would be?
subsidize the plastic clothing, more people are going to buy the cotton clothing because
Which
the
is also
plastic
more
clothing is
expensive.
made way more artificial. No. If you stop subsidizing the
We
plastic
just looked at
clothing,
this.
I know
We just went over this. Cotton is also
bro,
subsidized.
Listen. If you stop subsidizing the plastic clothing, they're gonna get more expensive because oil receives way more subsidies than cotton, and I think we can agree on that, right? Like we both agree, the crude oil industry receives way more in subsidies worldwide than cotton does. So if you stop subsidizing that and cotton, I guarantee you cotton clothes are going to become cheaper than polyester in not many years.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump
We're out
on
of
in
time.
there. Yep, we're out of time. That was full 15 minutes. Yeah, and y'all were going back and forth. You guys are gonna have to save some of that for the after party, I guess. And Circa's over here chewing on his microphone to try and get in. So that said, I'm one more time. Anybody out there in chat who wants to pose a question to the debaters, you just click the link I just typed into the chat. $2 donation gets your question. Oh, look, we got one coming in. Very cool. Let's see. Boom. All right. So looks like Groofus is wanting to ask Hammer first question. Okay, cool. That's who's going first, anyways. So, Hammer, we're going to start with you. Got a question from chat for you. How do you account for the knowledge problem, which Zach brought up in his opening? If do you remember the knowledge problem that he brought up in his opening?
Is that the government doesn't know exactly
Real quick. I'm
the-
going to go ahead and I'm going to give Zach the
Yeah.
opportunity to re-articulate his point. Zach, will you say again what you said about the knowledge problem?
Absolutely. So, in a nutshell, the knowledge problem is central planners cannot possibly know the best way to allocate resources due to the ebb and flow of information and the volatility of real world conditions.
How do you respond to that?
Well, my response is that our American subsidies and our socialized democracy that we have is not a central planner. It would be terribly inefficient, and there are inefficiencies, and I wouldn't justify those. That's not the point of this debate. But it would be even more efficient if we tried to centrally plan everything and perfectly subsidize exactly how much a company needs. But we don't do that. We add on top of the income that they already have. just to help to an extent the consumer by reducing those prices.
Okie doke. So, in that case, I'm going to go ahead and ask you if we don't have any more questions for Hammer. I'm going to ask you a quick question. So you referred to corporations and compared them to governments. Uh, I have had it made clear to me by several people that you can't treat a government like a corporation or like a home, that the economies of them work completely differently. So, can you please debunk what I just said and clarify to me what the similarities are between that you were trying to outline between a government and a corporation?
That is that for me?
Yes, that is for you.
Okay, so I'm not okay. Um, how do I respond to this? I'm not saying that government equals a corporation. I already said that. The simple comparison that I was making are neither a corporation nor the government position are the same as your position as a civilian. By saying that, it seemed as though he was implying that a corporation equals civilian, and helping corporations help civilians because you can start a corporation. But neither the government nor the if you were to say that just because a civilian can enter a space, that means that that helping one is equivalent to helping all civilians is silly in both cases. Does that make sense?
Uh, it will have to. All right. So, Kay, do you have a question ready for Hammer?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, shoot.
All right. So, Hammer, earlier in the conversation, you said that we would not have certain things without subsidies. Could you break down what these things we need that would not exist without subsidies, and why the free market wouldn't supply if there was a demand?
I my response, I tried to keep it clear that I acknowledge that these things would still technically exist, right? These important industries that are subsidized, but because they no longer have that injection, they wouldn't have the same ability to produce as much. So stuff like agriculture, construction, oil, gas, energy, all these things, they could still provide to they would still exist to an extent, but they would be so much more expensive. It would be inaccessible to citizens who really need them.
All right. And let's, Chief, do you have a question?
Yeah, could you just make your strongest argument for subsidies for one particular industry and what you imagine it might look like without those?
Okay, we can go with construction. Because so the best argument is that the amount of construction that we can do is reliant on how much, or partially reliant on how much government can subsidize them. If we remove those subsidies, we will just simply have less construction. And if we have less construction, I mean, rent prices, house prices are already in a very bad place. The way to solve that is by increasing production. Things like schools are not in a great place. We already have too many children in one classroom because and one of the ways to assuage that is by building more schools so that we can separate those children out and have a better quality education. It extends to everywhere. We need construction everywhere, and we're not getting enough of it as is.
Right. So now we're going to go ahead and kick this over to you, Adventurous. I've got a question for you to start with. You mentioned earlier you opened your opening talking about Doge and their inefficiencies. Can you please, for purposes of steel manning, can you give me any examples of government agencies, departments, etc., that you think do actually function efficiently enough to be justified?
Whew. Whew. That's a pretty tall order. If I had to pick a single government entity that I think its existence is justified, I would go with the USA military, baby. Best in the world at breaking shit and making dead people. God bless America.
All right, fair enough. All right, judges. Kay, one more time to you, sir. Do you have a question for Adventurous?
Yes, it's a little wordy though, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, knock it out.
Alrighty. So, Adventurous, earlier you mentioned the knowledge problem. With certain markets with known demands because of their necessity, such as shelter, food, clean drinking water, or energy, and market volatility causing hard market shocks in these areas when having such would cause disastrous results that would be hard to recover from. Would subsidizing only these markets be worth at least looking into?
So let me restate your question really quick just to make sure I understand. You're, to condense it, you're asking, in the event of market shocks through various circumstances, is it worth subsidizing specific things on a case by case basis?
Not why. I don't think that's wording it the way I want. Let me. I'm saying that you mentioned the knowledge plan, the knowledge problem about like the central planner. I'm saying that there are certain markets that need a consistent amount of demand, right? That would be food and drinking water would be the most simplest. I threw energy and housing or some form of shelter in there. And market volatility would causing market shocks in these would be detrimental to Americans. So I'm asking if it would be worth looking at subsidizing only those type of markets.
Well, your question is kind of self-defeating because you simultaneously stated that those are stable markets with constant demand while also hypothetically stating a market shock. Those markets really don't receive shocks unless the government is artificially dicking around with them, with the exception of maybe housing, where there are some things that can cause shocks for various reasons. But to answer your question, just as a pure hypothetical, yeah, I can foresee some instances where very limited intervention could be justified. Um, Historically, there are instances where governments have, for example, dipped into the public treasury to feed the populace. And that's not just our country. Many countries have done that. You can look at world history and find plenty of examples of that where it worked and saved many, many lives. So, just as one steel man example, yeah, you can definitely justify it in times of famine or war as far as feeding the populace, for sure.
Right. And let's Chief. Question to you, sir.
If travel and trucking subsidies went away, rural life would become drastically more expensive, or at least grant me this for the sake of the question. Is an accessible rural American culture worth sacrificing or at least severely diminishing if the removal of subsidies would result in flight from rural areas into bigger cities?
So, I will grant it for the sake of the question. And for the sake of the question, I can give you a simple answer no. However, if I were to do what I would honestly do, which would be to reject the premise, um, I would say that, well, it would actually be a lot cheaper to live in rural communities naturally if the government just took their hand off the scale in all the places it exists. You know, a perfect example of this, if you look at Mississippi real estate in areas that are not densely populated, I was just looking at Zillow today, you can get 37 acres with 4 houses on it for $400,000. That same piece of property in Washington would be like 5 million. So a big part of the, you know, whatever financial crisis you want to talk about, the housing affordability crisis, the food affordability crisis, it's not just a matter of city versus rural, it's also a matter of state to state. There's market demand forces, there's so many things that play into what things cost. And that's literally the whole crux of my argument. The government can't know it all. It just can't. And so the government needs to take their hand off the scale and let things settle to where they naturally would.
All right. So there you go. That is going to now kick us over to the closing arguments. I'm going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock for each of you. We'll start with you, Hammer. Start the clock whenever you start to talk. 3-minute closing, sir.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit disappointed that we didn't get into the ethical debate, but it seems as though the only argument against that is that um, general anti-tax rhetoric, which I guess we didn't really go over the scope of, but I think that's a pretty poor argument because um, we live in a society and we all decide that it's worth investing in certain things through taxes. And I think it's pretty clear that um, the dismissal of the market will solve for it. The market will come up with solutions. Yeah, that's what it's doing now. And if you honestly want to tell me that the market is making perfectly beneficial solutions for what we're going through now and not overpricing certain things and making things completely inaccessible, I don't know how you can make that argument. The place at which the market settles can still be harmful. That's why we have governments to step in to subsidize in certain cases or regulate in certain cases, so that people who don't have access to any money aren't completely left in the dust. He couldn't give me a single example of a government system or a society that has no regulation on its corporations, to say that the citizens are just way happier. But I can. We saw during the early industrial boom what happens when when corporations do whatever they will, and the market settles to whatever the corporations decide that prices and work should be. That was a horrible era. People were working absurd hours. They didn't have any access to education. We had children in the workplace. And there was no economic growth for people who weren't have already who didn't already have some level of wealth, right? Just because the government is settled and stable doesn't mean that it's at an ideal state. And I don't think that my opponent has given us any examples or any way to prove that it ever could do that. It might sometimes. I'm not a communist. Okay, market forces should be steered into, but that doesn't mean that we should have no power over how it influences our society. And the way we do that is through taxes. And I see the rest of my time.
All right. Now we're going to go ahead and put 3 minutes on the clock again. This time it's going to be for you, adventurous. 3 minutes is on the clock to put a cherry on top, sir. Start the clock when you're ready.
We live in a society is not justification for grossly excessive taxation to fund things that most of the population abhors. My opponent says that the Industrial Revolution era was horrible, but our country had unprecedented growth and innovation during that time. It was culturally homogenous. People were largely happy during that time. So a statement like that era was horrible doesn't have a whole lot of grounding. It just doesn't. My opponent insists that subsidies are some kind of a necessary thing so that the economy moves in the right direction. But he's kind of just asserting that. You can't prove that we need subsidies to make things work the right way, because when have subsidies been taken away? We haven't tried that experiment for a very long time, have we? I would frankly, my whole thing is, I want to govern by ethics. I want to shoot for the perfect world. I want to shoot for an idealistic society where we're governed by our principles and where things are being done morally and ethically. You cannot escape the moral and ethical problem of taking someone's money at gunpoint to give to someone else and giving that guy an unfair advantage because of it, both at a personal level, overtaxing citizens, and at a business level, disadvantaging businesses that don't qualify for subsidies and advantaging businesses that do qualify for subsidies because of entirely arbitrary rules that the government makes up, often completely illogically. You can't make a moral or ethical argument for it. And that's why we need to get rid of it. And I see the rest of my time.
All right. There we go. Okie dokie. So, everybody, you know what time it is. It's time for you guys to get involved out there in chat. I'm going to drop that link. This is a whole different link. It's a whole different vote. It still matters. Every single time matters, even when it doesn't matter. So, let me go ahead and slap that over there for the Kick people. And let me go ahead and slap that over there for the YouTube people. Again, this costs absolutely nothing to vote. It is just a way for us to see who the audience thinks made the most persuasive case tonight. But first, before we get to that, we're going to go over to our judges. Judge number 1, Mr. K, are you ready to,
Hola, ¿cómo
render
estás?
judgment?
Sí.
All right. En anglais, si vous préférez.
So I'm giving this overwhelmingly to Adventurous. I think that he came in strong. He was clear. He was concise, confident, was able to just absolutely destroy Hammer's argumentation and make him fall back on the retreat, and very shaky in his convictions when debating this. The being able to take control of the argument and, point out things like the EBT and consistently just make Hammer kind of look foolish. uh Especially with the subsidy thing. I think there was a huge trip on saying that EBT isn't subsidies, and just like that consistently happening for the entirety of this conversation just makes this overwhelmingly Adventurous. 8 to 2, all right, 2 to 8, because neg is
2-8.
yeah.
Yeah. 2-8 from K.
Two notes that I did have, though, that I wanted
Shoot.
to throw out is that one note I wrote for Hammer is that if in the beginning he started out by saying he would not see any reason why the opposition would believe what they believe, and I don't think this did what he thinks it would, because being able to steelman the opposition is critical to being able to form your own logical train of thought. A failure to steelman the opposition is a failure of one's logic, not a strength in one's argumentation. And for Adventurous, I don't know why he steelmanned my question, because he absolutely cooked my question, did it really well, absolutely like best counter I've ever heard to me asking someone that question. And then he went to steelman. Sometimes, man, just shut up and take the dub, bro, because you kind of shot yourself in the foot a little bit there. It would have been an absolute 10 out of 10 response, but then it dropped to an 8.5. But I mean, you still did super good. It's just sometimes you just take the dub and run with it, brother.
There you go. So a 2-8 from K. Let's Chief. Are you, sir, ready to render judgment?
Yeah, I do think that Hammer was just maybe thrown a little off guard. We have seen people more debaters starting to lean more to the right. So, like Kay pointed out in his intro, I don't think he maybe necessarily expected to be debating someone who is just fully anti-tax, and that kind of made things tough. And I feel like that had him spinning his wheels a lot. There were a lot of assertions. I feel like he did well in the question and answer section, but I feel like what could have been helpful for you here is maybe going to the historical record for why we had to institute these subsidies in the first place, and pointing to the clear before we had them and then after we had them, and maybe a better justification through history could have held up stronger against the staunch anti-tax position. I didn't score it as one-sided as K, but I did score it 3-7.
3-7 from Chief. All right. So once again, I'm sorry to say it, chat. I hope every single one of you voted. but your votes are really just for show. So congratulations. It looks like the win is going to go to you, Adventurous, one way or the other, no matter how the chat lands. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick look in about 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody lock in those votes. And I'm going to head over there now and see. Boom. The results are 10-9 for Adventurous. So it was very close. For purposes of points, it's going to come out 5-5, but because it's 50-50, whatever percentages. But that ultimately means that the chat also voted for you, Adventurous. That is a 3 out of 3 shutout win. Well fucking done. So congratulations and all of that stuff. Now, we're going to go ahead and get ready. You guys I hope you guys are ready for this one, because this is our third and final debate of the night. But remember, just once that's done doesn't mean that the night's over with. We're going to roll straight into the after party. This is the part that doesn't end up on the VODs. You either have to be here live or be a Twitch subscriber to be able to watch the after party for the first 2 weeks. I can't make it stay for longer than that. So that said, I do want to remind the debaters, nobody's used the white flag thing, so maybe it's not as cool of an idea as I thought it was, or maybe you guys just aren't used to it, so you keep forgetting. I feel like you were literally fact checking instead of saying, hey, please fact check that. But whatever, we'll get there. With that said, everybody out there in chat, remember that $2 gets you a $2 donation gets your question asked to the debaters in the Q&A section. And as far as the Discord channel, everybody click !Discord if you guys want to join into the actual server that we use to stage all of this, etc., etc. After the debates are over, we kind of take the party over there and we just kind of bullshit all the time. There's always somebody around that'll be happy to yell at you. With that said, our third and final debate of the night. Gentlemen, thank you for your patience. On the affirmative, we have Lethe Water Kai. On the negative, we had Circa. And the prompt tonight is going to be: representatives should have to pass fundamental understanding tests to be able to vote on legislation. So, you know how this works. It's 3 minutes is on the clock for you, Mr. Lethe. Use as much of it as you're ready to. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
All right. The expectation that
But you might want to unmute before you start.
pro streamer moves. I love it. All right. The expectation that representatives we have elected have at least a contextual understanding of what they are voting for doesn't seem like a huge ask. I would think this would be the bare minimum. We should be able to look at the voting record of the individuals and point out where they voted on legislation and not allow them to fall back on ignorance in regards to their vote. Giving representatives a baseline test in regards to the current legislation being passed is reasonable and understandable. The people we have trusted with voting on our behalf, of our well-being, should be held accountable for the votes they cast. If the bills are too large, like the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of 2010 being 906 pages and the Big Beautiful Bill being up to 1,100 pages, based on which version you're seeing, of course, should be read and understood thoroughly. The saying that to whom much is given, much is expected rings true in this. If they aren't capable of reading and comprehending large sweeping legislation of this kind, there should be no expectation that the people putting their trust in them should be able to hold them to account. There have been multiple bills like the Pension Funding Equity Act of 2K4 and Healthcare and Education Reconciliation Act of 2010 holding riders within them completely separate from the primary legislation being passed, like provisions for dark money, handcuffing the IRS, and overhauling student loan regulations. This is done to fast track the bills without the proper independent scrutiny that a massive policy change would normally have to contend with. And with that, I yield my time.
All right. So, as it happens, it looks like your opponent has unfortunately had some technical difficulties. So we're going to come back to that in just one moment.
Circa ran. Circa got scared and ran. That's it.
Ran in terror is what he did. So we're going to go ahead and come back over to this. And I'm just going to go ahead and do a little bit more plugging, just so everybody out there in the chat knows. I did see something earlier. Well, it was specifically about adventurous, so we'll wait. We'll wait on that one. We are holding the DMZ debates every Friday and Saturday night. Fridays start at 7 o'clock. Saturdays start at 6 o'clock. Sometimes they're 1v1, sometimes they're 3v3s. But tune in, and you never know. You might actually have your mind changed. These are the only real good faith short form debates that I have found on the internet. We are trying our best to keep things above the belt, try to keep things as productive of conversations as we can. But we do get into the deeper waters once we get to the after party. So as I said earlier, make sure you stick around for that afterwards. Also, if you are interested in participating in the DMZ, as I mentioned, we just have to click this right here, and I will give you guys access to the Discord channel. And you guys can just let me know you want to debate. I will send you guys the list of prompts, and I will get you scheduled as quickly as I can. We try to get everybody who's new scheduled the first time that we can as soon as possible, and then again, you're gonna slowly have to work your way up, like this is Mike Tyson's Punch Out, and eventually you will find yourself slugging it out with people like Lethe and Circa as well, or Gorps, or for that matter, apparently adventurous. So that said, I try to match people as close skill to skill as I can, but we're also keeping track. We have a ranking system that we use to try to figure out where people land. And unfortunately, Adventurous still hasn't made it back, so I'm just going to go ahead and say the other thing, and y'all in his chat can tell him this later. I saw some people saying something about debating certain subjects, topics, prompts, etc. If you have a prompt you would like to see put on the list, submit it into the content and debate prompt suggestions in the Discord channel, and I will put it on the next list. I can't guarantee it's going to be a debate. The debates come down to who answers how and when, but if it's on the list these days, it seems like it's probably going to make it onto a show. So again, if you have a suggestion, or if you have a grudge match, if there's somebody that you specifically wanted to have a go with, let me know, and we will stage that here in the DMZ using our structure, format, etc., etc. So you don't have to worry about people just yelling and cussing and screaming and calling you a snowflake. Oh. Anyways, so it looks like Circa has still not made it back. I would have figured that by now he would have been able to hard reset. I hope this isn't a bigger issue. He does seem to
He's
still be
in
in the Discord.
Discord.
Yeah,
got
he's
back
in the Discord.
It's fine. I just had to join video again or whatever.
Okay,
You're
cool.
good. Take your time.
So, yep, take your time.
We'll fix it in
as long as
post.
we know. That's right. All of this gets chopped out. No worries. And
Yeah, sorry
actually,
about that.
speaking of, nope,
my audio interface fucking exploded my OBS.
it happens. And do you have the camera on?
Yeah, I do know.
Because it's not showing up over here. So let me
Should be there now.
refresh. Let me refresh. There you are. All right, cool. All right, very good. So we're going to go ahead and go back over. We're ready for the cross-examination. So Lethe got a couple of seconds to take a deep breath and recompose himself after his opening time. Circa, 3 minutes is on the clock for you to cross-examine. Use it as you see fit, sir.
I think I missed a little bit of it, Lethe, but I think a few things there I can probably ask you about. Okay.
Sounds good.
What exactly would we be testing?
Basic comprehension and context of the bill that's being passed.
Okay. So does comprehension and, let's say, intelligence mean that you can make good political decisions?
No, but I would say that it would allow you to hold a person accountable if the bill that they're passing gets through and it harms their constituents, that they can hold that individual accountable for either A, being incompetent, or B, passing it while even understanding what's in the legislation.
Okay, so voting in and of itself is a way in which we hold that person accountable. Now, the second thing is, I don't really know if that's going to have the effect that you think. Outside, at least as far as be beneficial to the way the government runs. What's actually going to happen here is the state is now going to be able to politicize, because every administratable type of literacy test is going to be able to be manipulated, and then it's going to be a use of coercion or some sort of control. which is probably not a good thing, right?
I don't see this being the case. If you're just holding individuals accountable for their vote, like what happened with the
Well,
big
who's
beautiful
going to make the
bill,
literacy test?
an independent body
Okay, so this independent body is just
that can't be beholden to any PACs or any other institutions at all. They have to
and
be completely
no,
free
well,
of
they
that.
have to make the literacy test and they have to devise it somehow, right?
Right.
So it's going to have some inherent ideology within it, correct?
No, that wouldn't be the case. It would just be
Every
a basic
test is
understanding of the bill itself. No spin, no extra points added. Just, hey, what's in the bill? Is this in the bill? So on
wait,
and
wait,
so
isn't
forth.
this literacy test to even be able to be in office, not literacy test on your bills?
That's not what my understanding of the prompt was. It was about basic understanding of legislation before passing it. Now, if we're
Isn't
talking
it?
about literacy in being elected to begin with, I would say you should
That's
at
what I thought
least
it was.
be reasonably literate if you're being elected to office. And I don't think the American public should be voting in illiterate individuals. I definitely don't want Floyd Mayweather representing any states.
Okay. So I'm confused. The way we write legislation, I thought this was going to be actually legislators are sorry to be elected or be in office, you'd have to pass literacy. Actually. But
That wasn't the prompt
nonetheless,
I
it's kind of
read.
it's kind
It
of
was
similar.
representatives should have to pass a fundamental understanding test to be able to vote on legislation.
I mean, it's okay.
Yeah.
When we vote on when senators or like House members vote on legislation, a lot of it is going to be legalese and probably something they're not very familiar with. So, are we going to do like a legal test or?
They should, in the case that they don't understand the legislation being passed, be able to propose changes to the bill to make it more understandable or accessible, especially to the constituents, because they're the ones that they're beholden to.
Isn't that just going to be a barrier to a bunch of people who probably could be good leaders and make good decisions? For no
Go ahead
reason?
and I'll give you the chance to answer that, Lethe, but that'll be the last question.
Yeah, I'm going to say absolutely not. In the case that they don't understand the legislation being passed, then they're probably not a good leader. And if they constantly vote on things that harm their constituents while not understanding what's being put forward, that person should be given a vote of no confidence.
All right, so it's going to be your time to open now, Circa. 3 minutes is going on the clock for you, sir. Once again, yeah, there just to clarify, the prompt is representatives should have to pass fundamental understanding tests to be able to vote on legislation. So I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay. I'm gonna have to change this up a bit then. That's all right. I mean, it's kind of the same thing almost. I think I'm going to start from the same instinct that most people have debate, and that's that sometimes the representatives don't really look competent. Sometimes Capitol Hill feels less like a serious governing body and more like someone is shooting a pilot for the Housewives of DC. Other times, honestly, it makes me lose faith in humanity, to be honest. So I understand the impulse. I really do. If the government looks unserious, if leaders seem ignorant, if voters keep choosing people who make us ask, how did this happen? Then a literacy test starts to sound clean and maybe even obvious. But that is where I think this mistake begins. Because the question is not whether competence here or understanding, I guess, legislation here is what matters. Of course, it obviously somewhat information matters, judgment matters, ability matters, understanding matters. The question is who gets to decide that before the public ever gets a choice. In a democracy, competence is evaluated through the public. It is tested through debate, trust, scrutiny, elections, community judgment, and time. And the process is messy, it is emotional, it is imperfect, but I think that is the point. Now, I think from voters to institutions, from judgment to filtering, from representation to permission, from legislation to finalization, once that happens, we are not just asking whether a candidate can read or whether they can understand a legal framework or whether they can understand economics or whether their bill is going to have unintended consequences that they may not really know and probably would never know. We are asking who writes the test, who scores it, who updates it, and who gets filtered out before the people even can even decide. And that means even if it's an independent body, some certain, like let's say an economist for an economic bill, is going to have to draft this, and it's by nature these things are going to be self-reinforcing, and they're going to be unable to see past something that might be new. That's what tests do. They're not really good at just finding new things or maybe peering into what politics really is, which is not just numbers and a threshold. In my opinion, politics is not an exam. It is a relationship between citizens and the people who claim to speak for them. A test can measure literacy, I guess, but it cannot measure trust. It cannot measure wisdom. It cannot measure whether a community sees itself in a candidate. And I think that even though literacy may matter, I think it belongs in evaluation, but not a disqualification.
All right. So it's now going to go over to you, Lethe. 3 minutes is on the clock to cross-examine, poke holes, etc., etc. I'll start the clock when you start your first question.
So, in the case of when the Healthcare Act was being passed, and Nancy Pelosi said, well, we'll just have to pass it to see what's in it, which was pretty much a message to the American people. How much confidence do you think that gives?
A lot.
A lot of confidence. Okay.
No,
So,
not
in the,
a lot. Not a lot.
oh, not a lot. Okay,
Not a lot of
great.
confidence.
So, especially in the instance of the big, beautiful bill, which is broad sweeping, 1,100 pages of random nonsense that most people that are voting for these representatives never read themselves. And those representatives admitted openly to have never read it and regretted what they voted for after the fact. Should this not come into the calculus for who you're voting for?
It does. You can change your vote next time.
So in these cases, this would give you a reasonable voting record of the individual and their statements on the things that they're voting on. If that individual comes back later and says, well, I just had a misunderstanding, or, there was something in there I just didn't understand, why should they even be able to vote on this?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm kind of not understanding what you're saying there.
In the cases where, things happen with a bill and they say, oh, well, that's not what I wanted from this bill, even though I voted for it, should they be able to plead ignorance in defense of what they voted for?
No, they can be voted out. We have a process for that.
And that's exactly
So
where I'm at with
if-
it. I would say that having this
If
on
they plead
record,
ignorance, then the next time the vote comes around, right, we can just vote them out.
so having a record and knowing that they're either consistently incompetent when it comes down to the bills, which in that case, it'd be better for them not to be able to vote on it at all, especially if they're voting in favor of, because if most of the people that were voting on the big, beautiful bill failed the test, more than likely it wouldn't have passed, and that would have been to the benefit of most of the constituents. Do you disagree?
Don't you think that most people felt that the ACA or most of Obama's presidency also didn't pass? Isn't that similar? Even though maybe you have a different opinion?
The
Can you
ACA passed.
disqualify anyone who voted for this?
Well, the ACA was generally good legislation, and the people that voted
A lot of
against
people
it,
think that the big beautiful bill is generally good.
even the people that voted for it, regretted their actions. Whereas with the ACA, it consistently
A few did. A few
gets
did. A few did.
positive reviews.
I mean, it's pretty negative actually. It's called a different name, but I get what your point is here. What I want to know is whether or not there's any causal evidence to show that even a literacy test, which again is going to have to be written, updated, and scored and enforced by someone who I'm assuming, depending on whatever legislation is going to be, is going to have to test this. And ideologically, there's a lot of different self-reinforcing things here. In economics, for instance, if someone was to write an economic bill and then make a literacy test for it, it's probably going to be extremely neoclassical. Do you think that would be a good thing? Someone gets disqualified because it's not neoclassical enough?
I think you should have a basic understanding of the math that's being put in front of you to be able to have an opinion on it. Yes.
We didn't talk about math. You talked about outcomes and what you said earlier.
Well, you mentioned a math example, so I was just going with the example you gave.
I mentioned an economics one, and it's a little math is actually easier to, 2 + 2 = 4, I guess. But like the reality is politics doesn't work like that, right? Even someone who doesn't know anything about economics can make the best economic decisions and best economic policy. So for me personally, I just want to know what evidence shows that even a literacy test would improve government at all, or like governance outcomes, and how would it not just actually exclude some people who may actually be the best people possible, but because we felt like they couldn't pass a simple test that is going to have to be created and curated and over time continually re-updated. What if they fail this test, but they could have made the best policy possible for economics?
I'm putting
I don't
10
really
minutes
see a
on
good
the
outcome of this.
clock. I'm putting 10 minutes on the clock. We're done with the question or the cross examination. Just go ahead and turn it into the conversation phase,
So
gentlemen. Continue as
essentially,
you were.
what you're describing would be a broken clock being right twice a day at least. It's a by happenstance they happen to get it right. But I have to ask you in that case,
No. We have to know what evidence is there to show that a literacy test would actually improve government outcome.
what evidence would we have to
So-
show that a literacy it's not about a literacy test, it's about an understanding of the legislation being
I mean,
passed.
it's technically a literacy test of the legislation, right? I mean, it's the same thing.
Well, I'm
just-
saying you can
it's a
get it on
different,
tape. Like, you don't
stopping
have to
point.
be able to read necessarily, even though I don't want to go there with it. But you can get the bill on tape and like listen to it, understand what you're voting for, and then be able to make an informed decision. All I'm asking for is for representatives to be able to make informed decisions on what they're doing for their constituents.
So this type of thing, an informed decision, okay? We have a process to remove them already. It's voting by itself is that process. Democracies aren't really good at defining something more similar to like how well can you read legal paperwork or how well can you understand economics. That's one of the kind of the problems with this argument of how we should do literacy. We have a way of getting rid of people when they don't do or perform well. So what exactly or what evidence could you show me that would actually increase government outcomes or make them better, but at the cost of what I mentioned earlier? It's not a broken clock twice a day. It's sometimes the best people may be excluded because they just simply maybe didn't have access to understanding how econ was at the time of that bill being passed.
So that's where I kind of get into the question of, would you set the standard for allowing representatives or delegates who don't understand legislation to vote on it and allow harm versus being able to preemptively stop that from happening? And
So
that would be
harm?
the example.
Why are you just assuming harm? Why are you just assuming harm?
Because in the instance that they vote on something that they don't understand or did not read thoroughly to see, and as I mentioned in my opening, the extra writers that have absolutely nothing to do with the bill on its face, the fact that they don't know about this thing that's hidden in the bill, yet they're voting on it, is more than likely going to cause harm, which is why I said with the big, beautiful bill, they regretted their vote.
So that's not true. I mean, technically, there's more options there, right? It could actually do well, and I can bring up a certain circumstance here. Okay, so in South Korea in 1970 or late 1960, South Korea was planning on creating a state-owned enterprise, a steel company within the country. South Korea does not have any steel regions. It has no iron ore. It has no ability to make. Okay, they decided to put a military general as the CEO, or at least state-owned enterprise, so the controller of the steel company. And to this day, it's, if I'm not mistaken, top 10, but from last time it was top 4 steel production companies in the world. This man who had no experience and no understanding of economics was the best man for South Korea's steel company to get it. He would have failed this test.
So why was he correct?
Well, because good economic policy and politics in general don't really map or transpose simply to just intelligence. It's about trust. It's about understanding. About movements, right? We all like to talk shit on movements. They're important. Competence is something that we should care about, right? But the ability to perform a task well enough for a given role, right? And knowledge that matters for a particular civic function or political function, or information that changes decisions in ways relevant to the actor's goal and roles, are all somewhat different things. And democracy is not really good at trying to define something like how well can you read legalese or how well can you understand economics before you pass a bill. Truth is you're going to actually reinforce things that are already within economics that maybe you need to try something new. But the person who makes the bill, or sorry, the test for is going to be inherently given some sort of framework for economics, and that's going to be self-inhibiting in a, if you think about it.
So the fact
What
that
if
you
you want to
can't
try something new and they say no? You failed.
so the fact that you can't demonstrate a circumstance where literacy tests provide better outcomes when the system itself that requires it is rejected is kind of an
Sorry,
issue on its face.
I did I make that argument?
Well, you bring up literacy tests and then we get to competency afterwards when we're not even talking about basic economics. We're talking about reading a bill, understanding it, and voting on it, which is the primary job of a representative.
I used economics because I know economics a lot, right? But
Right.
we have bills that are inherently economic. They do economic things.
And so, how would you have any understanding of the economic outcome if you don't even understand what's in the bill in the first place? Because you never read it. There could be something
So,
in that bill
is it,
that could be economically disqualifying, but you're voting on the face of what you understand the bill to be.
well, what is economically disqualifying here? Okay, Lethe, how do you know for certain exactly what that means? Because there are lots of economic doctrines that you disagree with. I know that, and I disagree.
So,
And what if they're the framework ideology right now? It's still neoclassical. They're going to be pushing certain things within these literacy tests, right? It's going to essentially stop or inhibit anyone who even understands it, maybe, but maybe they just get it wrong because they disagree or their idea doesn't jive with it. Wouldn't that like be a bad thing?
so it's not
We already have
about
a process of getting rid of people who don't, perform well.
the test wouldn't have any opinions attached to it. It's just basic. Do you know what is in this bill?
Every test has opinions in it. Every test has opinions.
A basic what's in the
A
syllabus?
test is a measurement of a certain, let's just say intelligence or your understanding of a topic, but that's going to have to be made in a way in which that person wants you to answer a certain way, correct?
Well, can I give you an example?
It's not going to be able to see past that.
Can I give you like a quick example? If the
Yeah.
test is on, hey, what are the names of each chapter of a specific book? And you need to memorize the names of each chapter of the book. Where is the opinion in the test for that specific question?
Okay, so how about an immigrant comes, they're from China, they want to run for office at a local level, and they've never heard of this book because it's a Western book. Did they only find out once they need to take this test?
They should
And how is
find
this
out.
going to improve governance? How
I'm
is knowing
saying,
some chapters and not knowing the actual book going to help us here?
so if you can't name the chapters of the book, I'm not asking for a synopsis of each chapter. I'm just saying, do you know the basics? Did you read this book? And so I'm going to ask questions that lead to whether or not you read the book. Okay, you read it, we're good.
Exactly. So is it a Western book or is it an Eastern book?
In the case that you're a representative, the book would be provided to you beforehand, which all bills are provided beforehand. The issue is
So
many times.
This is just like a homework that we prescribe through class, or is this like?
Well, this is
It
what
seemed like there was a lot more in
Congress
your
and
opening.
Senate has to do. Like representatives get bills put across their desk. Usually they have aides or other individuals go through this stuff for them, which in that case, they're trusting that this aide doesn't have some sort of agenda. And then they're voting on this thing, claiming patently that they haven't read it.
Okay, so who gets to decide what is most important to read?
I would say the voters should, if it affects the voters.
The voters?
The voters
The voters get
would
to
be
choose
putting
the
their
book?
trust in. No. The bills come forward. I'm
Yeah.
saying the
But
onus
you
is
said
on the
read
representative.
a chapter in a book, right?
Right. If the test for a specific legislation was just knowing the finer points of the legislation going forward. So what's in it? Hey, is this in there? Is this in there? Yes, no. Oh, wait, this isn't in there. Why are you? Okay, this is a fail.
So what kind of legislation?
So like in the examples I gave primarily were like the Big Beautiful Bill and the Healthcare Act, the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of 2010. Each of these were close to
We have
1,000
competing
pages
ideologies
apiece.
here, right? We have competing ideologies in these things.
Right.
So who's going to decide what you should read to know depending on who's in power or what independent body gets to do this?
You read the bill. I don't care what your opinion is on the bill. Just show me that you read it. So whether or not you agree that, people should have affordable health care, or whether or not you agree that the big beautiful bill is a good thing or a bad thing, at least tell me that you read the thing.
Okay, so fundamental understanding test, okay, to be able to vote on legislation. Is this for all legislation or just one big beautiful bill? Does it have to be?
I would say this should be for all legislation, and this is why I say so. Because they keep making these giant pork barrel bills, this would disincentivize making bills with sweeping, crazy writers in them, because people aren't going to read them, and their whichever side is not reading is going to be disqualified from being able to vote on it, making sure their legislation is dead on arrival. I think this is a good thing.
Why would this actually do what you want, which is, I think, remove people like the Heritage Foundation from writing massive parts of the bill? How would this actually do that?
Because
people who
I think
are
I
in
just
place
stated
to
that.
pass the bill are just going to be told what to say.
Possibly. And if that's the case and they're able to pass the basic test and know what's in the bill, then that's a good thing. At least they passed it
So the people who
informed.
don't have massive companies to tell them what to say are now going to be excluded.
That is a possibility, but I don't think that would be the guarantee. In the case of the big beautiful
I-
bill, maybe. In the case of other bills, I don't think so.
But I don't want to accidentally get rid of people who are really good at being representatives and leaders on the fact that we can't even show that this would do anything to improve governance.
If you can't read the bill and comprehend it to begin with, why would you think they're a competent representative to begin with? Like,
Okay.
even if you have the Heritage
1,000
Foundation feeding you the information, you can read the information and know what's in it without them telling you, because you read it.
have you read the One Big Beautiful Bill?
I have not read the entire thing. I've read excerpts that I did not
Okay,
like,
so
but if I was voting on
so
it,
when
I
it
would have
comes
definitely
to-
given it more scrutiny.
I've read it. I mean, I haven't read it every 1,000 pages, man, but I've read quite a bit.
1,000
of it. And I'm gonna
pages.
be honest with you. I like, especially the parts where Medicaid and Medicare are involved, right? And it's pretty hard to understand, in my opinion. I still don't understand the way in which the House controller, essentially, Mike Johnson, can essentially eliminate, depending on how much is spent in like a contingency idea out of Medicaid. What kind of test are we talking about here? Like, do they have to write it differently, or because it's gonna be these things are pretty? They're not just that simple. You're not going to actually improve any government outcome by just saying that, well, we should have them know the chapters. The truth is that they're actually sometimes pretty complex.
And so if you
people
have,
have different opinions on what it would do.
and so as a caucus or whatever the case may be, like the Democrats on one side of Congress and the Republicans on the other side of Congress, more than likely, if they actually read the bill, would have an understanding of most of the effects of the
Well,
bill, at least
For
amongst
this
each
thing
other.
I just talked about. For this thing I just talked about, Republicans think it is going to save trillions of dollars within the future for debt. That's their reasoning. They would pass then. That's their understanding. Democrats think it's going to just cut healthcare for millions of people and then increase costs. So who gets to decide what the test is for that very specific thing I just mentioned in the one
It
big
should be
beautiful bill,
for
which I guess is the
every
main thing we're talking
single
about.
point within the bill, including writers,
I know, but these
including
two
basic
people
legislation.
have different ideas of what the outcome is going to produce.
Yeah,
That's
so
understanding.
so
Different.
we can both read a piece of legislation and we can have our own opinions about it. So I can understand a piece of legislation, you can understand it just as well as I understand it. And you can disagree with me
Okay.
as to whether it's beneficial or not. Based on how my governing is in my state and what I'm dealing with, I could say this is going to cost my constituents tons of money. I'm not going to vote for it. Whereas you can say this is going to save the American people thousands of dollars every year, and you would vote for it. But at least we would know that you knew what you were voting on. You couldn't come back months later and be like, "Ooh, I didn't know that was in there. My bad, y'all. Next time we'll get them."
Is that what we're debating? It says representatives should have to pass fundamental understanding test. So what is the
To
understanding?
pass
and how do you
legislation.
pass or fail? How do you pass or fail this?
to have a fundamental understanding of what is in the 1,000 pages of that bill. You should have to read it, understand it, know what you're voting on. There shouldn't be anything in that bill that you don't know
What is the
about.
pass or the fail? Is it just I read the line? But they don't understand it.
Let's say if you don't know 30% of it, of what's in it, more than likely you're not going to pass.
How would you measure that?
With a test of basic understanding of what's in the bill. That's why I gave the example of book chapters. But if you have larger bills, it's going to be more difficult for more legislators.
You have to define what understanding here means for me, man. What does understanding for me mean here?
So if you read the words that are in there, can you reasonably give context and give an example or show a knowledge of what is within the bill?
Do you think the Republicans right now have given reasonable context for what I just said earlier about Medicaid?
No, they lie about it usually because they didn't even read it.
They think
you can think you do. That's why we need a test. You can think you know things until you get the test in front of you.
What if they're the ones who make the test, or at least they have more control in making it?
Yeah, I'm saying that should not be the case. If you're gonna have, you need to have an independent body. You need an independent body.
Everyone is going to inject their own ideology when they make this test. That is a fact.
It should be.
Some people are going to disagree on this.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump in real quick. Clock's over. I let y'all finish that kind of line of thought, but I want to go ahead and get to the questions because I feel like we're circling here, and I think that my question might sort of clarify this. So my question first to you, Lethe, and what I think it was Circa was asking you about the questions of the test, but I think a more important question is, what do you think the consequences of failing this test should look like? I would agree that we could probably find a way to have just super scrubbed questions that lack bias. But if, let's say, one of these representatives can't pass that test, are they just excluded, and therefore the people they represent's wishes are not going to show up in that legislation? Or do they have to like ultimately somebody may lack the capability for comprehension, so they may never be able to understand it, even if they're aides and lackeys, and even if whatever, if everybody's trying to explain to them, they just can't conceive of it, they can't understand and answer these questions. What would be the consequences for that?
That would be the exact reason why, as Circa pointed out, you have a system where you're able to remove people from office. And this would give people an understanding that the individual that they have put in office should not have their confidence, and they would remove them. So this would be a fast track to getting bad representatives out of office as quickly as possible. And they definitely shouldn't be able to vote on bills they don't understand.
Okay. All right. Now, judges, yeah, don't worry, Circa. My question feeds right off of that for you when it gets to you. So, Kay, do you have a question ready for Lethe?
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So, Lethe, what happens when two people come to two completely understandings of the same bill? Something as simple as a new progressive tax can be described and understood completely different by two different groups of people, while both having a legitimate understanding of said bill. So, with this in mind, how would they be? How would this committee or oversight committee or whoever makes the tests be able to, I guess you would say, represent that?
Yeah, they should just put on the test what the basic tenets are and whether or not they understand what's being put forward. So if you're saying it's a progressive or a transgressive tax, however you want to outline it, they should know that that's what's in the bill. Whether or not they understand what that means and how it's going to function is a whole different deal, because then you get to the comprehension portion. And if you see that what they're voting for doesn't work out the way they want it to, it would be another reason for you to know that the representative you put in place is not able to adequately represent the constituents.
Percy, I don't usually do this, but can I ask one follow-up question, because I'm still kind of confused?
I'll allow it. Go.
Okay, so for the same thing I just suggested, what would a question look like for a progressive tax? What would you ask these people as a question for their understanding?
Oh, it would literally just be the text of the document to show that they read it. I don't need to have their opinion on it because they may have a bad opinion on what a progressive tax does. So, like, do you
Okay.
understand, like, these things are going to be taxed? Like, what is going to be taxed in this bill? And how is it going to be taxed? Done deal.
It's not.
All right. Now over to you, Chief. You got a question ready for Lethe?
Yeah, as far as like the effectiveness of it goes, if politicians lie, and that's something we all kind of generally accept as a fact, and or at least misrepresent their positions, why wouldn't they just pass the test, do what they need to do to pass the test, and still vote for a bad outcome that they want?
That's actually exactly the point. So they can lie and say that they're in favor of whatever. As long as they pass the test showing that they understand it, then the individuals that voted for them to be in office, hoping they had their best interest in heart, can see that they consistently vote on things that harm their communities and harm the people that voted for them. It would be on record and there'd be no, oh, I just didn't understand it. I didn't know what was there. I didn't read it. Sorry, my bad this time. You could literally hold them accountable more readily.
More better.
Right.
How?
Readily.
Now, as you don't get to ask questions, Circa. That part's over
Sorry.
with.
thought it
Save
was
it for
you.
your closing. Save it for your
I thought
closing.
it was
That's all
you.
right. So it is your time though, Circa. So I will go ahead and pose a question to you. And like I said, it feeds off of that last question. So I had a problem with one of the things that you said in regards to being able to just vote out your representative the next go round, because of how long it takes for a congressperson or representative to be voted for again, how much damage a bad person can do in that time, especially if, as we just discussed with Lethe, they're not even allowed to vote on the legislation because they don't comprehend it. You're saying that we would just get rid of that person as as a representative. My question then to you is, if that's the case, would you support simplifying the ability? Would you support that triggering a vote of no confidence essentially, and a immediate, I know there's a word for it, I'm losing, I can't think of the word for it, where you fill
Okay.
the Congress,
My answer is
what
no
is the word for
to whatever it is.
that? Okay.
The reason being is I'm just going to ask a question. Should voters evaluate candidate traits or should the state filter candidates for them?
Okay, yeah, no. Since that I'll debate with you for a split second here and answer your question, because it helps to clarify the question I'm asking you. The people should, and as soon as they realize that the person they put into office is not capable of passing a comprehension test, they then it would be go back to the voters to find a new representative. Like if when Marjorie Taylor Greene left in the middle of her term, that there's a word for it, like I said, where they have a sudden
They have a runoff.
it's a
Special election.
runoff. It's not a runoff, but you know what I'm talking about. They have to fill
Yeah.
the position immediately, so they will have a non or non vote season vote or election
Okay.
off season election for that position. Would you support the idea of being able to vote out your or your representatives sooner based on their lack of ability?
No. Uh, And this is mainly due to the fact that I think that liberal democracies and democracy in general is meant to be somewhat of a slower process. There's no guarantee that what you just said would be completely true if someone did not pass a literacy test, I guess, or an understanding of a bill. Um, but what it would do is now allow extremely quick movement and um, emotions to take over public appeals whenever they dislike or disagree with something. What if a senator, someone who is a representative of a constituency, okay, goes against or votes against what they would normally expect them to vote for, and they just remove them right then and there. I I feel like we're not really seeing the fact that we shouldn't let democracy be taken away by just emotional appeal and then having the state filter candidates based on whether or not they can pass tests that they can create. I think voters should do.
All right, cheers. Uh, Kay, do you have a question ready for Circa?
Yeah. All right, Circa. So in the debate, you asked who writes the tests. Isn't there some level of trust based on experience and knowledge that we will always have to rely on? When people say who polices the police, that doesn't stop us from policing. So why would adding another layer of accountability stop us when it comes to the test taking?
Because there are different types of knowledge and competence in politics. We have something like Frederick Hayek here, and the use of knowledge in society argues that there's something called disparate or dispersed knowledge, which is when knowledge spreads across many different individuals and many different communities, and it's not simply something that you can just, you know, transpose into a literacy test. So if you're talking about, competence in the way that we can objectively measure as like a doctor would need to be, fine. But politics is not based on that, and it can't be, in my opinion.
All right.
I think I can
Oh.
go a little bit further here. If you'd
Yeah,
like.
go ahead. Yeah, you got 20 more seconds. Keep on.
And what I mentioned earlier in my opening with role specific knowledge and then infinite ignorance, right? Competence. These are all things from Arthur Lupia. And political information is effectively infinite, which means that the state and whatever body we choose to create this test has an infinite capability to somewhat exclude based on whatever their predisposition is. Obviously, improving knowledge is better than simply just condemning the ignorance here, that's what I think is better here, not to like exclude people based on what they may not know, but increase access of what voters could know is probably a better way to do this instead of thinking that we can somehow reduce or increase social like benefit out of governance by just excluding people based on, tests that really don't categorize or do anything with politics.
All right. God, I wish I could ask you more fucking questions, Circa, and I'm going to save them for the after party. Let's, Chief, do you have a question ready for Circa, or can I slip you a note?
You could slip me nothing, sir.
All right. Damn.
Don't Cosby me especially. Sorry.
Wow. What are my plans for the weekend? Go ahead.
Keep a napkin on my drink around you. Circa, one point you had made was about how every test essentially has opinions. I know that there was a big story like years back about like the SAT being an example of this. So would you just expand more about like what you mean about tests like having inherent bias?
Correct. Yeah. So a test is not just a measurement tool, right? It's going to create an institution with a power over who may run. That's essentially what I'm trying to say. So whenever someone goes to make a test, like let's say I was trying to judge whether or not a representative could essentially pass economic legislation, right? They have an understanding of it. We still haven't really gotten a definition of what fundamental understanding is, but let's just say for the sake of argument that that's what it is. There is an inherent bias that goes into what that test is going to look like. My own ideas of what I believe in economics, maybe if the person really likes the Austrian school or whatever group that does it, maybe they have a little bit of people who work there who like the Austrian school. I mean, how exactly are we going to do this and actually improve governance when economics and the understanding of it is going to have to be produced by someone? And at the end here, what we're seeing is it's not just a measurement tool to make us feel better about our candidates with no evidence to show that it would do anything. It's just going to create another institution in which they can control who can run. And it will probably inhibit people who want to go against it for a bit, which might be the right decision, which is what that general did in the state-owned enterprise in South Korea. He did not do what normal economics. He would have failed the test.
All right. All right. So we are getting to. We don't have any questions from the chat on you guys, so apparently you didn't say anything interesting enough for them to want to sword fight you. But we're going to go ahead and move on to y'all's closings. Lethe, 3 minutes is going to go on the clock for you, sir. I'll start the clock whenever you're ready. Your opportunity to uninterrupted close and put your last thoughts on.
So to expect that people shouldn't be able to give a basic understanding to show that they actually read the material. Like I gave an example, like, hey, you can name off all the names of the chapters, you can name off the characters in the book, you can say what the ending was or what the realities were within the book. Done deal. There's no need for opinion. Just give us a basic understanding that you read what's in front of you so you can't plead ignorance once it's over and done with. I think something like this, with the ramifications involved, would create fewer broad sweeping bills with thousands of pages that nobody's going to read being rushed to the floor. This is just a reality. But until we do something like that, they will continue to try to hide things within these bills. They will continue to push bills at breakneck speed that we can't even have an understanding of what's going on until after they affect us. And this is why I gave the example of Nancy Pelosi saying, hey, we're just going to have to pass it to see what's in it. And that's for people like us. And we need to be able to enforce on our politicians and representatives that we put in place that, hey, do you know what you're actually voting on? If they consistently show that they do not know what they're voting on and they're not doing their job, like I said before, too much is given, much is expected. We expect you to read the bill. I don't care how many pages it is. I don't care if you have to pull an all-nighter. Group read it. I don't care what you do. Show me that you read the bill. Otherwise, you can get voted out in no confidence, and that'll be a wrap, and we will have more competent legislators in place that actually can account for what they're voting for. And with that, I will yield my time.
All right. And in that case, we're going to go ahead and go over to you, Circa. Same 3 minutes, sir. You get the last word. Start it when you're ready.
I want to end again where my personal feelings lead me here. Honestly, as if it is kind of instinctual and a little bit effortless, I do think that many of our representatives fail to satisfy what I feel is the competence required. Again, I'm just going to reiterate the funny joke that when I watch Capitol Hill, it sometimes feels like I'm watching a pilot episode for the Housewives of DC. And it does make me lose faith in humanity at the same time. Now, I don't think simply checking a red box would do anything. And I know Lethe, if given the time, would probably expand a little bit more again, but voting in and of itself is essentially showing that you said you read it. I know he said vote of no confidence, but vote of no confidence is, if I'm not mistaken, not very common. But even then, I'm not really sure what that has to do with a fundamental understanding test. So I understand why we probably want to reach for a test. I do understand it. I just, weak leadership and bad decisions and voters who do not always get it right are not fixed by some sort of literacy test or fundamental understanding test. The test does something else. It just moves some power into a new institution, and it does it deceptively and spuriously. A test does not do what we need it to do. It does not stop bias. It doesn't stop populism. It does not stop bad judgment. It cannot stop a candidate before the public ever gets to really see them or weigh in on them. And I think, again, it's a mistake. We have taken something that belongs to evaluation and turned it into disqualification here. We've taken a human role in all of its complexity, all of its friction, all its dependence on trust and communication, and mechanized into data, numbers, desired words, phrases, and a threshold, which can be manipulated. Politics will never be an exam. It is one of the ways human beings connect, argue, organize, and decide who speaks for them. Contestation is a real thing that is fought over. The state is a consequential tool, and once we let it to decide who is allowed into that relationship, we should not pretend that nothing major is really changed, right? An exam freezes one definition of competence and then treats definitions as reality, but leadership is not that clean. A person can be brilliant and lead badly. A person can be less formally skilled and still understand people, communicate clearly, and make good decisions. This is the difference between practical knowledge and literacy, essentially. So, in my opinion, the question is not whether information, competence, and the ability to check a red box matter. I mean, obviously, they kind of do. But the question here is whether this test or literacy test or a fundamental understanding of whatever bill you're passing proves that you can lead. I don't. Does intelligence alone produce prosperity, happiness, or liberty? Does knowing how having like an understanding of economics do that? Can someone who looks unimpressive on paper still make the right decision? Or sorry, make the right move, and be the best decision? And do we want the best leader who may not test very well or may not understand things very well? Or do we want the worst leader who does? And I'm going to end it there.
All right. There you go. Thank you, gentlemen. That completes our final debate. I'm going to drop that link in chat. You all know what to do, guys, but I'll say it again anyway. But click it, vote, tell us who you thought made the most persuasive case. I want to be clear. It's not just who you think is the prettiest, not just who you agree with. It is who you think presented the best argumentation in this debate. Okay? So, this one's probably, I think I know where the judges are going to fall on this one, but you guys have surprised me in the past. Kay, are you ready to render judgment, sir?
Yeah.
Let us hear it.
I'm gonna give it to Lethe. I think Lethe won this one. I think what it came down to is that Circa is good at poking holes and asking the right questions. But Lethe, I think, was really good actually at coming back and justifying why we have to do this. I do think he needs to clean up a lot of. I think it's close, right? By the way, and it's close because solely of Lethe not being as clean in his idea and answers of implementation. But I think he did edge out enough to show why this would be better than not having it, and I do not think that Circa edged out on explaining how the harms. I think the most compelling argument on his side was the who writes the tests, but it seems that it never like fully went to a full conclusion, and Lethe was able to make it stick together just a little bit better. And like I said, it was very close to me. It's 6-4, or yeah, 6-4.
Yeah, 6-4 for Lethe. All right. Chat, one more time, just in case they disagree, please make sure you guys click this link and give us your vote. Tell us who you think won. But let's, Chief, are you ready to render judgment?
I am. I agreed with pretty much all of what Kay said, but let me say it in a much more dramatic fashion. This debate was like watching two heavyweight fighters wrestle around on quaaludes in their own fucking drool. I feel like you all kind of dropped the ball on this one. It was not an impressive debate. 6-4 Lethe. We'll talk about it later.
All right, 6-4 Lethe. I'm looking forward to hearing that then. So once again, all three debates tonight, the judges agreed. How about that? No, like I said, Gorps, you're misspelling that. Base does not have an I in it. All right, so Circa, I'm sorry, but it seems that Lethe has taken this tonight. Let's see what the voters think. I'm going to give you guys a couple more seconds to get those votes locked in before I can get there. So probably 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's what I like to see. That's some engagement, kids. 17-6 for Lethe. That is a 70% to 70-30%. So 7-3 from the audience. So again, that is another shutout. Lethe, 3-0 win. Great job, gentlemen. All right. We did it. We made it through. We survived. We got it. We got the thing done. Thank you, everybody out there in the chat for Weston. If you're interested, I'm not sure if you're a real person or not, but if you're interested, click the link that I posted over there in Kick. Join the Discord channel. Let us know. I will get a set of prompts in your hand as soon as possible. We'll be sending those out probably either tomorrow night or Sunday morning. We've already got next week's prompts ready. There's actually more than 10 this time because we couldn't narrow it down and they were all good. So join the Discord, everybody. Have conversations with all of us and more off screen. We are here every Friday and Saturday night. Friday nights at 7 o'clock. Saturday nights at 6. We will be sticking around doing the after party where we're going to go through each prompt on its own. The debaters no longer have to stick around. I do appreciate every single one of you guys, and I hope you guys stick around because this is the most fun part, if you ask me. We got through the work or the job part. Now we get to have the party part. So once more, I appreciate every single one of y'all for showing up and helping out and doing these debates. I appreciate every one of y'all for showing up and watching and hanging out and enjoying them with us. And yeah, round of applause for everybody. So, without any further ado, I've said that twice tonight, I think. I'm going to stop saying about ado because ado is a weird fucking word. We're going to start back on the first prompt. We're going to go back to the Gorps and Chuck conversation because I know this will give Circa the chance to reclaim himself.
Hold on.
Wait.
Don't you have a piss and a drink to go get?
I do actually. Why? Or do you guys want to say mean
You always
things while
do.
I'm gone?
No, you just
That-
always do. You messed up the schedule.
Gorps is
did,
trying to get a
well.
quick slur in to start the second half.
Exactly. He's like, yeah, that's exactly right. That's what it feels like.
That's how we know that after party's over.
There is one more thing that I have to do. Okay, fair enough. I will go. I'm almost out of whiskey is the problem, but I will go get some. However, my MVP. I actually have to agree. The tongue bathing was absolutely justified, adventurous. Your second showing, man, and both times you have brought the fucking heat. You have shown yourself to be very good on your feet. You clearly are prepped. I love you, Hammer. You know I'm a pro Hammer guy, but adventurous. There were a couple of times. I'm gonna at some point go through this, I'm sure, but when he got you with twice, he made you freeze like a deer in headlights. And every time you threw a question at him, he was able to either divert, pivot, or tap dance and answer and actually engage. It was really impressive. So adventurous, great performance, man. MVP goes to you for this week. It doesn't really mean anything except, a little bit of bat pack, but bat pack. Back pat. Maybe I don't need the fucking whiskey. Maybe I'm just too sleepy. Whatever. I'm gonna put.
I love
If
a
anybody
good
else
back rub.
wants,
I'll take it.
if anybody else wants to go for drinks and such and such, go ahead and go do that. But we are back on the first prompt. I'm gonna trust this in my perfectly capable judge's hands because Gorps wants me drinking. I'm gonna go drink. Focusing infrastructure on cars instead of public transit was a mistake. Tell us why that's stupid.
I want to preface my debating with like maybe half of the points I made I don't actually agree with. I just went with the more extreme opinion than mine because I thought it was easier to argue.
You're such a little bitch.
Yeah, I don't fuck with that. I don't fuck with that at all.
That's some bitch behavior there. Anyway, Chuck, you wanna say something?
But I will defend everything I said. So
Yeah, it was interesting. I will say, I was not planning on debating, and then someone said they were looking for debate partners, and I was like, all right, I'll answer these questions. And I will say is when doing the research, I didn't have a lot of time to do research, but man, research is really one side on this issue. But for some reason, it never seems to go the way that one side wants. It's very odd,
Right.
you know.
I do want to say, Chuck, that I feel like you did concede the argument like 2.5 times during your debating. I feel like you conceded it during the question that I asked you, and I felt like you conceded it earlier when you said something along the lines that we should advance and move away from cars, and I was kind of hoping that like Gorp would be like, and what happens when we do that? We just remake the trains, and then the other halftime is you said like
Well, I don't see that as conceding myself. I I see that technology progresses. So like, I'm not stuck. I think that a lot of the public transportation just looks like a lot of the past to me, and I think there's a lot of future.
Yeah, agree.
That's how I saw it personally.
I
But
think you need to do more research on the modern public transit. Because I too don't like government spending, but I will say there is some very cool public transit that exists.
Well, why didn't you hammer down on the fact
can
that not
everyone
all
talk right
public
now?
transport?
Is
Sure.
everyone able to talk?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
everybody in. If it gets crazy, I'll start muting people. But like,
I
go.
could
Ron,
not
what?
understand why we were talking about how public transportation sucks right now when the prompt says focusing and the first word a mistake in the last word, which implies that public transport would have gotten more funding, so probably it would be a different reality, right? So why were we talking about how shitty it is now? We're talking about
Because it's
what if
tangentially
back
related.
then we decided it's not,
yeah,
because the
well,
question is it's a mistake. It's what the prompt says.
How is it not tangentially related when discussing whether or not something sucks
Because
will
if
help
we
you figure
fixed the
out whether or not it
mistake
was a
50
mistake?
years ago, if we fixed the mistake 50 years ago, then why would the transportation within what we exist in matter at all? It's a completely different fucking like time frame or timeline.
That's a thought experiment. It's like
The prompt is it says mistake. Focusing
yeah,
on this it was a mistake. It's implying that we go in the past and then we talk about how that would be beneficial, right?
yeah. I do think I and I did change it up a little bit, but I do believe that I still said it in my opening statement, about was being key, and that basically what I was trying to, I think, make the point of is that was, for example, like going from I believe like horse and buggy to cars, and then I can't remember exactly what I said in the opening statement because I did change it as I was
I'm
doing
gonna be
it.
honest, the
But
prompt will be really hard. I don't remember what I answered for this, but I bet it, if Horse could probably bring it up, probably was not something
Is
very strong.
bringing it up actually.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't remember what I responded to this, but the prompt to me seems kind of hard. It'd be really hard to prove any beneficial, like, historical past mistake type thing. You'd probably have to talk about the time frame of when we decided to do the infrastructure package, and a lot of the infrastructure package is good, but when we went to go develop cities and suburban areas, we decided to just make gridlock, or grid roads or in grid style cities, and they use so much land, and it's becoming a problem now. Not something we would have known
Yeah.
back then. But
I
It
really
said you
wish.
strongly agreed, Circa. No, I'm just kidding.
Ooh.
No, you disagreed. Uh, I do
What
I
the
do
fuck,
actually want to
Starka?
I do. Hey, appreciate the follow. I do want to be clear, real quick, that and I have to make this fucking speech every goddamn week. Somebody didn't make it, so Gorps and Chuck both came in clutch for me last minute. Chuck mentioned it immediately after his debate. It was neither of them was like super hard on this prompt. Neither it was I need somebody, please. So both of them were kind of short notice, and this was not a prompt they picked. I just want to be clear about that. They were the only ones who were last minute. Everybody else made it on time and again agreed immediately. Actually, no, that's a lie. There was somebody. Fuck. Now that I think about it, you guys, Circa and Lethe, for your prompt as well was a little bit later. Whatever. Anyways, there were a few
Mine was a
people who
little bit
said
later
that
as
they
well.
could. Yeah. Now that I think about it, all of y'all were fuck off.
That's all right.
Yeah,
We can do it. We can handle it.
I
So,
have to
Gorps,
go
how did
back and look
How did
now.
it feel? How did it feel saying imminent domain in your argument, bro? There's no way that you felt good saying that.
Shut the fuck up.
Dude,
One of the
no.
points
I was
that I
like,
did
what
not
in
agree
the
with.
You also said
My
that
favorite
within a
part
minute.
of this was that it was a
minute.
left-leaning libertarian and a right-leaning libertarian. But I want to point out that the guy who said he was the only real libertarian
Yeah.
was the one who supports eminent domain. Okay.
No, this is one of those
Yeah.
things that I just said, I think, while you were gone, is that about half the arguments I made, I do not believe. I
Fair.
just made them because it was
Bitch.
easier. It was
Steel
man,
easier to argue the
debate or
all
half
the way
argument
there.
overall?
Can we dock him because this is supposed to be a good faith debating ground? I
Well,
feel
now,
like
hold on,
debate-
hold on.
Like in general or in
Hold
the
on.
debate?
No, this is a good point you make, Kay. But I don't think you were here last night. This was a point that was brought up whenever we were discussing what is good faith. Steel Manning and Ancom, shout out Ancom if he's still out there, made a really good point that there is no better indication of understanding the opposition than being able to steel man an argument you don't hold. So even though it is ultimately disingenuous, it's still a demonstration of good faith to be able to pretend you hold these beliefs. So, but
Well,
if somebody
I mean,
disagrees with that,
internal critique.
I mean,
Internal
Thomas
critique is what I
Paine
wanna
was
say, right?
known to
Not-
be
not steel
like
man.
the best debater of his era, and he would
Mhm.
debate things he didn't agree with at all.
Steel man
I do
is
it all the
is
time.
is a rhetorical technique within, if I'm not mistaken, internal critique. But internal critique is what we're talking about, right?
Not necessarily, but sure. Steel manning can internal critique would be a way to steel man, but it is not the only way. So again, if
Isn't
you are
internal
just
critique, internal
offering,
critique the larger thing, like the wider thing, isn't steel man pretty narrow?
okay, let's look up exactly what internal
I
critique
also can't remember now.
is. Yeah,
You
exactly.
just made me
Defined as.
doubt
I thought
myself.
that I thought internal critique was specifically looking, using the secretion method to like
Socratic.
asking
You assume
lots
the
of,
position.
yeah,
You
whatever.
assume the position being
Um,
discussed is true, and then you check for internal contradiction. Essentially, if I'm not
The
mistaken.
words internal critique make me wish Andrew Wilson never existed.
He
Hey,
does say
man.
that a lot. He does. He
um,
does.
an
He's the only
argument
reason
based on
everyone's
its
saying
own
it.
internal consistency, premises, and standards rather than using outside criteria. So, no, that is not what we were talking about. Gorps was presenting arguments that he doesn't hold from a perspective that he at least understands. Even though he doesn't agree with these things he was saying, he knows the best arguments for that position. He's not internally critiquing it, he's not using it,
yeah.
weighing it against
But
its own
steelman is when you
arguments.
interpret it
It,
still, right? You're not. Yeah.
Steelman is just being able to articulate the arguments from a
You still
position
put
you don't hold.
your perspective on it, right? You interpret it from your perspective still, just in the most charitable.
Yeah, you
way.
can, or you
Yeah.
don't necessarily have to. Again, sometimes whenever I'm steel manning, I will use arguments that nobody else has ever thought of. Sometimes I will just go back to the ones that I've heard that I wasn't able to debunk or argue against.
Yeah,
But
you're
either
being the
way,
most
it's
charitable
showing
to them, right? Yeah.
yes, presenting yourself as having that as your belief or your ideology, your position, et cetera, et cetera. So
That would make sense.
yeah.
It's not an
So once
internal
Can we
again,
get-
showing that you understand. I'm sorry, Kay. Showing that you understand the position is a good faith thing. Back to what you were saying, Kay.
I was gonna say, can we get this train back on the tracks?
Yes, yes. Well, okay.
Yeah.
So I actually wanted to ask a question. Why isn't there, and this is kind of a stonery question, I forgive me for that, but why isn't there a better interstate or an alternative interstate mass transit than trains or planes? Why was there, like, buses
have
have never really
Greyhounds.
been practical. Yeah, I know buses have never really been practical, but like whenever, have you guys ever seen like the city, the small, like larger city buses that where they have multiple buses like attached
Mhm.
together? Like it's almost like a chain of buses.
like a train.
Why do we not
What are you
have,
talking-
no, it's not a tram. It's not
I
on
know what you're talking
tracks.
about.
It's like a bus,
One's
but
in
it's like
LA.
a, yeah, they
Yeah.
they have them in
Because
Vegas.
radish that functions like a train and is slower than a train.
If we
Well,
had
trains
don't
if
have
we
public
had
access, so, man.
intercity, if
That
we
way.
had intercity and interstate travel in those sorts of like caravan buses, we might be able to minimize the number of, we would see, we have the, I'm sorry, let me follow the train of thinking here. We have the infrastructure of the interstate highways because of the necessity for the military and for the government. So a better way to utilize that would be to have almost like semi trucks, like the trucking industry, but interstate travel. Why do
No.
we not have more of that?
Have you not
Be-
heard of
be-
the
because
Greyhound?
what we have the Greyhound, but what you're talking about is effectively a very large Greyhound, right?
Yes, a multi,
But-
several
but-
chained together.
The-
Yes.
The problem
But
is how far
we
apart
have
every
we
house is.
have interstate or intra, but we have between state highways. We also have railroad systems that already exist, and if you do the same concept but on a train, it's faster because you don't have to deal with traffic at all.
The problem is that density in the
Oh,
US is
there's
very
traffic
different in
on
different
trains.
places.
They have
Yeah,
to
but
Seriously.
not to
they
the
have to
extent of
schedule.
like
They have
rush
there's
hour. You,
limited
you don't have to
lanes.
deal with the same thing of like rush hour.
Can anybody
Yeah.
fact check real quick while we're having this conversation how much the difference is to upkeep or maintain a freeway versus a train system is, or a train track?
I
Oh
can
man,
try.
Like,
depends on location. Depends on location. Like the
and
5
also
in
how
California.
how bad is the difference of damage if one goes bad?
I mean,
Well,
the
I
train.
think
Apparently,
Trains, they only have to
rail
do-
Train is
tracks.
cheaper.
Yeah, rail tracks generally cost less to maintain per mile than highway lanes.
Yeah, but the
About
fucking
half
Like
as much.
significant.
accidents are really expensive.
And that's what I was about to say. But a train, if
Yeah, but
something
how
goes
often do
wrong,
they get in?
They
How often
derail
do they
often.
get
No, they
into?
derail,
How
but they
often?
derail
How
often.
often do they have a major malfunction versus how often do cars? Would be the next question.
Chuck is
right?
right
Like,
though. Amtrak is
From the
expensive as
road,
fuck. It's
probably
stupid.
not that
Yes.
high. I mean,
Yeah,
it'd probably
so
be
is
more about the
Greyhound.
car's maintenance than anything else.
also I think someone mentioned I didn't see it, but someone mentioned to me that in the chat someone said that Greyhound is like privatized or something like that.
It is.
Or
Yeah,
Amtrak
yeah,
is privatized. I'm sorry, Amtrak.
It is, yeah.
And
Also, yes.
It used to not
yes,
be,
but
I think, right?
it's still like a station monopoly. It's not quite private. I need to look into that, but it's not.
I
it's
mean,
not
it's
what I
as
was
private as what is it? Fucking.
Wait. Are there subsidies?
probably EBT
I mean,
specifically.
the problem here is the barrier to entry. So ultimately, I feel like we probably should just nationalize Amtrak because why is it still private if there's only one?
Adventurous, get in here! Get in here!
Mhm.
Eat this man's throat! Kill him!
Yeah.
Hell no.
Why
Which
not?
one you talking about?
Why not?
Who am I supposed to
Circa.
kill?
A company. Well, capitalism doesn't exist if there's only one company. You just agree with that yourself. So
I
What
did.
if that
No, I
company
didn't
was
say
the
One
No,
one
Trump's
issue
gonna
with one issue with the prompt is that like saying the focus on infrastructure on cars, I don't approve of the infrastructure spend that we made on building the cars.
build
But
roads.
on building the roads, I mean, but
Why not?
the infrastructure for the cars, at least a lot of that is paid through like
Paid the
local
taxes.
taxes or like through gas
Mhm.
tax, which you could kind of say like a gas tax, use tax, where they have toll roads.
I mean, it wasn't paid for
Um,
by that, right? The government just spent the money, and then we just thought of ways to recoup it so we can maintain it. That's what it's.
Yeah. I mean, I spend a lot of time yelling at my state's government about it, but that's
Well, I
what
mean,
do.
JR Rail and stuff are like profitable in Japan. I don't see why we couldn't have like a profitable
So
trains.
that was actually going to be one of the questions I was going to ask, and I know
Yeah.
I've like watched so many
No,
many YouTube videos. What did we miss? Because there are other countries where mass transit is the focus, and they
So
built their cities differently. What is the big thing that's missing?
well,
Density.
that's one of the
There,
things,
Yeah.
but
there's like
one of the
3 main
other
parts.
one of the
Hang on,
problems is like
let Chuck
Yeah,
finish.
let Chuck talk. Fuck.
one of the issues is like the labor cost specific, which I kept bringing it up, is that like for example in Japan, and I don't know if this is like a cultural thing with Japan versus the United States, but in Japan, I read a couple of articles where the unions have different priorities than the United States. So in the United States, they want to maximize employment, like they want to make sure people don't get
Mhm.
fired. They want to increase their wages. They want to allow them to get away with things, like for example bad actors, like a bad actor who should be fired, they should not have a job, they
What, you think
purposely
they
do
want
things
that?
to keep them employed, and it just drains the system, and it's so bureaucratic. And
What is the
whenever like
incentive
for
for a
example New
government to do that?
York did an audit of their own system, and the union stonewalled the audit so bad that they didn't really get any reasonable workable results. But in Japan, the union, they're willing to forego raises and things when, like for example the pandemic, when the people aren't using the train, their priority is to keep people employed and not necessarily just maximize how much each person's getting all the time. So it's a different focus. I don't really know how to describe it exactly, because it's not like how you think of a union in the United States. And also there's a lot of costs in Japan, for example, that we don't have in the United States. For example, in Japan, for the most part, they're not having to deal with people not paying for tickets. Where in New York, I don't know, I don't live in New York, but I hear on the news all the time about how they're doing this or that to keep people, make sure people pay their tickets. And in Japan, it's not, they don't have those kind of, there's all these like nuisance problems that really tear down the system.
But that's because
And then
that's Japan is about honor, man. Like that's like core to their system.
Yeah.
Their whole
Well, to
society.
be
is
fair, I
built on
asked
that.
Gorp that.
They're an honor culture.
Yeah, and I was about to say Gorps was going to be the next one to answer. So Gorps, you were up.
Well, I mean, he kind of touched on it, but there's three main reasons that theirs works and ours doesn't. One is fare evasion, which we can fix through having more security. It would cost more, but it depends on your prices whether you could recoup that. Two is the amount of people using it. So if there's more people in Japan that are using the train, that are paying the fare when they use the train, they're going to get a better ROI because those trains are more full than our trains
All
are.
trains pay for themselves.
How dense is
Exactly.
a Japanese city versus suburbs in Orange County outside of LA
What?
or like Pasadena?
Well, I think it depends what we're talking about. Like if we're talking about
I
Tokyo,
know,
then we're
that's what I
talking
just
about New
mentioned.
York, probably.
Well, no, most of
No, we're
Japan
not
is
talking about
extremely
suburbs.
dense. Most of Japan is coalesced in like a few cities because it's mountainous and then they have a few flatlands. So
Right.
So
That's
what's your
exactly
what's your
correct.
point?
if you
I don't
want to have
understand.
all these trail and like these train and rail systems, and all these bus drivers go to every address because everything's spread out in the U.S. because the way we built the roads, we plan them for cars. So for a bus to actually have enough routes to service Pasadena because it's gridlock made for cars, it would be insane. As opposed to Japan, where everyone just kind of can get to a bus stop very easily because they don't need to. Everything's more dense. Everything's more pushed together. This is one of
I'm
the big
sorry,
problems with the U.S. suburban planning. So
I want to speak up on this as the only person here that I think has lived in Japan. I don't think this is necessarily fully true because a lot of Japan is like empty fucking towns that are like nothingness that still has the trains servicing those areas and
pull
the
up
people.
Japan on Google Earth, then, and we'll just.
Yeah.
Well, he's speaking in generalities, bro. It's of course there's exceptions.
Obviously,
to the
Tokyo
statement.
is like, yeah, of course Tokyo is dense. So is
The
Kyoto. So
majority-
is like
the majority of
Nagasaki.
Japan is in these flat plains. You can see it on my stream right now if you'd like. But we have Osaka, we have Nagoya, and then we have.
Okay, yes, but that doesn't stop that doesn't stop the trains from running through. Every prefecture has a significant amount of trains, even in the low populated towns. I've lived in those low populated towns. Is there less trains? Do they run less often? Yes.
Density per capita comparatively to Pasadena. What do you think it is?
I wouldn't know, but that's not relevant to the point that I'm making.
It's pretty.
It's not relevant to what I'm saying. The relevant point is that you're saying
less train rails and less bus routes.
I'm sorry, doesn't 50% of America live like in highly dense areas on the coasts? So why doesn't those places have trains then if you want to go down this route? And also the places that don't have highly dense populated could also just not use the cars because not use trains and use cars because they're less
the roads for cars.
Okay. Yes, that was the mistake. That's the prompt.
Built the houses around cars.
Okay, again, that's the mistake. The prompt is saying that it was a
This is also
mistake.
getting into the third point that I was going to make, which
know,
was
the whole point
that
of
Japan.
why it's
Oh, hold
hard
on,
to put
hold on,
public
hold on.
transit here.
Let's let Gorps make his final point because this was ultimately a question for him.
The third point that I was going to make is that I don't know whether the chicken or the egg came first with Japan, but Japan centers its populations around these train stations, around the rest of their public transit, whereas America, it's just kind of fucking thrown in somewhere random because of the initial mistake of focusing on cars. But that can be reformed over a number of years or decades if we actually implement.
Gorps, were the trains out first or the roads in America? Were there trains first or roads?
Well, it depends what we're counting as roads.
Okay, so here's the thing. Our nation was built the same way around the railroad tracks. Like railroad cities built up around, and people because that was how
until cars came around, and then we practically abandoned that idea and reframed how we do it
because cars were just a change from wagons. It was just a wagon that didn't need a horse.
Yes,
That's
but
it,
we
like,
started
but
doing the
rather than
infrastructure
framing
package
around
they
after
used the
Autobahn,
trains
same
after that.
trad. They used the same tracks.
Germany was successful with the Autobahn in some capacity, and then cars were becoming something that everyone thought of as accessible. That's why.
Yeah.
And right around the
I
time
do
they did the
think
infrastructure.
cars in the U.S. are
Cars
considered
were
a status
mainly the
symbol,
reason.
and culturally we prefer them.
I know, but
Also
when we were
true. Well,
building
we're
this, when we were
independent
putting money
by
into
nature.
it, we were like, cars are going to be accessible soon. That was the thought.
I want
Well,
to
we
be in
just gotta-
control of my manifest destiny when I'm on the road.
I don't know.
What you
this-
just got to do is you got to take every American. This could be expensive, but we need to take every American and put them on a foreign exchange program to Japan for like a week. They'll come back. They'll be singing a different tune.
I
They'll
don't know.
start picking
I
up trash.
like
on
Japan.
This all makes me
I
think of a
I'm not
quote.
saying I do disagree with it, by the way, Kay. I'm just letting you know that the density is why Japan's public transit is much better, because the amount of people is serviced by less routes and less rail. Whereas
to
if you
touch-
try to do that in Phoenix,
Right, but if we
you know,
would
you
have
have a really tough
focused,
time doing it in Phoenix.
if we would have focused on trains and public transportation instead of cars, we wouldn't necessarily have everyone thinking that they need a house with a big ass fucking yard and everything would be so spread out.
Actually,
Had we
the
focused
interstate system is really
infrastructure
good.
and on public transit instead,
that
we wouldn't
time,
be so
yeah.
I
spread
think
out.
it's half and half, guys.
That's
I think it's half and half.
exactly what the
interstate
quote
system is
I'm
really good.
gonna use.
I was just about
comes
to say,
to.
Lethe, what was the quote? Let me hear the quote, Lethe.
The quote from a great
Yes.
movie is, "Who's gonna drive this lousy freeway when they can take the red car for a nickel?"
Yeah, but the logistics and movement of transportation of like goods was much better because of the interstate. Because that's one of the main reasons America did really well too. Now we didn't need to continue doing this weird, super spread out grid city building that we did. That was definitely dumb. But the interstates themselves, that was a freaking success. That was a really good move.
I don't
That's
know.
fine, but I don't think that
From-
disagrees with the prompt that's written. Also, I would like to say that we could still have cars, like Gort pointed out, but have focused more on trains, like to start with, and it would have been easier to build roads around trains than it is to now retroactively fit these trains, and it would have been better for congestion, better for moving goods. It would have utilized the land per.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So it was a mistake not to do that.
And practically
I
every
do-
major
Time, I
city is
think private
acknowledging
companies
this
own
now
them, though,
by
right?
by
Private companies
changing their
mainly own them.
policies to be
Okay, but public
transit.
Oh,
forward.
sorry.
I'm trying
All
to
right,
hear
let's
Gorp,
get off
yeah.
the table. Oh, sorry, my bad. Gorp, you go.
No,
Sorry.
no, just what were you saying, Gorps?
I was saying, like, practically every major city has shown that this was a mistake by now changing their policies to try to be more transit forward. Like, this is happening around the country. We're recognizing
But
that this
that's
is
more
a
about
problem
carbon
now.
footprint and
I
environmental.
think
isn't
the
it?
reason.
Not,
guys-
no,
now
not
invest in
most of
something
it.
else.
I mean, I can speak the most for Seattle because I live here and I use the transit here all the time.
Again, guys, we're
But-
talking about 1930, right? In 1930, literally like 99% of all railway was controlled
Actually,
by private
we
companies.
weren't. The question that was brought up, or the angle change, was the fact of how modern day cities are changing that direction.
Isn't the
That we're
problem
trying
that-
to update. Right.
The problem is about
Chief brought a
infrastructure.
question about current day though as well.
Also, can we nip something in the butt that public transport means publicly owned by the government? It actually
That's
doesn't
what I
in
mean, so we didn't
definition.
wanna- we didn't
Public
wanna build
public
rail.
transport refers to shared passenger transport services available
Exactly.
to the
No, this is
general
what I'm trying to
public.
say.
So
At the
private
time
or
of when we
public.
did at the time when we did infrastructure, we didn't want to give more money to private rail. So I think this was maybe a way. I'm actually not sure, but I feel like we couldn't do public transport because it wasn't public at all. It literally 99% of it's owned by private companies. So
I mean, one of the reasons we went to cars because of all the subsidies that was given to
This is also why
basically yeah.
so maybe
during the
we
debate, I
didn't have the
used mass
choice, really.
transit at one point to try to like
Yes,
make
you
that
did
point
use
that it
mass
doesn't have to
transit.
be public. It's large scale transit for people, a lot of people to move without driving.
Okay, well, did the government
Yeah,
want to give
one-
more
one
money
thing
to
that was
private rail
brought up
companies that are
by
fucking us? I don't know.
Gorge was the was ROI and getting a lot of people on the
The more
on
bodies,
whatever
the
mode
more
of
profitable,
transportation
sure,
it is.
more sustainable.
One thing is that there was I was reading about a somebody from the UK who was riding buses in the US versus the UK, and he was saying like, oh, the US has nice big seats, air conditioning, it's like super comfy and like lots of space. Whereas in the UK, they're packing them in on much tighter buses. It's much more uncomfortable, and it's they're getting a lot more bang for their buck. on a single bus than in the United States. So
Sure. Well, and that goes back to Americans and their general selfishness and general unwillingness to be inconvenienced or discomforted.
But this is
Uh,
where
so-
your worldview makes the conversation difficult, Chuck, is because most of us, except for you and probably Adventurous, would say it's meant to be a service like the Postal Service. It doesn't necessarily need to be profitable to do what we would aim
Yeah,
it
it
to
doesn't need to
do.
be. It doesn't need to be profitable.
I see. Well, see, I just use profit as for me, profit. All it is it's a way to evaluate if people value things, if it should exist. I don't think that
Can,
So how do you
can we use the
how do you
word
value things that
sustainable
aren't
instead?
how do you value
use
things
the
that
word
aren't
sustainable.
monetarily given or evaluated? As in, like, what about the access and movement of labor? So movement of labor because of trains now being public transit. How do you evaluate that?
So
Well,
real
like
quick,
in
the
Japan, they're
difference,
profitable, so
real quick,
they're
profitable
sustainable.
profitable means that there's money coming in on top of. Sustainable means that it's at least paying for itself. So we're looking for more sustainability when the government, as opposed to profitable, right?
We don't need
If it's
to
at
do
least a
that.
net
No.
balance, if it's an
No,
even,
no, no,
if
no.
it pays
Because
for
the
itself.
public
Well,
transit here could move
people
labor around to
tend to
places that
pay
need it.
money for things that they value, or just I don't really want to specify necessarily people, but I do believe in the individual. They're going to put the value where it belongs, and so where the money goes, it like okay. My name is Chuck on Money for a reason because money is fake and gay. Like I don't believe in fiat money. Like I straight up don't. That's why it's Chuck on Money. It's fake and gay. Um, but it is the best representation, and it should be a representation of value. The reason that I'm on money is because our money is worthless and it's constantly devaluing, and there's no way to have a set, like it should just be a measure, a medium of exchange and a measuring stick. It shouldn't be this monetary game that we're always playing. But so
Social effect, social welfare
yeah,
benefit,
so
right?
profit is a way of having that value represented in something we can comprehend and make calculations
Uh,
with.
Hey,
Again,
can
how
I
do
can
you
I ask a question
calculate
about
with
how you're
profit the
seeing this?
movement of labor?
Yeah.
What was your question, Corpse?
Is you're taking the profit, like how much money is coming in from this thing, as a measure of value, which
Mm.
I see why, but if the
Approximation.
primary if the primary user base for this service is going to be low income people, do you really think that's a fair
Why are
estimation of the value to use profit?
Yes. Yeah, I still think so because people are going to put what limited resources they have where they can put them.
I do have a like add on to that for Chuck here. How would you add in like value that isn't direct like profits, such as like the money that is saved in people's pockets for not paying insurance, for not getting into car accidents and having, hospitalized, not having to, I think, what is it, 5 years?
Not having to
Is like when
maintain the
people like
roads
trade
that you
them.
hate.
Yeah. So saving that, but also the quicker transport of people that allowed them to access like further places. So, like studies have been done for building the what is it, the high speed rail in Washington State, and the amount of like profit that it would generate from bringing people that are allowed to live further away to work and in the tech centers and the disperse of wealth and the lowering of like house prices and stuff. How would you like calculate that through profits? Because those all seem like gains
that's
that
not
couldn't be.
gain.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
what do you mean not
so
gains, Circa? Okay, sorry. You
so
answer first,
Yeah,
Chuck.
let Chuck answer first. Yeah.
so I'm not avoiding your question, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my personal example is that I value my time and how difficult it is to get to work and various things when making decisions on where I'm going to live, how I'm going to go transport myself and various things. And I've consciously made decisions to move closer to work or move work. Well, I own my own business, so I move my place. But I will say government regulation has made it uh, almost infinitely more difficult to get to work because I mean, I would prefer to basically have my work at home but the government won't allow me to do that. So, I mean, that's almost any time leaving my house is almost is negative for me. But
Why not?
basically
Asking.
the
Why not, Chuck? I
so
don't know if you heard Circa, but why is that the case?
that I can't work from home.
No, no.
Yeah,
That you said that it's miserable that every time you leave the house. I thought was what you were asking, right, Circa?
Oh, I'm not super serious about miserable to leave the house, but what I mean is like I see it as a
Gotcha.
waste to have to travel to work. Like it's just a waste of time.
No, why can't you work from home? Why does the government say you can't? If you don't mind me asking.
So
Work
the
from
so
home,
the
not
go-
from
so
home.
okay so zoning my business is classified as what you would consider a light
commercial?
industrial,
I see. Yeah.
which a
Not
light
in a
industrial,
residential
what
area?
we're talking about light industrial is someone who's like building something in their garage,
Yeah.
like
My dad
something
did that.
bullshit
He
like
just
that.
did it illegally. He was really he was interesting.
I did it illegally until I started getting court notices.
Well, I mean,
and
in,
What
then,
exactly were you producing?
huh?
in all reality, wouldn't
producing?
it be better if you had transit that could take you to and from work where you wouldn't have to worry about living close to home because the transit's going to be faster than
No, he
taking the
wants to
freeway
save money
anyway?
and work at home. He wants to
Oh, I
save money
know.
and work at home.
Well, he can't because his job won't allow him to, or else he ends up in court. So
I know, but he blamed the government for this. I just want to know what you were producing. Why were you classified as a commercial producer?
What was I producing? I
Yeah.
produce a lot more than I used to, but I was producing like plastic components. So not 3D
Okay,
printing, but
produce,
like cutting out like pieces of plastic.
Did you make certain types of epoxies or like mix stuff to make them, or what'd you do?
Nope.
Are you going somewhere with this, Circa, or you just want to know? You just
I
curious?
am, because most of the
I'm
time
just
when
making like
we
components. Like
classify-
literally think of cutting them out. Like it's like woodworking but with plastic. That's what I was
Okay,
doing.
so
Interesting.
the reason we don't let every commercial production, company like exist within residential frameworks is because they're highly toxic and pollute a lot most of the time. So
That's a claim.
how did you
There's
dispose of
no
this stuff?
if there is no victim, there is no crime. No one was
No victim you can
harmed,
see,
so
I
there's no
guess,
crime.
but
And
most of
if
this
there
stuff
was
is
someone
like-
harmed, then they could make a tort against me and sue me out of existence, put me in jail.
Sure, yeah, they're gonna know. If they have cancer from an increased risk of plastic, being in their water supply or something like that, of course they're gonna know exactly.
Well, I mean,
Ugh.
I'm not well read
They're gonna
on
put you in jail.
some of that, but what I will say is that I've read some convincing articles. I haven't done deep dive research that has explained that, for example, like the EPA, it's more about allowing certain select entities to pollute with liability protection than it is about protecting people. So like in a city in Michigan, the EPA allowed elevated emissions from pulp paper plant, and now
What year
half
was
the
this?
town complains about
What year was this?
smells, headaches, and all sorts of stuff,
What year was this?
and they have no ability to do anything because the government approved it.
What year was this?
I mean, that pulp paper plant was within the last like 2 years. Very
Yeah.
recent.
So real
Right,
quick,
right.
Circa. Real quick, Circa. I'm sorry, man. The clock's run dead. Two things.
good.
First of all, I want to let you know that your mic is coming through very, very quiet. I don't know if you see Chuck having to literally like put his fucking head against his device to hear you. I have you cranked up to like
Yeah, I
180%.
turned it down.
A
lot,
couple of
that's right.
people, yeah. I just want to let you know that people are having difficulties hearing you. Second of all, I just wanted to say that the clock's done, and Hammer didn't say a single fucking word on this prompt. So I'm just curious, real quick, before we move on, Hammer, do you agree? Are you on the F or on the negative on this prompt? Hammer, do you hear me?
Based hammer.
He's stuck in traffic.
doesn't
Maybe
wanna
if he
talk
took
to
a
you.
train, he can get here faster.
Are you talking about the?
No, it's
the
too late,
transportation
Hammer. It's
one?
too late.
Focusing infrastructure. Yeah, no.
It's too late.
Focusing
Okay, I guess
infrastructure.
fuck.
No, he put his other earhead on and he's good. Focus infrastructure on cars instead of public transit was a mistake. Do you think that is true?
Yeah, of course it was a mistake.
Do you how do you think we should have developed instead? How could we have
Well-
implemented something differently?
I mean, like I think we should have implemented everything differently. I think we should have had some fucking city planning before we started building our cities instead of and like public transport like being taken into account is just part of it. But we have these massive just like our biggest cities are like these massive, strangely constructed places, and we spend so much, like we have so much land allocated to like parking spaces, and like nobody can get any parking. It's just a huge mess.
It's mandated.
So I keep saying this, and I don't understand. Like, it wasn't everything developed organically. Like these small towns, like if you look at whatever city or town you live in, go somewhere and look at historic photos of that city or town. Back whenever it was founded, it was probably people on fucking horses, and they built their houses and buildings wherever the fuck they wanted. And then as time went on, it was a cost return ratio of, do I tear this whole fucking block down so that we can build it so it makes sense? A lot of this shit started out as tents. Like, watch Deadwood, man. Like, a lot of this shit started out as literally fucking like a stick or two with a piece of fabric over it, and they would sell their wares until they could afford to put up pieces of wood. Like, it was, they didn't think, there was nobody to think it out when most of this shit was built. Most of this shit was built over time by the people who first got there. And they didn't generally collaborate or say, "Hey, what do you think we should do here?" They just said, "This one's mine." And people walked by on their, or rode their horses by. So all of this infrastructure developed from that original chaos.
Well, that's why I
It's
brought up
also a
the
bigger conversation
example.
about how Manifest Destiny killed America, but
Oh,
that's a
sure.
separate
Cheers.
conversation.
But that's
Leafy, what were
also
you gonna
why I
say, sir?
brought
I'm
up the
sorry.
example of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which was around the 1940s when there weren't quite as many cars on the road. They could use public transit in the areas. It was reasonably subsidized and cheap to use. But because they wanted to sell more
And cartoons
rubber,
were real, for fuck's sake.
also true. Because they wanted to get more money from rubber and things like that, they pushed for the freeways to get done, whereas rail is far more efficient for moving freight. They could have basic transit for trucks and other things that need to move things intermodally. But for the most part, for especially dense urban areas, having a train is just going to be better all the way around and more efficient.
Weird that you went with Roger Rabbit and not Cars, because I feel like this was literally the plot of the movie Cars.
Well, because of the time
So-
period. Well, because of the time period. That movie
Gotcha.
actually reflected
Yeah.
the time period where this could have been implemented instead of doing the other thing.
All right. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next prompt. I think we poked the shit out of that one. At least I don't want to think about that one anymore. What was the second prompt? Hang on, give me a second. Prompt 1, prompt 2. There we go. So, middle guys, hammer and adventurous. Some sectors or types of employment should be financially supported through subsidies. I just want to start out by saying that I had to Google, like, I was shocked that you guys didn't do this in the debate, but I was like, subsidies being EBT? EBT is a subsidy? That's a weird take. But I did a little thinking and I did a little looking, and fuck me, that's a weird but true characterization. It is a form of a subsidy. Like, if you definitionally, it's governmentally funded to help a person or entity, and yeah, that's what it does. So, like, they're subsidizing. It's, yeah, technically, it's a weird fucking thing, but I'm like, yeah, that's a good one. So I kind of want to get into that, Hammer, outside of the debate, because I know that, like, when he said that, you kind of froze. That was the first deer in the headlights moment. Do you see what he was saying? Did you just have to struggle with how to respond to that? Like, what was your thoughts in that moment?
Okay. At the risk of being salty, I feel as though I was
Be
judged
salty, brother.
unfairly. I was judged unfairly on this topic, and I think honestly, it was more judged on like the aesthetics of what was said, and less so on the content. But I mean, I did like take a second to consider the EBT thing. I mean, like you, I was like, oh, I guess I like in my mind, I was thinking about a specific form of subsidy, but like the prompt is that no subsidy should exist. So if that's a form of subsidy that that is for whatever reason not effective, that doesn't negate the fact that
Well, hold
the more
on.
common
The
types are
prompt is
still
not
effective.
that no subsidy should exist.
Well,
Hold
arguably
on.
it is. Oh, it is adventurous
on.
if you think about the fact that you're holding the negative position, because your negative position means that the answer to some sectors should exist is no.
No,
which means
because
no sectors.
food subsidies, aka EBT, is in his definition.
Well, that's
So
actually that's a little nitpick I had with this prompt because that's something I don't like about a lot of the prompts that get sent out is there's so much nuance that exists within these questions,
Yes.
and the prompts
Intentional.
are way too broad at a granular level. I do think that, like I conceded in the course of the debate, some subsidies in some instances make sense, and I see an argument for a lot of things that I generally disagree with in the right circumstance. It's just that in general, subsidies distort the economy in completely unreasonable ways.
That's what I was
No.
going to ask.
Okay.
Based on the prompt,
Not
it
even
says some
close.
sectors. Does that count individuals? Because
And that's
EBT
what I was
would
about
be
to say.
for
Yeah, it's
individuals.
employment. Yes.
I'd like
It
an
does say
example of
specifically employment.
historical subsidies here, as well as what type we're talking about. Can we do that?
We
What
can,
historical
but
examples are
before
you
we do,
appealing to?
before we do, I do want to address the prompt thing. So I struggle in a lot of ways because if I do too finite or too precise of a prompt, it gives the debaters zero ability to use or move, et cetera, et cetera. So
it takes away the
that said,
creativity. You're like,
it
here's
takes
your
exactly.
here's your argument for you. Also, I sent you a message about a dono that you need
Yes.
to get to. Okay,
I just saw it. Well, I didn't see your message, but I did
You're
see
good,
the
you're good.
dono. And I'll get to that in just 1 second. But so that said, if you and you walked away to the bathroom whenever I said this earlier. If you have a prompt suggestion, the way that this used to work was I would give prompts and then people would criticize them. So I decided I'm going to take the judges as a group and I put the list of prompts into the hands of the judges and they kind of duke it out so that hopefully they can find the problems with the prompts. Once it's gone through them as a group, that's when I send out the prompts. Now, that is a relatively new development. That's only been for like the last 2 or 3 weeks that I've been doing it that way. That said, if you have a prompt suggestion, give it to me. I will put it on the list and see what happens. I don't always agree with the decisions or the arguments that the judges make. I create the prompts originally, or I take them from suggestions in the panel or the suggestions channel in the Discord, ! Discord. I compile them from those two. I try to find a couple of my own that are from like relevant shit going on in politics, but I will gladly take your prompts and put it in front of the judges.
Oh,
I don't
also,
want
can
to
I
see
just
all of this. I don't want to see all of the salt taken out of it. But on the same token, if we make it too specific, it starts to get kind of ugly. So real quick, Hammer, we have a question from chat, a
Okay.
tipped and paid for question.
It's not
from
for
the
you.
Austin-
For you, it's just
Yep.
broadly to the
Yeah, I figured as much. It's a conversation direction. You people are dumb. Life has been handed to you, and you think you will make it better. There you go. People paid money to say that to us. But I will
I don't
read it
understand.
again. Yeah,
Was that the
that's
onion
from-
guy?
even talking-
That's from the
Yeah, that's
onions.
the Onion.
with
That's
him in
from the
chat.
broke onion, subsidized by Let's Chief.
cheers. You people are all dumb. Life has been handed to you, and you think you will make it better. So yes, I do hope. I would say I hope I can make it better. Life has definitely not been handed to me. I don't.
Same.
I would bet that none of the people on this panel would agree with the idea that life was handed to them. I would be shocked if I was wrong about that.
It's so
I
don't know. We don't know this
ridiculous.
new
Like,
truck
why would
guy.
you
And-
even
and-
We
take
don't know
such
anything about
swings
trucks.
like
If
that?
I
It's so
may.
silly.
You people. What do you mean, you people?
Ooh, get him.
It's
Yeah.
true. That's racist.
You want me to hold
me
you back? I'll
and
hold
That
you
part
back.
was directly
I'll hold
to
you
you.
back.
You
Reed.
want me
You
to
hold you back?
the people he's talking about is those that, disproportionately get subsidized by the government, Lethe. That's who he's talking about. They also
Yeah, I
disproportionately
actually
commit
think-
crime and
I've
disproportionately
actually
bring
been
down.
following Onion in the
Yeah.
chat. I've been following everything.
Are we
he's
talking
been
about
saying.
quadriplegics?
I think he's specifically talking about like people who have a sense of modernity where they think they can retroactively look back on the past and make all the best decisions because in their infinite wisdom of modernity, they know how it should have been done. I think that's what he's talking about because he was harping on that quite a
he
bit.
started yapping
Well,
during my
isn't
prompt,
hindsight
but
2020?
he's fucking
Like,
stupid.
is
Yeah.
don't we?
And
Exactly
it's
what
like,
I said.
should we not talk about anything then?
I
You
feel
know?
like
Yeah, we
that's
should definitely not
I feel
learn
like that's
from our
definitely
mistakes.
not
Well,
what
you
it
can
is,
talk
but
about things for sure, but the point is to say, "Oh, it should have been done this way," because you're talking from the privileged stance of being in the present and seeing the results. It's hindsight is 2020. Like you need to have a little
Absolutely.
bit of humility
Wait, is that how
and
you learn though?
acknowledge that the
For
people
sure.
in the moment were doing the
Definitely how
best
we
they
improve.
fucking could.
Yeah, fair.
Exactly.
okay.
Once again,
Wait,
that goes
were
back
they?
to
What
what
if
I
the
was just
best they
saying.
Why were
could
you-
was
When this
actually
shit
just
started out,
intentionally
it was
bad?
literally people just doing what they could to fucking like this is mine. And then
Are
I
we
don't think
assuming
people
that?
built
It's a
their
really
cities
bad
intentionally
assumption.
bad. That's a really dumb take.
Wait. Yeah.
Why
What
are
are
we
you talking
assuming that they do the best that they can? That's also a dumb take. We have
I was gonna
corruption.
say, like,
We
what?
have politicians. You hate the government, Zach. The fucking government intentionally does bad shit all the time. Are we just gonna pretend like things like the government didn't exist and have a hand up?
Did,
They have
did
fucking
Biden
everything?
do the best he could, bro? Are you gonna tell me Biden did the best he could?
Hell yeah,
Absolutely
dude.
not.
I'll say that.
I
You
mean,
gotta keep
dude
in
only
mind,
had
I'm
1/4
speaking
of a
We're
brain,
getting
yes.
way away from
generalities.
subsidies, people. So,
We are getting way away
but
from
I do want
subsidies.
to ask
Just to
I do
touch
want to
on-
ask Kay, you say the government does bad shit on purpose. So
Fuck
to try
yeah,
to
they
get it
do.
back to get it back to this prompt,
Agreed.
do you think that the government intentionally subsidizes funds or gives tax breaks, et cetera, to companies that it knows are bad for America? Or do you
Yes.
think,
Yes.
What does that mean?
to be fair, that they believe that whenever they're giving these subsidies, that they're doing it for the best of the community?
No. Absolutely no.
Because subsidies are
an
generally
example-
voted on, right?
This is way
No.
too simplified for this.
No,
So,
correct
I
me if
mean,
I'm wrong.
Do you
Voted
mind?
by
Okay,
who?
wait,
Voted
can-
by who?
Can I
Sorry.
say one thing? Because I wanted to say about just to throw this out when we were talking about like
Yeah.
the prompt stuff and like meta stuff. I wanted to say that I tried to reach out to Adventurous, but your Discord name is Zach the Del. Now I know what it is, but I tried to like discuss like beforehand going into it.
Discuss prompts.
Yeah. So next time
know
if
what?
we
Hold
debate
on,
again,
hold on.
I'll probably do that.
You bring up a really good point, Hammer. Actually, somebody suggested this just recently. I don't remember who it was. It might have been Castle, actually, your podcast teammate, who suggested that I should, in the future, even for these 1v1s, just create a conversation in the Discord for the debaters to be able to sort of agree on terms in advance. And if they want to, the debaters would be able to manipulate the prompt a little bit as long as they both agree on it. Do you, because two of y'all are kind of new to the place, 4 of y'all have been here for a hot minute, as well as the judges. Do you guys think that would be beneficial? Do you think it would be good for me?
Yes.
I was worried
Yes.
that doing
I would
that
like
in
that.
advance. I was worried that doing
I-
that in advance would have you guys duke it out and take all of the fucking meat off the bone in advance. But
I
you think
largely
that would be beneficial?
refuse. I largely refuse to talk to my opponent beforehand, but that's only my decision for my own reasons. But yes, it would be beneficial.
Okay.
I agree.
I
Corp said it,
actually
so it's
I agree
wrong.
with the logic that
Can
you
I
went with
answer a
originally, Radish. I think that it would take a lot of the meat off the bones potentially, and I don't know what Gorp's reasons are. I personally would not engage with anything beyond setting of terms.
Setting
I
of
would,
terms, or even if it's just agreeing on what the definitions mean and where, like, hey, I'm going to talk about it from this perspective. Is that okay? Like, how does that work for you?
No,
But-
that's what?
Well, again,
Well, talking about
in-
what perspective I'm coming from is giving my opponent ability to prep
Yeah, what
against
the
me.
hell?
I'm not
I
gonna do it.
thought when you
agree.
agree on
But
terms,
that's
you
literally
meant
what
you
they do
agree
in
to what
courts.
prop
I mean,
means. Like you both agree
obviously-
with the
Wait,
prop
wait,
mean.
can I give
Yeah,
an
but-
example for
Well,
y'all to
Corb's
run off of?
agreed, so there has to be nefarious reasons for it. So yeah, go ahead and
So it must
tell
be
us why it's
wrong.
nefarious.
Go ahead, Gorps. What were you going to say? Go ahead.
Just take subsidies. If you guys were to agree on a definition of subsidies,
That would have been
um,
more productive for the conversation. Yes.
exactly.
So, okay.
I-
So agreement. If that pre-chat is literally nothing but agreeing on definitions and agreeing on the prompt.
I don't I would take it a little bit further because I feel myself and a lot of people have been like it feels like when you're blindsided. So when someone responds to the prompt in a way that you don't expect, you feel kind of blindsided and you're like left in the dark. If I
Just
mean
part of debate.
That is
I mean,
part
it
of
might
the
be
debate.
Why
That's
I
might
part
be
of the
take
part
part
of
of
fun
my
of it.
opponents.
That's part of what
I mean,
makes it
Yeah,
entertaining for
sure,
the audience too.
Yeah, it is.
sure,
Like I'm
but
not trying to be a dick, but like when you guys said this literally just last night when I was talking about what is good faith, if you ever do like actual competitive like scholastic debates, you have to go in prepared to argue yes and no. You don't get to choose in advance, and it's not based on what you actually believe. You have to be able to equally passionately argue both sides. You find out if you're arguing af or neg when you're going to the fucking room. So with that said, you have to be able to think of a way, and this is why when if you ever watch me debate a position I don't hold, I'm going to find a way to twist the prompt so that I'm arguing something that you were not expecting, and that is how I win that debate. It's not because I will make it so that it catches you off guard. I'm going to frame it the way that I want to, and that is part of debate. One of the reasons why I support what we do here is because every single one of us believes in what we're doing and what we in our positions. Debate is about persuasion. It's about controlling the narrative. It's about controlling the conversation. Debate is inherently about persuasion. And so all of us are getting better and better at persuasion every time we do this. We see what does work, what doesn't work. We see how to think on our feet whenever, because you actually did perfectly. You were a little slow because you're new to this. No offense, Hammer. But when he did that polyester thing, it took you about 20 seconds, but you were like,
Yeah, you
fuck
got there.
oil is the subsidy too, haha. So that right there, that is the game we're playing here. The after party is for us to get into the weeds about this and no longer be doing the sword fighting. You see what I'm saying? So I don't want people to necessarily put forth the way that they're going to argue this. Like Zach was saying, that's what people are here for. That's the actual competitive aspect of it, but we don't leave it to that for what is right and wrong. I'm sorry.
okay.
Thank
I
you.
mean, so we can agree to disagree on that point, but I think that the solution to that would be creating a chat with the debaters and then also Radish, and
Yeah,
then
it would be me as well.
I don't know if you obviously you might not have the time, but like as soon as you see us like start to get into it, you can
What
be
I
like,
do,
all right,
bro.
let's put a cap on this.
Yep.
What's up?
Yep. No, it's what I do. I have time for everything that needs to be done.
I just don't see this happening, and I feel like the better solution is to now approach every debate with, okay, and what if they don't believe in taxation or America as I've known it to be, like essentially like you're gonna have to do like a little bit of extra prep for some of these kind of like more wild card, like our sphere of influence is kind of expanding here. We're getting a lot more people on the right
And a lot
that
more
are
fringe people.
interested in, you know, not just the blood sportsy stuff. So they want to be able to speak accurately to their positions. So now we're all going to have to be prepared to answer for things that we didn't have to the last time we did this, because we were all kind of more broadly on the left. So just like the scope of things is going to change, and I think that's going to have to change our preparation for how we approach these things in the future, more than it's going to be like making sure everyone sits down to get like the political you know, bias test to see where everyone stands on the political scales or whatever, so that we could like understand like where they might be. But now next time, if you come up against, if you're feeling adventurous, you're like, okay, I know what this guy believes, and that's going to inform and change your approach. And you know, it's just a matter of like having experience with that individual. But yeah, like now essentially like anything and everything is on the table. It's going to change like the scope of our prep, I think, and make us all better for it.
For the record,
it
I
happens,
don't
it's
agree
funny
with
you
the
say that
judges'
because there
framing
were
of
certain
how
people
the
who
debate went,
asked
but
me about the people they were debating. And I believe, if I'm not trying to call you out here, Adventurous, but Adventurous was like, who is this person I'm debating? Where would I find them? So that he could do a little bit of research and know a little bit about who you are. He's not the first person who has done that, and I'm sure he won't be the last. We all do this. I literally sent him a link to a previous debate so he could at least see who you are. If you're going into a fight in the UFC, you're going to look at the tapes of your opponent so you can see, okay, this is what I'm about. This is where they're probably going to come at it. Chief's right. That is part of your prep, is thinking about, okay, where would my holes be? I have to be prepared for this. I'm sorry.
I
what
know
were
where
you
my
gonna
holes are, fully explored.
say? Giggity.
Do
Hannah,
you
what were
mind
you
if
gonna
we
say?
do you mind if we reel it
By
back to
me, right,
we were
Kay?
talking about before?
We will. I didn't start the clock on time, so it's fine. Don't worry. I still want to get back to the prompt, but how we're doing this is important. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna go ahead and put a pin in it. I'm going to do that moving forward. I'm going to start a conversation with all of the debaters, and the only purpose is to clarify definitions if there's any questions and to see if you guys need to refine the prompt in any way. I do understand that might end up being that there's going to be a lot of debates that don't end up happening, but I see both sides. I agree with you, Chief, but I also think that what somebody said earlier about being able to just agree on what the fucking definition of the word subsidy was would have made this debate look better, right?
Radish.
Yes, sir.
You've now used put a pin in it twice.
God damn it.
So
You're
you
officially
cannot
old.
use
You're a fossil.
do
You're cut
or
off
a
from
pin in it
corporate jargon.
anymore.
We'll circle
Thank
back
you.
on that later.
We'll circle back.
All right.
So
So
per
go
my
ahead- go
last
ahead.
conversation,
For my last email.
So I think before we started talking about this, we were talking about government evil or whatever. Like
All
trying to figure
government
out-
bad.
Yeah, of course.
he
That
was
was
trying to
actually really-
corner.
So
That was
of
actually
course,
a really good
but-
argument. The government sucks, so why would we trust them to choose what should be subsidized?
Yeah. Well, so I was trying to make a point because somebody was mentioning like government's evil or whatever, and I wouldn't really say government's evil. I mean, I'll make the claim, but what I'll say is that in the system of government we have, for sure. I don't know if any of you guys have like paid attention to there's a guy called named Michael Humer, and and I don't know if this is his theory or whatever, but he discussed in detail, so I'm not going to get into that, but he discussed in detail how a educated vocal minority will dominate a majority, significant amount, an uneducated
Squeaky
majority.
wheel gets the oil every time.
Is this? Is
It's
this
a squeaky
Plato and
wheel,
the
but
Philosopher
also,
Kings,
for
or what's
example,
going
when
on?
the government is making
Good.
regulation on cars, they're going to listen to the people who care about regulations on cars, which are either going to be the people who hate cars or the people who love cars. And they're not going to, most of the country doesn't give a fuck. They don't care about that topic.
So that
Because you
sounds
can't
more or less
care-
like the third.
You know,
prompt,
atmospheric
doesn't it?
scientists drive
you
cars.
can't care about every single topic. So what happens
You know
is
that
you get
atmospheric
an
scientists
incentive
drive cars.
alignment of people that are passionate. And those people that are passionate drive the discussion in each and every area.
Do
No,
you
it's-
know
and
that
then that's
someone
where
who's an
government goes.
atmospheric scientist can drive a car and they like cars, right?
That's not what he's saying, Circa. So what
He
he's
is.
trying to say
definitely
is
saying
no,
this.
no, what he's not. What he's saying is basically that the activists are going to be the people who are most passionate, whether it's either extreme. So the people
I'm
who
not
are
gonna
going
be that
to be in
charitable.
the ear,
I'm not gonna be that
the
charitable.
people. That's literally what he said. The
That's not
people
what he
who are
said.
arguing, yes, it is. The people who are
not.
persuading the
sorry.
legislation and the subsidies, the people who are deciding what does and does not get the oil, which squeaky wheel gets the oil, are going
He
to be
says
the
the only
people who
people
are
who
most
care about
passionate on the
regulating
subject.
cars are the people who hate cars, is what he said. Horse.
Or people who love cars. That's not what he's saying. What he's saying, the people who
Yeah.
are active about it, the people
Yes.
who are actually like
Who wanna regulate it,
advocating,
yeah.
and the people who
So-
are at their fucking Congress people's door knocking and fucking holding
Mhm.
banners are the people who absolutely love them or absolutely hate them. So no matter what, these things are going to be driven by the extremists of the narrative.
And
No.
Is that
because
what you're
we're
getting at, John?
more,
No,
and because
we
we're
don't
more a
get foreign legislation
technological
from
society,
the activists. We do it from the
because
atmospheric
we're more a
scientists.
technological society, the
Bullshit.
experts are listened
It's
to
not bullshit.
more.
It's the truth.
It
So
is. Hold on.
So since we're
Let
more
Chuck
of a
finish.
technological society, experts are going to be listened to more. So it's not just like a random grandma who doesn't like cars. It's going to be an auto exec who has a list of degrees, or an activist who is like an environmentalist, whatever, with a list of degrees. They're going to battle it out. And the majority of people on, because like I can't be educated on every single topic in the world. I care about probably 5 main things. A lot of people are single issue voters. So basically you might get like I don't know, people who are anti-abortion might get the Supreme Court justice they want. But then that Supreme Court justice allows for all these other things that they had no interest in, for example,
Sure.
happening, but they got the one thing they wanted. And in regards to subsidies, it goes back to the law by Bastiat, which was written in like the 1800s, 1840, 1830 or something. I think he died in the 1840s from tuberculosis. Some French dude. It's where we get right and left from. Proudhon and Bastiat or whatever. It's where we get the original right and left from. And I believe they're both on the left. And Bastiat called it legal plunder. And government, as it gains power and it gains the power to tax and as it gains the power to take things from people, you're going to have special interests who care about their pet project fighting over those subsidies, those things, and they're going to pull and pull and pull. And when interests align, things happen. Like interests align, we bomb Iran, for
All right.
example.
So real quick,
I
Circa.
don't know
So
why you
if what
said
you're
that.
saying, if what you're saying is true, Circa, then that means that protests have no effect on the government.
No.
What
He
the
said a
fuck? Where
lot
did
more
that
things
come
than that.
from?
You're
What the
collapsing.
fuck is going on?
You're being way too
no.
charitable to what he said. You're being way
So
too charitable.
once again, if the squeaky wheel, if you're implying that legislation is derived and the people who are making these decisions are educated based on experts in the field, people who actually unbiased know what's best, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact of the matter is I can think of several times when the public taking to the streets, when average public opinion has altered the government's movements. And if that's again what you're saying
Correct.
is
Yeah,
that
and
that's not the case,
fine. That's
that
fine. No, that's
it's
not.
only motivated by the
It's
professionals
not
and the
that
experts.
simple. But do you like? We have a subcommittee, right? Who handles things like energy
That
as well as
subcommittee is
where pollution.
decided mostly based on what
They talk
popularity and or
to
trade.
no. The
I will
people who
put
are
you on
on
this
it are
subcommittee if you vote for
representatives.
this.
No, the people who they bring in are
Do
like
you
an
think that the
atmospheric
people who
scientist.
are on this? Do you think that the people who are on the subcommittee are given that subcommittee based on their personal experience and or expertise?
No, but they're still informed of not by an activist. They're informed of everything by an atmospheric scientist who does not just hate cars.
And now we're getting to the third prompt again.
Like, what does that even mean?
So that person that okay. So
We can wait till this the third prompt.
no. It's-
Also,
it's-
also, subsidies did not get invented in 1840. They were invented in 1789. Man,
Well, I was.
Depends
I'm
on
not
how
saying
far
they're
you want to
invented
stretch the
in 19.
definition of subsidies, because if you want to stretch it just a little bit, subsidies kind of existed since any form of
No,
government.
no, they
I
didn't.
was
Agreed.
just fixing to say the
Yeah,
same
I'd
thing,
probably agree.
Adventurous. I would,
in the U.S.,
like ultimately
it's
that would go all
1789
the
with
way
fishing,
back
if
to
I'm not
like
mistaken.
ancient England would say, here's the amount of money you need to make sure that the crops are happening. Like that shit's always been around.
Any
tired
money,
of-
any money taken by the government from people and redistributed is a subsidy of some sort to
It's
someone.
some sort of a form of subsidy. What were we going to say, Kay?
I do not.
I was gonna say I'm tired of parents having to subsidize their kids for 18 years. All right, once out of the womb, it's like a zebra. Just fuck it, just fucking leave
No,
it.
Now you're just making up terms.
That is a subsidy with
All
a
government
deadline.
spending is subsidy, then, isn't it?
Once that offspring reaches the age of 18, now it becomes a different thing. It's no longer a subsidy. It's like a shared public commodity, right? Like now they pay rent. Now they pitch in. So it's no longer a subsidization.
I don't know.
I
Shared
don't think
public
you
commodity
actually have
is
to
what
pay
you
for
call
it.
that one coworker that everybody knows a little too much about, But
Wow,
like,
okay.
oh,
Yes.
okay. Like I'm the only one that's ever had a whore in the office. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm the whore in the office, by the way. So like,
They
I
had
could
too
say
many
it.
Applebee's Dollaritas
Yes,
tonight.
it is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
Off the chain.
No, I don't necessarily, children. I don't think you have to. There's some back and forth on that, but I don't think that I wouldn't consider taking care of children as a subsidy. I mean, I think of it as
So should we
as
feed them
self-interest.
free lunches at school?
It's not a
Hell no.
government, but yes.
Hell no. What do you
What?
mean? I thought you were just down for taking care of the children.
No, it's in my self-interest. I enjoy taking care of my children. I enjoy them prospering. It fulfills my life. That is why I have children. Why I like.
What about other children that don't have that? What if they didn't consent to being born, yet they're born into a world that might not have a parent that's so kind as you are?
So that's
Are they
getting into
just
some
fucked?
touchy subject, and I now we're starting to get into some emotional thing where I'm like, I don't think those parents should have those children, and I Not
Okay,
exactly
so
sure
you
how
think the
you handle
government should
it.
take them away from them?
I don't think the government should take them away with them. I think that the parent, by their actions, proves that they're not a good parent. I don't
Yep.
necessarily know
And
that
what do you
that
do at that
means
point?
the government. Well, right now we handle the government.
Brand them.
I'm not a fan of that, but
Throw
that's the
tomatoes
best we
at them
have.
in public?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I said we throw tomatoes at them in public. Like, how do you handle that?
Throw
Like,
them in the stocks.
so
Yeah.
this is the thing. This is the thing, and I'm assuming, are you pro-choice or pro-life? Just out of
And we're
curiosity.
still way off from
Me?
the prompt again.
We are. No, we're getting
It's
into a
done.
fucking
It's
completely
done.
different- Thank you, Chief.
It's
Thank you,
done.
Chief. That was the whiskey
pro-life,
talking. I was
but
about to. Okay. Thank you. Subsidies. So it's not subsidizing your child. I know Kay said that to be a troll and a smart ass. It's not actually subsidizing, because subsidizing is specifically a government. So again,
That's not true.
that's no.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, we'll Google that. Let's find out.
I mean, definitionally, but like for the topic of the debate, we're obviously talking about.
Yeah, I know,
government
but like,
No. Because
Okay.
financial benefits such as a grant, tax break, or low interest loan provided by governments to individuals. Now that's the AI. So let's look real quick, because again, we'll look at, do we want to go with Wikipedia?
We could just say
Let's go to
individuals or
Miriam.
companies and just expand it that much.
A sum of money formerly granted by the British Parliament, to the Crown and raised by special taxation, money granted by one state to another, or a grant by government to a private person or company. To every single one of them does
Ooh.
directly speak about a government being involved. So,
do you know what a non-governmental subsidy is?
what?
Well, it's exactly that. A non-government. It's like
Would
you
it
can
be
have
what Adventures
private
called
enterprise.
U.S. AIDS?
No,
No, that's still a
But-
government.
Yeah.
That is still
What?
a one government.
They
subsidizing
distribute
another
it.
government.
They're distributing the
so
subsidies.
so
to the
private
NGOs.
foundations that supply subsidies are they're governmental. Or- Sorry, I'm being like Circa now. I need to stop. All right, let's just.
Okay,
Sorry.
no, so I actually do want to open this up just a little bit and move away from just subsidies and talk about bailouts, because I feel like a subsidy and a bailout are very similar when it comes to this conversation, right? So, is there anybody who is pro subsidy but anti bailout here?
Me.
You're pro subsidy.
Actually, to an
How are
extent,
we
me as
calling these
well,
things
but
similar?
in very, very specific instances.
because
How are
it's
we
the
calling it
government
similar?
paying. It's a government paying for a business to function.
Do you
One of
think
them is
I would
Taiwan
say-
before,
a
one of
strong
them is
economy?
after. They would
Do you
have
think
to
I would-
bail out a company if they didn't subsidize them.
Do you think Taiwan is a strong economy when semiconductors right now?
How is that relevant?
Taiwan subsidizes their semiconductor industry like crazy. Is it strong?
Okay.
Is it good? Is it bad? What do you think it is? You think it needs to be bailed out?
It's good for
Which
the
one?
United States.
I
'cause
don't
we'll
I
take
don't
their
know what you're
piece of it.
talking about. So a
It doesn't need to
subsidy
be bailed
is
out. That's for sure.
it doesn't that's not relevant to what I'm saying. That doesn't relate to what I'm saying. I'm saying that if
They're
if
not
the
similar.
government is subsidizing an industry, which is literally the prompt, right? Certain types or sectors of employment, we can call that an industry. If the government
Correct.
is subsidizing an industry, then the government is helping to pay for that industry, keeping the industry, even if it's not profitable, keeping that industry afloat.
It does it when it's
Hold
profitable.
on, hold your pantyhose. I promise I'll get there. But you asked my argument. So a bailout is after the fact. It's a subsidy after the fact. It is a industry, a business, a corporation that the government deems is not allowed to fail. So we're going to give you this money because you done fucked up, and we're going to make sure your business stays afloat. Subsidy keeps a business afloat.
Subsidies
Bailout
do
keeps
not
a
just keep
business
businesses
afloat.
afloat. You can subsidize a company or an industry or a market that is profitable. In fact, subsidies are mainly used to keep them stable, as in, like, let's say you have a bad winter one year. It's not that the
Then it's not
farms are
profitable that
unprofitable.
year, is it?
That's not what it is. They're
Huzzah!
probably fine. It's just we need to make sure that we
Oh, they're
have
gonna
price
be
stability.
as long as we bail them out.
No, we need to have stores.
No, we're
of
bailing them
these
out this
things.
year. We're bailing them out
No,
because
we're
they weren't
not. We don't
profitable
need
this
to
year.
bail them out. We subsidize.
We're
to
just
have-
doing it in advance. Why is this fucking complicated, man?
Except we can put it into like a
Just keep
little
going.
like
I feel your
kinda like the
pain,
oil
horse.
reserves. we can
feel your
put them into
pain.
something that holds
Oil
them.
reserves are going to be there this year, next year. It doesn't depend on a drought, right?
Price volatility doesn't it?
Well, if you want to talk about bailouts,
Do
like
you want the price to go up like it is now, or do you want it to remain
Do
stable?
you think that an oil reserve is a subsidy or a bailout, sir?
The oil reserve is definitely oil companies are subsidied crap, yeah, but probably because
Wait, no.
most of our
I
economy is
didn't ask if
dependent on it.
oil companies are subsidized. You used the oil reserve in reference to my subsidy versus bailout.
Correct.
Is the oil reserve a subsidy or a bailout?
It's not a subsidy. It's not a bailout.
So it's not
It is-
relevant to what I'm fucking saying.
No, it is
Why
because
did you
we
bring it up?
subsidize fossil fuel companies to ensure that we can purchase enough to make sure that we have 6 months of lasting oil.
And that is one area where I would say a government subsidy is one of the few places you can justify it because energy is truly a national security issue. So
It's
if you
literally
subsidize oil
what
companies
subsidies
in
do.
exchange for the company giving a certain amount of its product to the government for strategic reserves, you can justify that.
That's
But
not, it's not related to a
again,
subsidy. It's
the
not related to a
reserves
subsidy.
themselves, then why'd you bring up the reserves? Because they have nothing
Thank
to
you.
do with the meat of the
They're
argument.
not connected in the way that you're talking about it. We just use subsidies.
How
to
are they
make sure that
connected at
these things-
all? At all.
Because a subsidy, by definition, is used to ensure stability and make sure there's stable price volatility.
Wait, is that
But
the
how
only
does that
reason you
relate
had
to the
subs-
reserve?
That
How
is
does
the
that
main
relate to the
reason.
reserve?
There's just different forms in which you can do that. That's what it's for.
The
subsidies are
reserve
the-
is not for stabilizing the price. Biden did that shit. That doesn't mean that's what it's for. Biden was a fucking moron. The reserve is so if we go to war and someone bombs the shit out of us, we can still operate the country until supply chains are reestablished. It's not to make your gas 10
Why are you
cents
so
cheaper.
fucking arrogant right now, bro? Because
Yeah,
Biden
because
did
somebody's
not
gonna
make
bum
the
the shit
oil
out of
reserve.
us, for sure.
Biden did not make the oil reserve.
I didn't say he
Nobody said
did.
he did.
He said
I
Biden.
didn't fucking say he did. What the
No,
fuck
he
you
said
talking
Biden
about?
He said that's how he
Biden
used
dipped-
it.
Biden dipped
Biden.
into
Why
it
are
to
you so
try
But
to-
I
fucking
don't
arrogant
think it-
right now?
Listen. I think both things could be true. It could be the primary use is to ensure our military is able to function as it needs to in a time of emergency. And as a secondary effect, it could be used in times of scarcity to help shore up pricing.
Well, that's a
Like,
very
both things
short-sighted
can be
and
true,
unwise
right?
decision. Because
That
if
is
we
a
get
part of
nuked
price
or something bad
volatility, Red
happens,
Chief.
and you
That's
wasted a
part of
bunch
price
of oil
volatility.
to make gas a little bit cheaper, and we go to war, congratulations. Now your country's fucked because you
You're
wanted
allowed
to
to
win
have
some
that
cheap political
perspective. I'm
points.
just saying both things are
But
true.
yeah,
You
It's
guys
not a
don't have to
perspective.
argue that they're
You're
mutually
You're
exclusive
playing
things.
roulette.
Right. Well,
You're
Chief
playing
is right.
political
Both
roulette.
of them could be potential uses, but I'm still confused, Circa, that as to how that is either a subsidy or a bailout, because that's what sparked your term or your reference to the oil reserve. Please tie that back. What was your thinking there?
To the oil reserves? Again,
But just
Why is
instead of
the oil
injecting cash,
reserve brought up?
instead of
You gonna let me
injecting
fucking talk?
cash, instead of injecting
Well,
cash in
Chief
the
is trying
industry,
to
you're putting
asked me a
actual
question.
product, right?
Okay, go ahead, Chief. Or Circa, I mean. Yes.
okay, subsidies in and of themselves are not going to make the oil reserve, like the fucking thing we have that we put oil in, right? Subsidies help ensure that we can do that. That's it. Subsidies are just a tool that we can economically use to ensure stability and price volatility stability. That's it. And
How
then-
does that relate to what I said?
I think
You
my answer made
used
more
that-
sense
I
for why
told
he's
you
brought
that
I
it
know it
don't
did, I
relate
know
at
it did.
all.
Then why did you say it? You said that the reason that a subsidy is different from a bailout and is completely different was because of the oil reserve. I don't understand
not
how
what
that
I said.
disproves it.
I just brought up. An
He didn't
example
say
of a
that. Yeah,
subsidy,
he didn't say
and
that.
then
I'm sorry.
What
What did he
might
say?
enable us to do price stability? And ensuring that. That's it.
Okay, please, let's circle it back then. Explain to me why you said that a subsidy is not a bailout before the fact.
Because that's not what a bailout does. A bailout doesn't ensure price stability or price volatility or ensure stability. I mean, technically it does actually. But I
Hey,
feel
Circa,
like
do
we're
you
just
want me to
playing
crack
fast
at
and
this real
loose.
quick?
Yeah, I feel like we're
Go
just
on.
playing fast and loose with the words. To be honest.
Please, Circa, or please, Kay, explain it to me.
every
Okay,
time.
so bailouts are usually to save a collapsing, industry business that is
Yep, that
economically
the government
failing.
thinks is important.
Yes. that the government thinks is important. Subsidies are much more wide, and as he was saying, it could be used on profitable companies in order to like lower
Doesn't it
price
be
to have
bankrupt, though?
it does not have to be bankrupt for a subsidy. No.
What is the definition of this, man? Because a bailout, I
A
feel like
bailout or
must be-
subsidy? I'm talking about subsidies right now. I already said that. We already covered bailout. The subsidy part is where I'm going to now. The subsidy, what makes it different from the bailout is that you can give subsidies to succeeding companies in order to like broaden the market access and like adoption. You could do it to incentivize technologies that otherwise wouldn't have been like created. This has nothing to do with propping up the industry, but rather trying to shift. So a good example would be like electric cars. Electric cars are a like tall like order for a system that has been built entirely around gas, right? It takes a lot of upfront capital and it's hard for adoption, and it's like really hard to like move like steer the ship into that direction. So subsidies allow consumers to be able to access the wider EV market and adoption to accelerate. This is nothing about, you know, they're not bailing out Honda when you're offering a subsidy. You're giving like, you know, $5,000 to $8,000 off to a consumer, so that way an EV becomes a more attractive. And then
Okay.
like he would, yeah, okay,
Well, let me engage with that real quick, please.
yeah.
If the government didn't offer that encouragement, would it lead to that company having fewer sales?
Probably not.
No,
Okay, they
probably.
probably still
Yeah.
sell the same
They
number.
probably
No,
have less revenue.
No,
They probably have
what-
less revenue. And so
I
the government,
I disagree with
Okay.
that, because you would just buy a different car, right? I mean, like somebody
But
that's
that
going to buy a
company-
car is going to buy
Talking
a
about the
different car.
company that
I would
gets the
buy an
subsidy.
automobile, a combustion engine instead of the EV because I didn't get that subsidy, right?
Okay, subsidies are
So-
built
so
on the
we're-
idea that there's
The government
again-
is trying to get us to pay for that particular type because the government has decided
Yes,
that business is important.
yes,
this is a production subsidy, right?
yes.
I'm going to say this one more time, and I like I said, I don't feel like I'm asking this question in good faith. This is not a fucking trap. I truly want to understand why I'm wrong.
Okay.
To me, it seems like a subsidy is when the government decides, oh, it's an oversimplification. When the government decides that a business is super important for whatever, maybe even critical, and they decide to put money, it might not be failing. It's probably not failing. They
I'm
put the
pretty
money into
sure-
that business. Hold on. They put that money into that business to make sure it doesn't fail.
I'm pretty
Oh,
sure
A-
bailouts
a
are centered
bailout
around.
Is when a company has started to fail, but the company or the government decides this is a really important business and we don't want it to fail. So they give the money after the fact instead.
And
This
I-
might
bailout-
change
bankruptcy
perspective a little
and
bit, but
default
Yeah,
bailouts.
let me hear
unimportant.
Chief's take, please. 'cause
It's just
y'all
really
haven't
quick.
interviewed.
It's just
Let
really
me hear
quick.
Chief.
Real quick, it's just bailouts are an emergency subsidy.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
My
take
my
that.
point is also very
Is
quick.
there anybody who disagrees with that? I'm sorry.
No,
go ahead, Phillips. Thank you.
I
Yeah.
agree with him, but I think it kind of depends on the field. So a bailout would ensure that a company does not fail. There are some subsidies that ensure that the economy effectively does not fail. Right, so think food subsidies.
You went super robotic. Is that just me or is that everybody?
Uh-oh.
Can you
I
guys hear
didn't
me?
hear it. I hear you fine.
All of the internet went weird for a second.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, your stream is buffering. So
You're fine.
you effed,
Oh.
Radish.
F. Yep.
Okay,
It's
I think you're back.
reconnecting, it says.
My goodness.
I can see you again, and it's
Okay.
There we
buffering
go.
again. But
Yeah, no, everything went nuts for a split second.
Yeah,
Sorry about
you're-
that, everybody.
your shit's
Internet
fully
L.
down. It's fully down right now.
Yep, all
Yeah.
I see is a test. This is a test. This is only a test.
I can see just fine.
Based on that test, would Horseradish be allowed to vote on the next
Stream is down.
legislation?
Not if I have anything to say about it.
Okay. He's
Only
back.
if it takes
my,
public
my quick
transport to
point,
get there.
My quick point was that subsidies and bailouts are very similar, but there are some subsidies that rather than bailing out the company, they bail out the consumer. If we're talking about like old school subsidies of price fixing food, we're stopping a massive economic crisis by price fixing some very necessary foods.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and so Circa is still sighing deeply over here because he refuses to accept the framing of similarities between subsidies and bailouts.
They're
like
similar,
I
but
said,
you
I'm
were
not
you
trying to
were
pick a
saying they were
fight.
the same thing. You didn't like. I feel like you changed up sometime on like your
I'm
statement. 'Cause
sorry.
the original
Yeah,
statement
no,
that
I don't mean they're identical. Obviously, there is differences. One is after the fact, the other is before the fact. They're
Yeah,
yes,
clearly
but
not
you
identical.
described a subsidy as a pre-bailout, which is completely different. Like
You want to know
context,
what the difference
right?
between a bailout and a subsidy is?
It's to
One
make
is
sure it don't need a
Charmander and
bailout.
one is Charizord.
Jesus
That's the
Christ.
difference.
Wait,
Yes.
But,
I have a
but
quick
Honda's not
point.
Honda's not going to fail if you don't subsidize the EVs.
We don't know that.
What do you mean we don't know that?
They
It just
won't,
wouldn't.
at the very
We
least,
do
the
know that.
industry
Come on,
would
We
Radish.
fail.
do. We absolutely do know that.
Hold on. We want them to subsidize. They would fail in the EV division. Let me
Hey, can
rephrase
we
that.
do a
They would
steel man
stop
right now?
making EVs
Can we do a steel man?
if it wasn't profitable. We can, but hang on. Hammer had one. He's
They
wants
should.
something he wanted to say first.
Oh, I just wanted to get in on this and say my position. I would as like the biggest advocate for subsidies, I would maybe justify a bailout, but I would be incredibly more critical of it because subsidies they support entire industries, whereas bailouts like they help specific companies. So the argument that, well, if they aren't, like, if they're doing something wrong, they should be allowed to fail is a lot more it's a better argument for specific companies because there are other companies within that industry that can replace them versus like entire industries that fail.
Sure.
Yeah. I don't know.
What were you
like
going to say
the-
now, Circa? Hey, hang on. Circa had something he wanted to say. Give me a second. Steelman, what now?
No, it's okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay, so
I'm not in disagreement necessarily, but what I will say is that, for example, in the auto bailouts that we had, they bailed out every U.S. auto manufacturer.
They did, which
It
is
was-
why I'm
it
not
was-
so certain that Honda would necessarily succeed still.
It was
But go on.
it was wide across. It was across the board,
Yes.
and I believe one
The
company,
big three.
the big three, yeah. Which one of them isn't even
One of them
American
said they'd pay it back, but still hasn't. Go on.
Yeah, I think that was Ford. I believe
Really, I was thinking it was Dodge, or Mopar, but fair. Go on.
it doesn't really matter. But
Yeah, it
they
doesn't
went
matter.
they went in, and the government went in, and they knew that I think Chrysler at the time was going down, and GM was having major issues. Ford was the most stable of them all.
Maybe it
But the
was Ford,
government-
yeah, I think you're right.
hey, by the way,
government
Honda
came
didn't
in-
get bailed out by that.
Guys,
Just saying.
I'm gonna
No,
lose.
they
I'm gonna
didn't. No,
lose my
Honda did
mind.
not get
I'm
bailed
going
out.
to lose my mind. Do you think the 2008, 2009 bailout of auto manufacturers was because of the actual fucking auto companies, or do you think it's because of something else? Because it wasn't because of their auto companies.
Oh, what do you
No,
think
it was monetary. It was
It was
a
their
monetary.
financial apparatus companies, the ones like GMAC.
Yeah. Yeah.
The ones that did loans, the ones that made fucking
Space.
crappy loans. Nothing to
What
do
did
with
they do?
cars.
What did they
Yes.
do?
Yes.
Well, I'm asking you. Bring your mic back to you. So you explain to me what was it about GMAC that
So was
caused this
GE Capital.
collapse?
Because of
What were they doing
regulation
that they shouldn't have been?
being decreased, GMAC, a apparatus to fucking finance cars, is literally just a bank, okay? And
Yep.
they fucking let out, or they also did risky subprime mortgage lending. So it's not because of cars.
General
man, it's because
Motors
of-
funded them, or General Motors owned them?
It's another company. All these companies have fucking,
So it's
instead
not
of
a
making a
company
better
related
car,
to General Motors.
It used to be.
yeah, it's owned by
At one
General
point it
Motors
was.
because they have all this capital. They just decided to, because of the financialization and the internet in the 2000s, like all these companies, instead of making a better fucking car, they just made financial companies and then did loans.
So
Because it was
they
super
made their
profitable.
own loans. Okay. And
So
so
the
that
reason-
was
subprime
so
mortgage.
the re-
lending.
yeah.
I've never heard this before.
So the
I-
So
reason
GM, a car
for
company, had these shitty subprime mortgages.
and so the
Loans.
reason for the need for the funding was because of those shitty loans, but the reason it happened was probably because of the like over 1 million jobs that from those manufacturers. So
No,
it
they were
was
literally just they put out a bunch of risky subprime mortgage loans. They needed to be bailed out
A
because
lot
people's
of the
too many
loans
people
were
fucking
were
risky.
backed by government. Like
No,
for
I'm sorry,
example,
you're
like
wrong. Don't start on this. I'm not. I don't want to do
no,
this.
no. I know.
I know exactly what you're gonna say. It's old. It's fucking wrong. I'm not interested.
Okay, what is it? I'm interested.
So
or s-
the financial system had a big impact from the housing crisis, and the housing crisis, a lot of
Government
that
is
was
the reason.
caused
Yeah.
by the changes in the incentives that the government put out there, and then that
Sure.
caused a ripple effect throughout the financial economy, and
What's
the
the
autos
name
were
of this
making
again?
bad decisions of their
You
own.
remember the name of this? It's C something, right? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I honestly can hardly hear you.
He said,
What's
"Do
it
you know the
called?
name of this?" It's see something.
Judy's
Well, I
nuts.
know the government program was pushing it through Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae.
Yeah.
I
What was
don't
the name
know.
of it?
See
What was the name of
Okay.
that program?
I have to
Say it.
get
70s.
going. It is
Say
getting
it.
very late for me, and
right, cheers.
yeah, it's like almost 1 in the morning for me. So, and I still have a bunch of shit to do tonight. So I am going
I
to have to call it
appreciate that.
tonight.
Real quick, Hammer,
it's
one more time. Tell everybody who you are, where they can find you.
I'm Mr.
Okay.
Hammer. I stream on Twitch sometimes. I'll be streaming again soon. I can't tell you when, but I'll start streaming again. I play video games and I have the most based political takes.
And you feel like you got robbed tonight. So cheers, man.
I
Appreciate you as
100%
always.
got robbed. I
He does not have base
strongly
takes.
believe.
We'll watch.
I
we'll
strongly
watch the
believe that
VOD and see.
I've been robbed.
I will watch
and
the
I'm not the
VOD
one who's-
with you.
I'm
I
gonna
will
be
watch
the
the
Debate
VOD
better
with you.
next time.
I'm gonna be the bigger person and just say you have a very good night, Hammer. Rest well.
Have a wonderful night, Mr. Hammer.
Yeah, why
It
don't
was a
you?
great-
You know what,
pleasure
Leafy?
as
Why
always.
don't you do
Shut up,
things
Leafy.
to my things?
If Hammer got
don't
robbed
even
Leafy,
tonight,
why don't
I
you get
got
better at
robbed
Slay the
against
Spire
Dorks
before you talk to
because
me,
I was
okay,
just being
buddy?
creative with the prompt last time, and I got judged negatively for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes the judges are wrong. All right. Good night, everybody.
Okay, and let's Chief. You're gonna take that as he walks out the door? Seriously? All
He's
right.
the one
so
leaving.
Yeah, and once the door hits him on the ass, I'll say, he provided as much backup substance for his statement there as he did during his debate.
Hammer.
Shots
Damn.
going left and right. All right. So did Circa leave as well? Did we anger Circa?
All right. Bye, everybody.
Restore.
He's
Contra-
still in the
Contra-
Good night, Hammer.
Discord.
Night.
Appreciate you. Oh, it looks like
Oh no, I think he had another shutdown.
Yeah, we're
Tom
gonna go
died
with
again.
that.
His computer died again. No, it actually says on his stream. I'm watching his stream too.
Oh, does it? Okay.
Yeah, it's got the
Good.
head in
I was
hands
gonna,
guy.
I thought he was stronger than to rage quit after that. Like I was just pushing back a little bit. I was just seeing what he was made of. Does Hammer know that he's still streaming?
Oh, maybe he
I
doesn't
sure
know
hope not.
about it being
Probably
well,
not.
Let's see the
No,
Google
we're gonna
search.
go ahead and
Let's see the
kill that
Google
Why don't you
camera.
search.
just
We're gonna go ahead and
disable
kill
the
that
video?
camera.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm on it.
And then just
Not my first
DM
rodeo.
him. Just
Yeah.
DM him and let him know
Exactly.
to close that window.
So we're gonna go ahead and
Remember-
get into that third one, and I hope that. What were you gonna say?
I was
I
waiting
was
to
gonna
see
say,
him.
everyone, remember when you leave to close the video ninja window,
Yeah, true story.
so we
I
don't
was-
see your dick and balls.
I mean, that's what I was expecting. He was gonna go slap on a Snuggie and cry into a Charmander pillow.
He would too.
Listen,
You think I wouldn't
Listen,
wank one out right here now? Call me a pussy? I'll
Well,
do it.
You're also not like. Speaking of which, and before we go to the next prompt, somebody has suggested, somebody who almost won last season suggested that everybody should have to put some sort of a cam on. Kay, how? Because I know that your anonymity is very important to you. How difficult would it be for you to facilitate some low-level VTuber?
Ameno fix. Welcome
I would
to
accept.
the adventure.
I would accept a
absolutely-
VTube.
I absolutely desire to know what K looks like.
Oh, we all do, but that's exactly he loves that mystery.
I'm going
And
on
so I'm not gonna
a
have a
world
problem.
tour of Applebee's looking for his e-bike, and I'm gonna find him one of these days.
Wait, I showed you my face when I was riding the motorcycle. What are you talking about?
I
No, you
don't think you did.
I did.
No.
Never, not once. You are an absolute mystery to me. I just know what your little like icon looks like. So
I look like that.
Show your face now,
I
okay?
figured
Come
something
on,
more or less.
pussy.
So no. We're not trying to. We're not trying to do all that. I'm just saying, honest question, because my first thought was people can just get a VTube. It's not that hard to do. Like for other people, Groofus, Game Boy. Groofus is apparently, whenever we finally scheduled the FEC debate, he said he's going to cam up for that.
Oh, we
so
lost the share
I
chat.
know Emmett also makes like a little kind of 8-bit looking VTube guys.
Yeah,
he did
he did
confirm
something
I
as
that
well.
also
simple,
I have a
exactly.
picture of Groofus you can use if you want. Don't tell him.
Nope,
But
I don't. I do
I
not
have
want to.
I have a picture of Gorp I can use.
Is it just
Shut
SpongeBob
up.
doing
Wow,
the
that's
chicken
you know
thing?
you know which one, Gorp? You know which one?
Shut up.
Yeah,
If it's
yeah.
probably if it's the one with him making a suspicious looking hand gesture, or something like that, I think I actually have a copy of that myself. How do you feel, Gorps, knowing that pictures of you are just sliding around the internet, compromising?
It's
pictures of
fine.
you?
I
Emphasis on the
I spent
sliding.
3 years of my life streaming, so I'm not
That's
surprised
right.
by it.
I'm
Your
actually, yeah,
political
it is.
career is so done out here, bro. It's not even like it's not even...
That's fine. I could still manage to make an organizing career. So
There you go.
happy to do it.
He's got an activist career, not a political career. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and move on to that last prompt because hopefully Circa does make it back and he doesn't like just quit for the night and be like, "Fuck this, I'm done anyway."
He might. I don't know. He's
Yeah,
still
we'll see.
talking in his chat, but we'll see. Yeah.
Well, I know that I probably angered him, but this last prompt was super important, and I wanted to.
Wait, it
I wanted to
was?
get into this one. Yes, this was the one that I was most looking forward to.
Yes,
This
because
was
you
the one
guys
that I
sucked at
feel
it.
the most passionate about. And
Fuck
I'm
that.
not gonna lie, no, it's not that they sucked about it. Lethe really did do very well. But it was, I think, and in Circa's defense, I knew he was cooked the moment he didn't realize what the prompt was. Like it made him seem bad faith over and over and over again because he kept mischaracterizing the arguments.
Can I
Can-
defend
can I
Circa
say-
'cause he's
well,
not
Does that
here?
a lot.
Wait, on that point, real quick, does it make sense that it actually feeds into what my point was to begin with? If you don't comprehend what you're getting into,
Oh, that
Yes.
irony was not lost on chat, brother. The chat made that comment exactly. Yes.
Okay, wait. Did anybody else that is here right now agree with Circa? Because I did. thought
I
his
misread
arguments
the
were
prompt
better,
as well,
and I
but
thought his
I've
actual point was better.
I don't know.
well, I misread it in a different way.
I'm not totally convinced, but I lean towards him. Yeah.
I would be on the
Okay.
F.
Well, you're wrong.
Nope.
I don't agree with Lethe, but I don't agree with Circo too much either. So
I agree with
I
Circa more
agree
than
with
I
Circa.
agree with
I
Lethe.
agree with Circa in that there should not be a test to become a representative, because ultimately a representative's job is to represent their constituency. It's not about what they believe, it's not about what they think, it's about them going in and clicking the button that represents the views of their group, their region, their whatever they represent.
They're people.
Now, the
and the
thing is,
people are
yeah,
stupid.
their people specifically. That said, if you don't understand what the fuck you're clicking a button for, how can you possibly do that effectively? And I think
Right.
that was the most compelling Lethe argument.
Yep.
Was it's like you don't fucking know if you're doing your job. Like, and whenever Circa, oh my god, I had so many questions. Like I said, I'm mad that he's not coming
Well,
back.
so I
Um,
wish
That's your
Circa
fucking
pushed on this.
job as a representative. I'm sorry, go on.
I wish Circa pushed on this more. But what is the alternative? The alternative is disenfranchising tens, if
I
not
had to ask that
hundreds of
question.
thousands of voters. Yes.
Yes.
I
wait,
was
no,
very
this is
happy
whoa,
when
whoa,
you asked that
whoa, whoa.
question.
This
You're
wasn't about
disenfranchising
like
them. You're
us
not
voters. This was
allowing them-
about the
Wait, can I finish my point?
lawmakers.
No,
Can I
no,
finish my
hold on,
point?
okay. Yeah, let him finish.
yeah,
You're-
Corpse is
you're
getting the
dishing-
foot in the
di-
mouth.
Yeah, fuck you. You're disenfranchising
I'm
all of
gonna
these
steal
people
man.
because they now no longer have a say in the federal government that is supposed to give them a say. And I think that matters more than a lawmaker being really, really stupid.
They're not required to vote on it necessarily anyway.
It's
No,
not about
I know,
the people.
but the
it's- no,
opportunity.
the people are not being represented
So-
or represented if their representative is not allowed to vote on it because they don't understand the vote.
So it's cool
it's-
if they get disenfranchised because their representative decided to have a long lunch that day.
They voted for that person.
But
They did not
but-
vote
Or they got
for
bribed by
their
some
person not
lobbyist
being
group to not
able
show
to
up that
vote.
day.
And I'm gonna say they
That's the
got
thing.
disenfranchised anyway if the person that they're trusting to vote on their behalf doesn't know what the hell they're doing. They're already not getting their vote
I think
represented.
I think
No,
to
but they
be at
voted
that
for
point,
that
we
person.
had to
That's the
have
thing.
And they were
really
wrong.
lost
They
the
might do
plot.
better
That
next
person to
time.
represent them. Whether that person is shit or not does not matter. They voted for that person to represent them. And so if we do not allow this person to represent them, and we do not have, which none was presented, a replacement in the situation that this happens, you have tens, if not hundreds of thousands of people with no say in government that, sorry to bring it back to the OG America thing, which is no taxation without representation. You have given them no representation. You have forced
But-
them to have no
But do people
representation.
really have representation? Like I've tried to work.
Yes, to
I've
an
tried to
extent,
reach
not
out to my
perfect.
rep. I don't know how many fucking times, and I can
Well,
never
try to
get
reach
through to
out
them.
more.
I've
Go
sat
in
through
person.
town hall.
To be fair,
always
I've
get
met every
filtered,
single
and
one of
they'll
my reps
never
in
answer
person.
a fucking question.
Get your money up.
To be
Every
fair,
single one of
Gorp,
my
I was
reps I have
taxed from
met
15
in
years old
person.
when I started working, and I wasn't allowed to
I
vote.
also
so,
don't
you
think
know.
minors should be given. I don't think
be-
minors should be taxed like a wage tax.
Do you all
Base,
know
I,
base,
I
who?
base,
don't
base,
think
base,
they
base,
should
base, base.
either.
They generally
hold
are,
on.
if I'm
Fair.
not mistaken. I'm
No, I
not
was.
I'm not a tax person.
I was as
No,
well.
you pay taxes,
was.
but at the end of the year, when you do
no,
your
I-
taxes, you
I don't
should
think you
get it
should
all
be-
back as a return.
I don't think you should pay them in the first place. Is my take.
I mean, to be fair, did you see
Oh,
what
Yeah,
you were
'cause you're
wearing,
under the
Kay?
weight because you're under the minimum deduction.
Wait, what are
Yeah,
you saying,
you
Doesn't
were-
Lethe?
matter. You shouldn't have to pay them.
Wanna
But
fucking
this,
fight,
this is a
Lethe?
separate issue.
I
This is a
mean,
Do you
separate
all
issue.
shut up?
You were the one
Everyone
that
shut up.
came
Do you-
out dressed like that. I mean, of course they're going to tax you.
Oh,
Do you
yeah,
all know
baby.
who Vermin Supreme is?
I do.
Yes,
Oh,
and
definitely.
I want him for president.
Okay, so
Base.
Want a
if
pony?
you
The most
elected
ridiculous shit ever.
Vermin Supreme as your state representative, and you knowingly elected a meme candidate for the meme of it, would you want Vermin Supreme excluded from votes because of some potentially biased tests that
I
was
do.
put between him and the vote?
No,
Yes.
you
I
voted
do.
for him. He's your rep. You voted for him, dude.
Well,
The majority of the people
holy
voted for him.
Literally, when
Voting
you
for
vote
Obama-
for Vermin Supreme, you are tanking your vote down the toilet, and you already know that. So whether he votes or he
That's
doesn't vote,
great.
it's already done.
I feel like
That's
Vermin
great.
Supreme
If
is
you
probably the
throw away
only
your
good
vote,
example of a person
that's
this
your
would be
choice.
like a good example for, because I feel like most other people are at least like degreed individuals that are put into office that like know what the fuck is going on, and they know their party's telling them they're supporting or not supporting a bill, and so
That's
like
what I mean.
the
The party
understanding
says,
is
not
like
them.
understanding is almost like irrelevant. And it just seems like voting with extra steps is like, oh, we're really gonna know they're a bad guy because we won't have this extra step of plausible deniability. But like, fuck all that. Like, we have their voting record already. Like, does this really provide much more than their voting record does?
I think
The
it
voting
does.
record also doesn't really seem to matter to them either. Like I can't tell you how many times I've made voter record, like compile them all and be like, look, you're presenting this proposal about, we'll use an easy one, ending war, for example. We're going to end endless wars, and they vote to pay for the military, or they vote to not hold the proper, the
Goofus, you got to
proper
pay for that
procedure.
Right,
question.
exactly. So
Rufus,
nobody
you have
gives
to
a
pay
fuck
for that
about
question.
the voting. Nobody
They don't care.
votes.
They
Nobody
do
cares
not
about the
care.
voting record. So why would they care about these tests?
Yeah, they don't care about their voting record. The voting record means nothing. I literally to this point, like today, I posted a picture with a turd in the dude's mouth, and I just put the representative's name on it. And I said, dude, like, just eat. You're just eating shit. Like, you're literally a dude eating a turd. You voted for this.
So
Why are you proposing this shit? What the
I'm
fuck?
saying
Can,
that
can I can I ask a
the test
question to
is, well,
Leafy
I just want
in
to point this
relation to
out to
this?
Chuck real quick. So on top of the voting record itself, it would also show that the individual didn't even take the time to read the bill in the first place before they fucked you over with their vote. So you have a double
Oh, no,
record
I'm,
on
I'm
that.
not disagreeing with you there, but I don't think it's possible to vote for like any of these omnibus bills. I don't think anyone can reasonably think that they're reading any of that. Like it's
All bills should be single topic. What were you going to say, Gorps?
single page.
I have a question for Lethe on
Back
his
of the
take
net.
here because
You're gonna
his
get the
take
other
is
foot in
stupid.
there, so the other foot's going in. Gotcha. Go ahead.
His take is stupid. Realistically, because you made a point during this debate to say, oh, well, if we do this, they can't argue I didn't know what was in the bill. The vast majority of bills that our Congress people vote for, they don't make that claim for. Like maybe one or two Congress people are separate from that, but like the vast majority, we're talking about is they're not claiming that they didn't know what was in it. If
So-
anything, if anything on this front, they're claiming they didn't know the repercussions, but your test still does not fix that. So how do we balance these things if the majority of them are just claiming that their vote was good or that their vote was good with the information at the time, or that they saw no negative and then the negative came and they said, "Oh, I didn't know that was going to happen."
So
But none of this is fixed by reading the bill.
that was part of my opening, and I said it's a reasonable expectation to even say, like, at least they read the thing, whether or not they understood the ramifications, at least they had a reasonable understanding. And the other thing that tends to happen, and I didn't really get to get into it because Circa didn't bring it up, is the idea that when, certain bills and things get struck down or they don't get voted on as they should, they say, oh, well, they were hiding a bunch of this and that in it. They should be able to elaborate on what the this and that is. Just like with the border bill that went forward, they kept saying, oh, the Democrats hid a bunch of stuff in there, but they could never elaborate as to what they hid in the bill that made it not worthy of voting on. Whereas we all knew the reason why they didn't vote on it, but that's not the point. They lied all the way through. They couldn't give reasonable reasons. And then in other instances, you have giant bills of thousands of pages that they admit to not reading. So to get around both of those things, a test would be reasonable.
I don't think your test would get around the first one.
I do have a question when you guys are done.
Shoot, Chuck. Yeah, shoot, Chuck.
So this I don't think it's off topic. So what if people, instead of voting for the representative, they sponsor the representative? What I mean by that is at any time you could remove your sponsorship. So for example, I think it's 400,000 people have to vote for an average rep, or there's some number, I don't know what it is. But let's say you have to have 300,000 people that sponsor you to get into Congress. If at any time you drop below 50% of sponsorship in your district, you're automatically recalled.
Damn.
Would you
Okay,
think
so
that
you're not
would-
necessarily saying financial sponsorship, correct? You're
Nope.
saying that basically like it's a maintained vote. Like you
It's
have,
like you sign your name on a petition, because all of our reps, they have to get petition signatures to be able to run. So instead of voting, just get enough petition signatures to get there, and then if they don't do what you want, you just say, I want my name removed because I disagree with you, and because you didn't read the bill or you didn't do
if
whatever.
basically if voting was a running tally, there's no reason we couldn't do that for all offices though, right? Like
But depends on
fuck,
how you do it.
Well, we have things like vote watches for specific individuals. Like there's a Black Vote Watch out there where they basically see who votes along the lines of what Black people want.
just constant polling.
But then to actually know whether or not this person does their job or doesn't do their job as they're voting, I think is also equally helpful.
No, but what I'm kind of
As I'm
saying
arguing
is
for the
if you were
prompt,
to
because I really don't care.
modify because I think what the current system of voting, I think what you're proposing or what you're in favor of, I don't really think it impacts anything. But if there was, like, for example, if there was this assessment, and then people in their district were notified and could then say, oh, he did that? What? Remove my name off the list. And they drop below 50%. Then there's some actual repercussions, because I tried to see how many petition signatures it would take to get, for example, a representative recalled, and it's not really feasible.
Can I ask
my
you a
only-
question about
Real quick,
your
real quick, let me go first, Corpse. My only concern with that would be the idea that you're saying that you want the government to have a running tally of your personal positions on all of these different subjects. Like you want the government to have that level of knowledge of your political positioning at any given moment.
I don't think that's what he's
As a
saying.
I'm not,
libertarian, you think that's swell?
I'm not really for that either. But
Yeah.
I'm just trying to
All right.
think of something different.
No, I
like,
hear you, and I'm
I
here
don't
for it.
think
I'm
government
always
enforcement.
I always want alternatives and suggestions of how we could do it.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say, Corpse?
I now have 2 points. My first point, I'm gonna address what you just said. I don't think, and Chuck, when I'm done, you can respond to this if I'm wrong. I don't think that's what he was saying. I think what he was saying is not on a specific issue. I don't like this. It was saying I no
A
longer
vote of
like
no
this
confidence.
candidate.
Sure.
Yeah, which is different, and I think importantly different. But the
But
point that I was gonna
would
make.
it not be easy to track when your vote changed based on what subject? Therefore, they could extrapolate which subjects changed your mind. I'm sorry. Continue.
Could be a totalitarian or totality of
Which
the
is the concern?
circumstance.
Yes.
Like
Go
it
on,
could be
please.
something that built up and then you snapped and
Sure.
said fuck them. But anyways, um the question I was gonna ask is, Chuck, what are you proposing here in the meantime? So let's say the support drops below 50%.
Mhm.
And a voter group says we don't want this as our rep anymore. Are you
Mhm.
saying that that rep should now not be able to vote? In which case, what happens, because they are now
Well, he said
not
called.
represented?
He said a recall.
I know,
It
but
would
I'm
basically, it would
specifically
trigger another
asking to make
election
sure.
or whatever. I don't.
Yeah.
I honestly, I'm making up a hypothetical to try and put some teeth on the enforcement because, like, I remember in the debate there was a discussion about not necessarily recall, but uh you part I'm not gonna remember the word that specifically was used, but there was a discussion about some sort of effort to enforce this. Like if the rep was proven to have not read the bill, then they have some sort of consequence. And I was trying to think of like how do you really enforce that? And
Some sort of a basic questionnaire, like Lethe said. Like you could easily, Circa felt like you couldn't have a questionnaire to prove a basic fundamental understanding. I'm mad he's not here because I wanted to get, he was asking about what fundamental understanding is. Like, can
I
you define the fucking terms? Do you understand the goddamn words? Like it's
well, I can
like it's
understand
I pretty
the
much
bill
proposed a
fundamental.
reasonable, example, like just basic, like here's what's in it, this is what it consists of, and
yeah,
these are the finer
doesn't have to
I
be
points.
politically
Doesn't have to
biased.
be in
I
any
can
way
defend
opinionated.
Circle's points here, by the way.
The table of contents
I
argument
don't.
was dumb as fuck.
Yeah,
But
well,
if they don't do it properly, like, but how are you going to, I guess, enforce? Like, am like I was getting the idea that you were gonna like kind of do a like a internally in the Congress a recall is like the idea.
that was what I thought as well. But or at least say for your district. What was your steel man, Gorps?
Well, it's not a steal, man. I agree with Circa.
What is your position? Yeah, explain
I
that.
don't think there's a single point that Circa made that I disagree with, which is why I was very excited for us to get to this section. But like, I don't think there's a single point Circa said that I disagree with. So if you want me to
I
defend
don't
any
either.
of his points, I can.
He wasn't arguing the prompt though. He was saying he was using like
He had the same understanding of the prompt that I
a
did going into it.
literacy test to become a congressman or a representative. That was not the
He
prompt.
no
Once
no
you have
that
become a
that was
congressperson,
his
you
initial,
need to
but
be
he
able
formed
to
that.
go
He
ahead.
reformed that to the prompt. And I think he did it well, and I think he did it in the same way that I would do it. So like I am obviously not Circa, and I did not do Circa's arguments.
Sure.
But if you have specific
That's what
questions
this is for,
on
though.
the arguments he made,
Okay, I do.
I can try to defend them.
He
I'm not
said
saying that's what he
something
will say,
like
but I will.
he said something
Try.
along the lines of because we were talking about recalling some politicians. He said I didn't write the end of the statement, but he said you don't Like, you don't want to get rid of good leaders because they failed to understand the legislation they were voting
Yeah.
on. Why is that legitimate? Why
Well,
don't we?
look.
Why don't we want to get rid of leaders for that reason?
So well, yeah, that because the thing is, what the recall, triggering a recall, nobody said that you couldn't vote that person back into office. Like, but that was why I was asking Lethe what the consequences would be. The question, my question that I posed was, if we had this test, what happens if the person doesn't pass? Does it trigger a recall? Are they forced to study? Do they need an extra amount of time before they can vote? Or is their constituency not represented on that vote? But if they are not able to argue the case or explain the meaning of the legislation, how can we believe for a second that they actually have the best interest of their constituency in mind anyway? It means that they are most likely just being told what they're supposed to do, either by a donor, a lobbyist, or their party. And none of those three are representing the constituency any fucking way.
So my response to that would be that the test does not fix that. Like, whether or not that's an issue, I think that most of us here would agree that that is how politicians function anyways. But the test presented does not actually fix that. It creates red tape that all it takes is a staffer to take 20 minutes to go and do, but it does not fix the issue at
It's
its
not
core.
the staffer who has to take the test. It's the
You're right.
representative.
You're
who has
right.
to
The
take
the
test.
staffer has to
If
present.
the staffer
Hey,
prepped
this is
him,
ABC. This is all the
yeah,
fucking
then at
sections of
least
it.
that guy knows what he, or lady, excuse me.
I brought
Yeah,
up
but
that
that's
I
not
brought
the
up that
actual
point. I
problem.
brought up the point because currently it's mostly the
have
staffers that read the bills on their behalf because they're just way too busy to do their damn job. So those staffers could have biases the same way it was put forward that the tests could have biases. So if your staffers are biased and are giving you bad information, how are you going to know differently? And how will we know that
No,
you don't know differently?
so what I mean, what I think you misunderstood the point that I was trying to make there is if you're trying to solve the problem of politicians not knowing maybe the direct impact or more specifically the
It's not impact.
indirect
It's not outcome.
impact. What?
It's not outcome, right? It's just contents.
Exactly.
It's
Well,
it's neutral
I'm going back
subject
to
matter.
the core of the issue. The entire reason for this is because we were talking about, or you guys were talking about impact, right? You were talking about like unintended impacts and things like this. The test of what the bill says does not fix that, because I could be briefed by a staffer of this is what the bill says, great, and I could perfectly recite what the bill says, great. That does not fix the outcome of a politician not truly understanding what the bill would end up doing.
And that
That true understanding, I think, is what you're trying to get at, but every test that you presented did not actually get there.
I feel that holds them rightfully accountable for their vote. I think that's all I'm trying to accomplish.
But that goes back to my first point,
That
which
they
is
Hey, I
understood
just
that
what
want
they
to
were doing.
really
and still
quickly. I
did.
just
Yeah.
want to say I'm heading out for the night, gentlemen.
Appreciate you. Nope. Have a
Have a
great
good night,
night.
homie.
Plug
Adventures.
yourself.
Yeah, I was about to say, plug yourself real quick before you go. Tell everybody who you are, where they can find you.
For sure. If you're feeling adventurous, YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and X, the best way to support me is to buy my book, The Garden of Lies. If you want to put some money in my pocket, that's the best way to do it because then you get a great story out of it too. And of course, following me on those platforms is also really beneficial because algorithm and magic science numbers.
Fair enough. You froze for a second there. I had to go back to the widescreen. And hey, if you're ever looking for somebody to do a audiobook, I do that in my spare time. So holla at me.
Good to know.
Anyways, have a great night, man. Appreciate you. You did a great job. Great seeing you, and hopefully we see you
Later.
again.
See you guys in the next one.
All right.
So I think the overall point that I was trying to say there is that Your test doesn't actually solve for the issues that you were talking about wanted to be solved for.
What did I want to solve?
Please
Please tell me.
just
Steel man
an
me and tell me what I wanted to solve.
politicians not understanding the build that they are either supporting or not, and also not understanding the implications that may not be directly written, but would end up happening from the build that they are either supporting or not supporting. To be
There's
very
one
brief.
more point that you missed. It's the idea that if they can't read it within the time frame and just vote on it, this would disincentivize making bills that people cannot read to be able to pass the test.
I would agree with you on that front, but I don't think a test is needed for that. I think just to increase. Currently, it's a 48-hour limit. I think increase that to whether it be 72 or 90, 96 or whatever it be, right?
Who's to say this
Increase that
jackass is
time
going to read
limit.
it in that long? Are they going to read 1,000 pages in 90 days?
Right, but
30
that's the
days?
problem with the test is the jackass isn't going to read the bill anyways. Their staffer is going to brief them on that, and they'll answer the test in that way, and they still won't vote in accordance with this.
I feel
That's
like
the
there was a
thing
whole
that
lot
I
of
think your
hoopla just
test does not. Well, hold
I
hold
feel
on.
like
Can I
there was a
explain
whole lot of
why?
hoopla recently. Well, real quick, what was the situation where they got the bill with like 12? It was like a huge fucking bill, and they had like 12 hours before the vote. And there was a bunch of people who actually were like, okay, this is fucking stupid. Because I thought to myself, those are the real ones. They're like, no, I don't want to vote on this unless I know what's in it. And so, what was that situation? Does
I
anybody
believe that
remember?
was the big
You know what I'm
beautiful
talking
bill, but
about?
it could have been the healthcare bill. Like both of those
There's been a
were
couple bills
sweeping.
that have been like that.
Okay.
Um, but I think my point is that either way, your test that you presented for this doesn't actually solve the issue. It's just more bureaucratic bullshit that ends up at the hands of the staffers and doesn't actually affect the politician in any way.
Are you Gorps? Are you saying that you don't want to make bureaucrats go through more bureaucracy? Is this real?
Yes, this has been a take that I've always had. I want to eliminate bureaucracy.
So you want to remove bureaucrats altogether?
Most of them, yeah.
Wait, you want to make government more efficient? Is that what you said?
Wait, I'm a libertarian?
Yeah,
What?
Gorps is always held to these beliefs. Both of y'all saying that is like that's part of his thing. Yeah, no, that's exactly what he's saying.
I know my debate
and
today
has
kind
been
of
for
strayed
years.
from it because I was
Oh,
arguing
come on, bud.
the extent to which I don't actually personally agree. But aside from
Yeah,
my debate today, it was, yeah, this has always been my take.
But he is a left-leaning libertarian as opposed to a right-leaning
Socially.
libertarian. Yeah,
Socially.
social libertarian, which arguably I am as well. Libertarians tell me all the time how libertarian I'm not. I call myself a progressive libertarian. I think that a person should have the right to self-actualization, and that in general, your freedom ends where my freedom begins. If what you're doing isn't fucking with anybody else, then go ahead and go and do it. Now, I do also agree that we have to have some sort of a social contract, and we have to have
No,
some sort
fuck
of
you,
safety
stupid.
nets. No, see, that's you heard the fall off. I'm a realist. I'm a realistic libertarian. So
You mean not a libertarian?
again,
No, I'm joking.
yeah.
I mean,
well, apparently,
I'm gonna
because you
do an
got to be a
appeal.
fucking extremist, no matter which party you or which
I'm
classification
gonna do
you
an
use.
appeal right now.
Please do, but make it
Appeal
quick because I
to
got to piss
authority,
bad. And I got
I
to call it
believe.
a night. Yeah, do it.
I work in
Are you going to
contract law.
invoke Ron
You
Paul?
cannot have a contract without express consent from both parties. So your
Sure,
social
agreed.
contract is invalid.
No, it is not. Again, your continued existence within our society means that you agree with that implied
There's no
social
choice
contract.
made.
No, there
It's a bigger-
absolutely is. Ask Ted Kaczynski.
Ooh.
Right, but now what he did is illegal to do. That's
Well,
the problem.
eventually,
is you
but
can't
no,
do that.
the part where he dipped off into the woods and said "fuck you" to society, that part was not illegal.
No,
That
he
part was
dipped off
perfectly
into
fine. It
federal
was the
territory.
rest of the
I actually
crazy
don't know
shit
if
that he
he
did.
dipped out into federal territory.
did.
But if you do that
He was
now,
very,
that's
very
illegal. and you get arrested for it.
Okay, and that should be changed. I agree.
I agree. Okay.
So
common
all
ground.
public land should be exactly that.
Yes, I
Public
agree.
use, but not public ownership. You cannot do anything overly permanent, or like they can't be. You can't alter the public land, but you can use the public land.
Wait,
You
real
can't
quick,
alter it.
Is the NAP a social contract?
It
No,
is
it's a
a
principle. It's a
implied
principle,
social
not
contract.
no, it's a principle, not a contract.
That's the non-aggression principle, correct?
Yes, it's a
It
principle,
is
not
an
a
implied
contract.
social agreement. Yes,
That's
No.
I
my
agree
opinion.
that you and I are not going to fist fight each other. Anytime I see you on the street, the presumption is I'm not going to fist fight you. And I assume the same thing from you. We have an implied social contract of non-aggression. However,
I
there
don't
are
have
some
that
people who
contract.
step
I live
outside
in
of
Seattle.
that, and
I
those
live in
people are
Seattle. We have
punished either
tweakers.
socially or legally.
Okay.
Yeah, the
The
tweakers don't
tweakers
follow
in
the social
Seattle
contract.
disagree with this.
They disagree with the law. They do not they are exactly. And oftentimes whenever they misbehave, they are punished either legally or socially or both.
No, almost never they're punished.
Oh my god.
It's separate issue. Separate issue.
Hyperbole
But I will
much?
say, no, not hyperbole. On the basis that it's not a contract. It's
It is an
sure we don't
implied
want to hurt
agreement
each other.
between two
We
people for mutual benefit.
Radish.
How else would you
Radish.
define a contract?
Radish. You don't want to
Fuck,
punch
clip
me.
that.
I don't want to punch you.
Correct.
It's not because I don't want to punch you, because sometimes I do.
I know, and sometimes I really want to. Go on.
But it's not because of
Try
that
this,
that
babe.
we're not punching each other. It's because I don't want to go to jail. And because I, as a human being, don't want to hurt you.
Which is how the social
But it's not a
contract
social
works.
contract.
You
No,
think,
no.
Gorps, hold on. Gorps, you think that all good behavior is exclusively motivated by fear of consequence?
By fear of consequence and by empathy. That's why I added there.
I'll
that,
take
like, I don't
empathy.
want to hurt you.
I don't want to hurt you, and I don't. Yeah,
But
you don't
empathy
wanna
is not
hurt
a social
me.
construct. It's
So
a
we have
personal
agreed
morality.
without words. We have agreed without words to not hurt each other.
But that's a personal
an
morality,
implied-
not a society-wide ethic.
But it is the presumption, otherwise it wouldn't be illegal. The fact that it has been as a society,
No, it's
we have
illegal because it
agreed this
harms
behavior,
somebody else. It's
because
illegal because it
society has
violates
agreed
somebody
this is
else's right.
unacceptable behavior. So we actually do
illegal.
have a codified social agreement that we all are assumed to be part of.
No, it's a law we're forced to follow, and the reason that that's a law is because it is a violation of somebody else's rights. But that is separate from the quote-unquote social agreement that you proclaim.
So, an individual born into this non-aggression principle world has to abide by the standard that nobody aggresses upon anybody else in any fundamental way to survive in that society. They have, without
Yeah, but
their
it's not an
consent, been put into a world where non-aggression is the principle that will allow them to function. That is the social
Yeah,
contract
but
of that
the-
existence.
Expected behavior.
The key point being it is without their consent, it cannot be a contract. Even under like actual law, you cannot sign an unconditional contract or a unconsensual contract.
I don't believe social
this is-
contracts are.
So hold on. Those people are not part of the social contract. I agree. Those people
Great.
have
Are
chosen
you
to opt out of the
with them
social
from the law
contract.
as well?
Lethe and I have a social contract. If you walk up and punch me in the face, it does not invalidate Lethe and I's social contract. It simply it shows me that I don't have that contract with you, so now I will proceed to beat your shit out. Right?
You're right.
And the NAP no longer exists
agree
between
with
us.
you.
I-
The problem is,
Yes, you and
that
I don't
people-
have a nap. He and I do. Huzzah! As soon as you choose to disregard the implied social contract, you have indicated to me we do not have that social contract. Okay, cool. But I start out with a default presupposition or preassumption that you do, because we cohabitate within this society. And the people who do not share that that mutual agreement are steadily eradicated from society, either through consequence
Define
or
that.
through punishment. Well, either they fuck around and find out, or they find themselves inside a small room with bars.
So everybody who disagrees gets either jailed or killed. Is what I'm
Generally,
hearing.
yes, that is how it works. People who choose to not abide by the social contract of a society are punished in some way. I would love for it to be a non-aggressed one, but for them to have done this, they have usually done something aggressive to demonstrate their disagreement with the non-aggression principle that was implied by society. So they're being punished for being aggressive.
What about theft? Do you
Oh,
feel the
God.
same way about theft?
That's aggression.
Do you think?
Theft is
Do you
aggression.
think? Fuck you. Do you think that's aggression? God damn it!
Theft is aggression.
Because
that's
here's the
a
thing.
good argument, and I gotta go to bed.
Can I explain my reasoning very briefly?
Oh, you don't have to. I understand exactly where you're gonna go.
If
with
you
this.
say
I can
taxation is
explain
theft, I
why you
swear to
asked.
God.
Go ahead.
I'm a
No,
libertarian.
no. Go ahead. This explain to me. I've heard this but I lay it out. Gorps,
Well,
why is it that
I'm
theft
going
is
to explain it
aggression?
to you very, very briefly because you and I
Good, 'cause
both
I
need to go to
really
bed.
have to piss. Yes.
In the very brief way, let's talk specifically about aggression. There is no physical harm that has been done to you if I steal from you. Sure, there's material harm. There's no physical harm. Should you be able to respond with physical harm?
Say
if
it
there is
again.
no physical, the answer is no. If there is no
Okay,
physical threat
prison
to
is
me,
physical harm.
I should not escalate. Okay, so there is the difference between direct physical harm and what would the word be? Not ancillary, but like so, unintentional
Stupid?
or no. What's the word? Peripheral. But like there's a word I'm looking for here, but damage that was not intended, but
Yeah,
just
yeah.
happens to happen through happenstance. So you fucked around and found out. You made a decision, and there are consequences for that decision. Yes. So if I choose to climb up on the roof of my building and I fall down, I have to understand that I got hurt in the process, but I got hurt because of the choices that I made, right? It wasn't the same as me exacting violence upon you for you not exacting violence upon me. Yes, prison may cause physical consequences to a person, but it's not
No, prison in
necessarily.
and of itself is
You're
aggression.
forcing them to go to prison.
You're forcing somebody to be
Groofus
held
jumped
against
in.
their
I knew he
will.
was gonna. Welcoming Groofus
You're
in.
you're
Perfect
you're, you're
timing.
forcing
I'm about to
somebody.
raid everybody.
Groofus, shut the fuck
Just
up.
so
Hey,
you know,
no
thank you guys.
way.
We're gonna be back tomorrow night here in the DMZ. We've got another 3 debates, another 6 debaters, another 2
Oh,
judges.
I
It's
get
gonna
the
be another
raid.
blast
I
tomorrow
bark.
night. Everybody come back. We're gonna raid out into Lethe. Lethe, this is gonna become your party as soon as I dip, anyways.
I'm
So I hope
closing
you're
this
gonna stick
thing.
around
This
for a little
thing gets
while.
closed.
Appreciate you guys and cheers.
I hate this thing
But
so
the
much.
point, the point is that the confinement itself is aggression.
Let me fix the thing.
Right?
Hold on, everyone.
So the theft, there is no personal aggression there. There is, yes, I stole this thing from you. I should not have done that. There is no aggression to you as a person. Whereas confining somebody against their will is aggression. In other circumstances, we would call this kidnapping. And so how do we balance these two?
I'm gonna be
So
honest. I
fucking
didn't
right
even
and
listen
so
for a
fucking
second.
wrong.
Say it again. Say it again. Do it quick though, because I'm about to fucking. I got to race like a piss horse.
I will do it quick.
Race like a piss.
Wait, if I were to steal from you, I have not actually done aggression from you. I have wronged you.
Correct.
Yes, but I have not aggressed you.
Correct.
If then I am imprisoned based upon that, I have been imprisoned against my will. This is aggression. This is, in all other circumstances, kidnapping.
I do not think that that you being isolated is aggression any more than I think that you depriving me of my possessions is aggression. I think
If
they
I
are
held you
equally
against
not
your will,
aggression.
would that be aggression?
Yes.
Not
But I
necessarily.
also think
I-
that
if
you
I
stealing
You
from
can
came to the
me.
detain a
hot
person
box.
with you can detain a person peacefully.
That's
Speaking,
still aggression. It is.
That-
no,
that-
it's
it-
not.
it
It is to
is-
counter your
Mhm.
aggression.
So what's the
I am
punishment for breaking
countering
the
your
nap?
aggression by
wait.
wrapping you up and
Depends on
holding
what
you
it
down
is.
until you pass out.
What the crime is.
Veggie,
Wait,
God
wait,
damn
wait,
it.
what? You're gonna piss off Leafy, but
You're in Leafy's stream now, so this is no longer my house. So I'm gonna go pass out and go to sleep and go to work in the morning. I appreciate all y'all. I really do. I'm gonna let you. We gotta go. I gotta go. I gotta sleep. Gorps, I appreciate you. Lethe, I appreciate you. Chuck, keep coming back. Keep answering the prompts. Good one for you too, brother. So Chuck, keep answering the prompts. Absolutely enjoyed it.
Cheers to
I will see
Radish.
you tomorrow night, Mr. Vigi, I believe. Are you debating tomorrow night? I think you are. Are you? No.
Am I?
you're-
Never give me
No,
a
you're
prompt.
not. You and Groofus both
Yes.
have this week off. That's
Oh.
right. Because we have enough debaters now
Weird.
that we can actually have like every other
I
week.
want-
You guys will go.
I
But
want
Radish,
every week, though.
Radish, I gotta let
I
you
want
know.
every week though.
Wait,
That's
wait,
fine.
real quick.
Hey, I got
Radish,
2 wins last
you
week.
missed
Mr.
a
Leafy.
shit
So-
show. A shit show extraordinaire. CTV and Gibbs versus Doghouse and some other guy I don't know. It was horrific.
Drop a link in the Discord.
Yeah,
throw
I
it
was
in.
about to say I will watch that tomorrow while I'm at work. So yeah, drop a link.
Shit
into the
show
Discord.
extraordinaire.
Give them
Wow.
the self pro. Yeah, give them the promo.
We needed to give Vigi a bye week. He's been running up the score. He's taken this season by storm.
Really has been. Good
I
night,
want- I
everybody.
want more
Appreciate you
debates.
guys, and
Give me
thank
more
you very
debates.
much, Chief. And I'm looking forward to tomorrow night. I will see you guys then.
Hey, don't get-
Huzzah.
Hey,
Wait,
The
Radish,
funny
before you
thing is that
leave.
does bring me to
No,
a point
he's-
that
No, he's gone.
oh,
Hey, Gorp.
What?
What the fuck happened to your hair? Why isn't it curly?
I don't know, dude.
I took the curl right out of
No,
Gorp's
it's
hair.
humidity? I don't know.
I got Gorp shook. Both feet went in Gorp's mouth, and it was fantastic.
Okay, hold on.
Base,
hold on.
base, base.
What foot? No.
Both feet.
What foot?
How many feet you got?
Which one first and why?
You'd have to spin the twister wheel.
Also, wait, before you start, Chuck, you did a great job. I was actually
Chuck was
surprised
great.
by what you brought me. Because I'm used to my normal debating partners. So good job, homie.
This is how we know Gorps weighs
missed that
103
debate out of the
pounds.
3.
I weigh a solid 127, bitch.
I
You
came in at
actually-
the end of your debate,
Yes,
Gorp,
127.
and like wasn't paying attention. I only saw the other 2.
Okay. then shut
127,
up.
Yeah, I
like
was-
that James Franco movie.
I only saw the last 2 minutes of the open conversation of the first debate. Unfortunately, I was at
playing
work. The
Intercept
fuck do you
with
want,
friends,
Gorp?
okay?
Stop.
I was
working,
gaming with friends.
capitalist pig.
You're a fucking capitalist. The fuck are you on about?
So much aggression from the non-aggression principle. That's all I'm saying.
There's nothing.
Okay,
there's nothing
wait,
saying you can't be
so-
passive aggressive.
I cannot stay here forever.
Oh, so you were
So,
just basically
Leafy,
poking
what
Now
that.
you're trapped.
You were poking at that. These tests don't do what I want them to do. When I pointed out they do exactly what I want them to do.
No.
And there's no way you can show that they don't do what I want them to do.
Yeah,
See,
I can.
I have a I have a re I have
There-
a
wait, no,
what I feel like
shut
is
the
a
fuck up,
reasonable
Veggie.
alternative.
Shut the fuck up.
And it's Gorps too.
Bitch.
I love it. So the idea that it's going to
no, no, no.
disincentivize bills that they can't read, that it's going to show a secondary record on top of their voting record of lack of competency on top of them not voting the way their constituents would want. These are multi-tiered factors that would get these people
Okay,
removed for
I have a
non-competence.
multi-tiered factor as to why you're stupid.
It's multi-tiered factor. It's the best factor ever.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. So the first tier is the actual real tier, which is you want to test as to basically if they've read the bill, and see, for example, this bill is going to create a tax on this amount. Is effectively what you're asking for, correct?
No, it goes beyond that.
Okay, well, at one point that was your argument.
That's
so
Yeah.
pretty
what's
much
your
the
argument
that's
now?
pretty much the core of it. Yeah. If it's a
That they have to
straight
list the chapters
on
in
its
order.
if it's on its face,
Okay, the chapters in order does not
This
change
is
my
so-
argument against this.
I know
so,
it's tough.
so,
Well,
so,
It's
so
good,
do you
Chief,
have
damn it.
something that you think might
No.
actually change my argument to add?
no,
I'm
it's
giving
perfect.
you the chance
No,
here
I can let that
to be
ride.
in
I can let it
less
ride at
stupid.
that. the fact, like, if it's just it taxes this much, so on and so forth. Whether you know what the outcomes are doesn't matter as much as at least showing that you know what the content is.
Yeah. So that's the problem. Is I don't know. Let's take my dumbass. All right, I'm stupid.
Good example.
I don't know
Yes, that,
econ.
we all know this. We
Agreed.
all know this.
I
quote.
admit that I don't know econ consistently, right? So if I'm given a bill and it has a bunch of stupid econ language, I don't know what it says. I read it.
Corp, what's the time preference?
I could recite what it says, but I have no understanding of it.
Mm-hmm.
I have
See,
no
this is the
understanding
problem
of
here.
the implications that would.
No, I got this. I got this.
And that's
This is
where
I got this,
Ugh,
Vigi. I got
that-
this,
that-
Vigi.
this is where your test fails, because sure I could
Where's those
recite it,
fails?
but that has no bearing on actual understanding of what it says. And as a secondary to this, very, very few politicians actually argue, "Oh, I didn't know,"
They actually
as an
do,
argument.
and I can give examples, but that's not the point.
No,
I'm saying ooga booga, me
statistically, very
dumb.
few are.
Ooga
Well, hold
booga,
on.
me dumb as a.
Let me finish.
Do your
Let me
thing. Do your
finish.
thing. Wrap
Ooga
it up.
booga.
Land the plane.
No.
Lethy, don't
wha-
let
wha-
someone take that clip out of context.
like statistically, very few
It already
politicians
happened.
actually argue this point of I didn't know what I was voting for. And so this is just a moot point at that front, and then your test fixes nothing on the other fronts.
So I'm saying, voter says I'm dumb on econ. I'm going to vote for someone that I think is smart on econ. This is the reason why we voted for this person. This person's going to represent us. They can do better than we do, and they consistently show that they don't know shit.
Your test is not is not what we need for that though.
It absolutely
That's
is.
just the voting record.
Because it's A,
That's
the
just the
voting
voting
record,
record.
and B, showing they didn't read it in the first place. The
What
B
we
is
mean
the
is-
important part.
Me and Chuck already talked about how
It
no
doesn't
one gives a
matter.
fuck
Be a
about the
better
voting
fucking
record.
organizer. Holy
Right,
shit.
and I agree that nobody cares about the voting
I-
record, but to show that they didn't
So
even
why
bother reading
why
it,
does voting
No.
record part two
What I'm saying is
matter?
make people care about the voting record.
That's
If-
why I
if
said it's
your issue
multi-tiered.
is
How do you
with
do
the
that?
voting record,
People don't give a shit.
then make people care about
How-
that. Be
How?
a better organizer. That's it. Do better. Work
well,
harder.
I also
But in
think
this
this
specific
will
circumstance,
make
yeah,
people care
yeah,
about it
this,
more.
This actually favors Lethy's argument because he was talking about how there are circumstances where you would have a fast track to removing these people from office if they can't be found competent in regards to the votes
He
that they
also
are
gave
making.
no alternative. What he suggested was tens
Oh,
if not
now he
hundreds
wants
of thousands
alternatives.
of voters having no representative. Like
I
what?
think that's
They
easy to
already
answer.
don't have
Presidential election.
representation. The person that they have as a representative ain't
They
representing
do.
We
them.
want
They
less
voted for this person.
representation?
That's their representation. What you're asking for is no representation as to
Why couldn't they
as
just continue their
in
representation
opposition
until
to
the date of the vote?
the other
The better
possibility
question is if
is
the,
that
Why
they
isn't that
could have
fixed?
representation they might not fully agree with.
Why isn't
The
it a fix to just let them serve in the interim until the vote?
I mean,
So-
you could
Because
do that,
Lethy did
but
not
like
give that.
again,
I have an individual in office that is going to vote to put me in a volcano because they didn't read the fucking bill and
You
their
should
vote
be.
gets disqualified, I'm
left.
happy that I didn't get represented. Bad representation is worse than none. I don't agree.
So I agree with you on the extreme. The extreme is not the reality though. So let's
No,
bring
it
back to
really is
reality.
because everybody bitches about all the different things that go on in their lives, what the costs are, what the legislation is in their area, potholes, other bullshit. So if you care about what happens in your district or in government in itself, and you're voting for somebody that doesn't know what's going on in the bill just because they think the party
then you
agrees
voted
with it,
for that person, and you should be held accountable for voting for that person.
you are held
did
accountable
that
by not having any
Yeah.
representation.
by not voting them next time.
That's the
doesn't
next
matter
Does
if
part.
not
vote them.
mean that your entire representation in the federal government should be removed. What it
All
means is that
power is
next
future
time
power,
you
and-
should
and
vote better.
Go to
All
sleep,
power is
Court.
future power, and if you have no power to do anything to them in the future, They're not going to listen.
Who's playing Jaws?
Wait, can you?
That would be me.
Fucking jackass.
Cut guy, can you repeat your point, please?
I'm saying, in the case that the representation you have
Wait.
harms
I'm
you.
trying not to be an asshole right now. Can I clarify so I'm not an asshole? I said cut guy. The only part of your name that I can see is C, so I said cut guy.
Oh, Chuck.
Chuck. Yes, thank you. You had something you wanted to say. I want to hear it.
At least he does look ripped in the.
Well, what I was
But I
saying,
am.
all power is future power, and unless you have the power to do something in the future, they don't give a shit. And typically, unless you're in one of the swing districts, if it's in anywhere that like typically votes one way or the other all the time, your only power is in the primary, maybe, and you have nothing. You're they're not representing you. They don't care, and I don't know. But it's all future. You had to be able to hurt them. Like they only respond to pain. So like at bare minimum, almost every single representative in Congress should be voted out. Like all incumbents should be voted out almost every cycle. At bare minimum. But that never happens.
I think it's extremely pessimistic to think that of all of our reps.
No, that includes Massey Corp.
No, I'm not saying it's necessarily wrong. I'm saying it's pessimistic. There are people that are supported by their constituents.
I mean, most people, if they didn't have pessimism, wouldn't have any ism at all. At this point.
Well, you have lots of isms, so shut the fuck up, Lethy.
Yeah, there are.
I think we all have one dism.
Yeah, just a little bit of the dism.
I enjoy going back and forth with Gorps. It's very enlightening.
I thought you hated Gorp.
Oh, I can hate Gorps and appreciate.
Yeah, he
the
says
exchange.
that.
We all know better.
Oh, is it like how I hate you, Gorp?
No, not quite. A little different. I think.
You're the one that said the nap isn't a social contract. I can't even with that. Well, both y'all said it.
You can be
You want to do it? You always want to do a 2v1? That's how fucking confident I am.
No, I want a 1v1 with Lethy, to be honest.
One day, I've had to take on Circa constantly.
I hate Circa. I cannot stand Circa.
No, I was supposed to go up against Alley Cat. I accepted the prompt based on me facing Alley Cat, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, well, it's Circa. Yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine. Sure.
You would have got strawmanned even harder, buddy. You know
better.
it.
Simple.
No, Mida helped me prep through this. It took like all of about an hour, and it was some extensive prep, and I didn't even get to go into most of it because Circa didn't know what the prompt was.
I started my prep today.
Hey, what's funny is I told you exactly what to do if he stuck with what he thought the prompt was.
Did I do it?
And you did exactly that. Yeah, you did exactly what I told you to do.
I will say
You didn't call out for straw manning though, and you probably should have.
I could
I
have,
don't
but
understand
I
you people
also was
prepping
being fair.
so far in advance.
I prepped literally
Because
yesterday.
I prep a half hour before the debate, like consistently.
I typed up my opening statement while the other debates were going on. Like I didn't have an opening
Gorp, I
statement.
don't believe you did any fucking prep. You never fucking do prep.
Who, me?
Gorp?
Yes, I said Gorp.
I prep my opening.
Gorp?
Nothing else.
You know
I prep.
Oh, that's the
you
other
know
thing.
The extent of the. You know the extent of the prep that I did my last two debates.
You don't
I wrote
prep.
my opening statement an hour before.
No, bruh. I was in a debate, like a 3v3 debate with you. We didn't prep at all, except for we're going to characterize the opposition and we're just going to say what pisses them off and we're going to stop there.
To be fair, we came up with that. We came up with that like way before.
It took 5 minutes.
We didn't even know who our third was going to be yet, and we came up with that.
It has no, well, because we already knew who the third was that could hold it up. We took Game Boy.
I'm of the strong opinion that y'all need to stop fucking prepping. Because if all of
I
your
need a
debate
fucking
work
prep.
relies on prep, you're bad at debating.
Well, no, I really appreciate the prep
I
that
like
Ryder
researching.
helped me out with
like,
because he gave me more cases that uphold my position, which
So
I
it-
wasn't going to take the time
well,
to
it-
research.
It depends on the type of debate. Like when I prep, and specifically usually to lead somebody in the direction that I want them to go. A great example of this is if you watch my debate with Marte. I dog walked him, and I dog walked him very fucking well.
I still
And
want
he
to
didn't
see.
even know I was dog walking him on that. But the reason why I don't prep in like Radish's debates most of the time is because I'm trying to be more good faith, and I don't want to just sit there and fucking dog walk people into the point that I want them to go to.
I think that's better faith than just making shit up on the fly, whether or not it's true, like you said you did
Yeah.
the other day.
Oh, with the fucking death penalty debate, yeah, I made that show up on the fly.
Wait, can I actually
fuck.
talk for a second to
No.
our new guy? All right, we're gonna bring him into the conversation, you assholes. Um, what did you think about your first debate with Radish?
Chuck.
Oh, you're
I
talking
think-
for a second. You guys keep going in and out.
I think Chuck is hammered. I think we're going to be
a
good.
little bit at this point.
Like
A little bit at this point, but what? So, what was your question? I just turned you up.
How did you feel about your first Radish debate? How did you feel it went?
Yeah, it was fine. I mean, I wasn't feeling the prompt the most, but it's okay.
Yeah, I mean, same. That's why half the arguments I gave were not actually my opinion.
Yeah.
But
When I did some looking up, like, it's very hard to find people who are like, hindsight is 2020. Cars were the best thing in the world. It's like almost.
well, that might be
Almost all the
because
top, like if you look at like the top hits, they're all like.
it might be
pro
because the
mass
facts
transit.
only point one way. But that's a separate issue. I'm not gonna get back into this with you.
Yeah.
But it might be because the facts point one way.
I love
And the
libertarian
facts
on
show
libertarian violence.
one thing.
Groofus, get in here.
What?
Handle my lightweight.
No, they're both wrong.
Groofus only exists to shit talk me, dude. What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Well, I
If-
said you're both wrong, Gorp, to be fair.
Well, you're stupid. Because
No,
I'm not
I'm just-
wrong.
Yeah, if there wasn't
Everyone's
any
wrong
paying,
except
paying
me.
for any of this stupid infrastructure, it'd be better. But
So I have to ask, as all the libertarians don't like taxes, don't like subsidies, don't like any government assistance, hierarchies, fucking any of this
hierarchy's
shit.
a little bit different.
Hierarchies are
Ooh,
fine.
that's very
We
interesting.
tend to like
But the
we tend to be fine with hierarchies.
the
Yeah,
primary
because
thing
they
I
all
want
want
to
to be
get
the leader
to,
of their own private army.
the primary
Base?
little tiny kernel in there that I want to get at is that doesn't a rising tide raise all boats? So if there are a bunch of people suffering,
Your mom
uneducated,
raised my
Isn't what? I'm sorry.
apparently Gorp sees dead people. Having a bunch of people that are starved, unable to work, not functioning optimally, uneducated, make your society on a whole worse.
Yes, we
We're
have
not-
the USSR for an
I think
example.
the framing is wrong there because a libertarian society inherently is going to be more civilized. You're not. It's a different. It's a totally different concept than what we're seeing right now.
Oh yeah,
No,
feudalism is definitely more civilized.
Even I disagree with that one. What the
It's
fuck?
fucking
Well,
the
if
purge.
you think
I-
about it,
I-
hold on.
I agree with.
I believe him because if you think about it, cars, something, teleportation, therefore, I think
That's
we
true.
can get
If
to
we
the
bring in
perfect libertarian
teleportation, it's
society too.
different.
No,
You got
so I agree with Chuck insofar as I don't really like the phraseology of the prompt, but we're against forced social welfare. Like we're fine with mutual aid societies, and that's a fairly central part of the answer to poverty, so to speak, within a libertarian society.
Okay, so we have this thing where I work. It's called leave donations. So if an individual ends up out on leave for a predominant period of time, they use up all their time, people can donate their leave to this individual. What happens if no one does because we all hate that fuck?
Well, it
That
sounds
person
like
shouldn't have been an
sounds
asshole.
like they were a bad coworker, and they kind of deserve it, don't they?
They shouldn't have gotten sick.
Maybe we just hate them because we don't want them to take our time and they're asking for our time.
What if everybody's racist?
Also,
Based?
I am his money.
Yeah. Well, so like that kind of goes to what I was talking about. Like I mentioned the crowd health, where I'm in the, I guess you'd call it a health co-op or whatever. Don't technically have health insurance.
Communist.
And so
Co-ops are fine.
basically every
At least
month
ethically.
there's a list of people who need help, and you can choose to help them or not.
my
And I
communist
choose to
homie
help
thinks
them.
you're based, but I think that's going to leave a bunch of people fucked.
Who- Who's the commie? Is it just Ancom or is it
It's
another
Ancom. Of
different
course it's Ancom. My only homie that's a communist is Ancom.
one? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the
Well, is
only. That's
Ancom in
just because
chat
I'm
right
not
now?
a communist
Vigi is
anymore.
no longer a communist, so that's not the case anymore.
Yeah, Vigi's a cop now.
But the thing is, if
No,
if
I'm
you
a
don't
fucking
help
socialist.
others,
I'm not even a
you're
cop yet.
Fired.
Just shut up, cop.
Wait,
I'm not
what
even
if-
a cop yet. I might look. I actually,
Oh,
I might,
yeah?
I might actually
Okay,
be.
bitch.
I might actually hold on. I might actually be backing out of that because I don't think I can do it because of medical issues.
Great, you
well,
should
no.
back out of it. You fucking bitch.
I actually have one other communist homie.
Goddamn.
Chicanadar is also a communist homie, but he's not
Chuck,
here.
I believe in helping others
As
so
somebody
much.
who
I
got
believe we should
pepper sprayed, like,
societally
5
do it
days
as a
ago by
society.
cops. Yeah, fuck you. You should back
What?
out of that
Well,
shit.
see, I don't know if you can really
Hey,
force
look at
people
this.
to be
Look into
good
my city's
people.
police. They're actually pretty
They have to,
progressive.
like,
Okay.
choose to be good.
Yeah,
But that's okay. I don't
my
need them to
city's
be
police
good
is one
people.
of
I
the
just
best
need
of
the
the
good
goddamn
outcome
nation,
of
and I still
everyone
got
having
pepper
better health
sprayed
care, for
for being a
example.
goddamn journalist.
I
Fuck
understand what
you.
you're saying. I just
Maybe
don't
they
think
pepper
long-term
sprayed you
that's
because your food is bland.
will happen. I think they'll
No,
fucking
my
make
food was
problems.
spicy. It just got
Maybe it
more
was just a
spicy
hate crime.
after the pepper spray.
Maybe it was just a hate crime, Gorp.
What?
I said maybe the cop was just committing a hate crime.
True.
Maybe. But they do that like every 2 weeks.
I mean, cops
seems
are
like
pretty
maybe
well
they're
known for their
libertarian
hate
cops.
crimes.
No such thing.
Oh,
No such thing.
By the way,
no such thing as
I
libertarian.
know-
So there's no cops
Yes,
in
there is.
libertarian society.
Pinkertons.
Wait. I have an
Pinkertons.
actual
There's no
ask.
what?
Kai, are you live? Right
Yeah,
now?
I'm live.
No state
Do I
backdrop
need to?
noise.
Do I need to raid out in this
Jesus
shit?
Christ.
Because I want to hear this tape.
No, I'm actually going to give out an ask.
Mm.
We last weekend we had a bunch of pro-genocide motherfuckers come do a rally in Seattle, and I got a bunch of pictures of their faces because I'm a photographer. So if you're
You
good
nerd.
at identifying people, please DM me because we're trying to put names to
That
all
sounds
of the
kinda
faces I
doxy.
have.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
really? It
say-
sounds kind of doxy. That's great. They're doxing all of our jobs and names and home addresses. So I'm
What happened
cool.
to two wrongs don't make a right?
That never existed. I'm cool with it. I'm sorry.
Hey,
You're
that was
trying to
my
dox
opening
my
for the
homies.
day.
I'm gonna say,
I don't exist.
I'm gonna say, hey, this person, this is their name, this is where they work. I'm not doxing home addresses. I'm just doxing places of employment.
I mean, that's a good portion
I'm
of the
doing
social
much less
contract.
than they
It
have
seems a
done.
little aggressive, but I'm perfectly
There's nothing
fine with a
aggressive.
little aggression in the social contract.
That's
Making information public is not aggressive. Simple.
you don't own. This is. Are we gonna have the IP debate again?
Sure, let's do it.
How about I ask Chuck a question
Who
instead?
has an issue with what I've?
Do your
What
thing.
I
I'm gonna hit the
said.
restroom real quick. Be right back.
I don't have an issue with it. I don't have an issue
Of
with
course you do. Wait, you're the fucking pro death penalty socialist. What the fuck?
it. I said
Does
I don't.
anybody have an actual issue
Oh,
with
okay.
what I said? I'm just curious.
No.
I am extremely anti-Nazi. Why the fuck would I have it? Why the fuck would I be against it?
How do you know these
What's your
people are
cop?
Nazis? Gorps just said they're pro-genocide. These could be leftists.
They are a broad range of people.
See?
A very broad range of people. Some of them I assume are very fine people.
All I know is that there is 7 that we have called out and 7 they have called out. And the second they call out somebody else, we will call out somebody else.
Oh, well,
But we have
that's
approximately
proportional.
80 pictures of people that we have not identified that we'd like to have identified. So do with that what you will. If anybody wants to help with that, DM me.
Chief, you were gonna ask.
Oh, same thing,
Chuck something.
Bellatrix. My general approach is also don't be a dick unless it's Gorps.
What the fuck, dude?
I mean, Gorb,
What
you
the
just make
fuck?
yourself so hateable, so fun hateable.
How?
I mean, you're literally talking about doxing people because they're
Yeah.
pro-genocide.
Yeah.
And when I hear pro-genocide, all I'm hearing is they like Israel a little bit.
Yeah,
No, no,
that's
no.
all I hear.
Wait. Can I clarify, please?
Oh, by all
How much
means,
do they love
clarify.
Israel?
Kick him out.
Do you have a
These are
third? Do
people
you have a
that
third foot?
literally- These are people that literally yelled at pro-Palestinian people, "We are going to keep killing Palestinian babies, and we should kill Palestinian babies." I'm not talking about your normies. I'm talking about like the actual people that
Maybe
are
they heard Avarice talk about heaven
effectively
maxing.
calling for
These
genocide.
are actually just
Yeah, so I
these
don't
aren't
reject your
pro-genocide
statement about
people.
saying
These are just
Nazis.
Reddit.
I mean,
these are just your average Reddit user.
Aren't we
I
all
saw
just
them in
somebody's?
person.
Aren't we all just somebody's baby?
No. Mida, this is the average Facebook user. Average Reddit user is lefty.
I don't know about that.
I think you're thinking the average 4chan user. I think you're thinking
4chan,
the average
4chan.
4chan user,
4chan, yeah,
especially
4chan,
considering 4chan got exposed for 90% of their users being in a specific country.
What country was that,
What
Vigi?
country? Just curious.
Israel.
Are you serious?
Wait,
Everybody's
I'm
something.
serious. Look it up.
No, so Vigi, is it a
is the
country that starts
best.
with I and ends with
I already
Israel?
said it. It's Israel. Yeah,
I know.
yeah,
I
said
wanted
it.
to say that though.
I don't know whose phone is buzzing. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm sorry.
We sure that's not my fan in the background? It might be my fan. I keep muting
No,
myself.
it could be
I'm noodling. I'm noodling my guitar, just to annoy Lethy.
Okay.
Just to annoy Lethy.
All right, it's
Alright,
40
so,
It doesn't annoy
which
me.
one-
It just fucks with Gorps. Have a good night, Chief.
Later, gang.
Oh, okay.
Hey, thank you for the
Which
first
one-
time.
which
Wait,
one-
wait. The first time you actually voted in my favor, I'm so thankful.
Yeah.
And it was for all
Check's
the
in the
wrong
mail, right?
reasons. The check is in the mail. Unfortunately, it's a negative.
Really eked that one out today, you know. All right, later.
Does anybody else have a point for me? Because I have to get up in like.
Which one of the ANCAPs here wants to debate me on anarcho-capitalism? Is just
Have a good night,
feudalism
Gorps.
I'm not doing the
I'm gonna take
feudalism
that.
debate again. I'll do the nap
Okay.
social. I'll do the social
Good night,
contract nap one, Vigi, but I'm not doing feudalism
Everybody
again.
follow
You're all
Gorps.
stupid. You're all
Nah,
wrong.
fuck you, Gorp.
If you want to see exactly
I'm the
how
only one
not to
that's correct.
navigate through life, follow Gorps, watch everything, and do the exact opposite. And I guarantee you have fewer feet in your mouth, and you will be more likable all the way around the board.
If you
Yeah.
want to see what's happening in
That
Seattle,
fucks people.
give me a follow on Instagram at GorpsInc. If you want to get involved with organizing in Seattle, DM me at GorpsInc. Very simple. All of these people
Very
that you're
simple.
listening to right now are all
Very simple.
stupid, like incredibly stupid. But have fun.
Peace out, Gorps.
Good night,
Rest
Nick.
well.
He's gone.
So, Chuck, what do you have against Roger Rabbit?
Roger Rabbit? Dude, it's been so long since I've watched that movie. I can't remember it.
Yeah, the whole point of the movie was that the tunes were getting wiped out and Toontown was getting destroyed, so they could put up a freeway so that
Oh yeah.
rubber subsidies and everything else could go up and they could make more money, removing public transit from the masses. Like that was the whole deal.
Yeah. I think the big thing is like, we have what we have, and I'm not convinced that public transit is the solution. So that was the big thing.
Wait, you don't think public transit is a good solution?
I don't know. What I'm
I
saying is
mean,
that I don't think that like focusing on public transit versus cars is necessarily is necessarily a better option. You know, I don't know how you can
I,
prove that it was a better option or
I
not.
mean, if you look at the car industry now, especially as they're building ridiculously stupid cars that nobody should even own in the first place, like fucking Escalades and Tesla
Those are amazing. I
trucks.
like large cars.
Well, somebody's buying them.
Oh no, okay, that's a fair point. That's a
It's
fair point.
complete
Fuck
dog
Tesla.
shit.
They're
The
terrible cars.
Cybertruck.
No, so yeah, I personally I drive like a 2015 Jeep, but
Well, I want
I
to
had to
say,
buy that.
can we take
I
a
had to custom
broader
order that.
view on this? Like, for the people that are buying these dog shit cars, the amount of materials and parts that have to go into these things that could be put toward other things like public transit, like, we get a net benefit for having public transit being available to people that don't have to drive long distances and don't have to relocate to be closer to work so they can get to work within 30 minutes because the public transit is going to get them there faster if it's like high speed
yeah, I
rail
mean,
or something like that. I think it's a net good.
Yeah.
it's also a
So
lot more
He
convenient.
also
I think a lot of the fight isn't really the problem isn't really cars or public transit. I think a lot of the problem is just how the government has structured things in general. I mentioned it earlier, but like, you know, I mean, I know that somebody was suggesting I might, you know, oh, we don't want toxic, you know, chemicals or pollution in like a neighborhood or something. But
Well, yeah,
to
that's why I
to
dislike
have
libertarians for sure.
but to even be able to build like to try and have a business in a relative like reasonable distance, even with public transit or with cars, um, to have a business in relatively close proximity to like someone where they can live is actually really quite hard. I mean, for me, I have my own business, so it's a little bit different. But um, it's like there's just so many like rules and things that they just it's not it. A lot of people talk about like the toxicity or like oh safety this or safety that. It's not about safety. Like my neighbor had no idea what I was doing and you know was reporting me to the township. And then I get court notices, and they're noticing me about things I'm not even doing. Like you don't know what I'm doing. You have no idea. And then I'm like, okay, sure. And they're like, well, we want to come in and look and see what you're doing. I'm like, well, you can show up with a warrant and you can take a look. If you're not showing up with a warrant, I'm not doing anything what you're saying, you know. But you know, the thing is that like a lot of
Yeah,
smaller businesses, let's say, you know, because I'm definitely not your big, you know, GM or something. You know, I'm not some big, you know, Amazon or whatever. But you know, they completely because of the way that the city ordinances or township ordinances and stuff were, they completely changed my cost structure overnight. And I went from being fairly profitable to where I was like saving money every month and had a plan. I had a 2-year plan of being small, working my way up, buying a legitimate facility and like moving and stuff like that. And what it did is it forced me to move right away. So now I become a renter all of a sudden. So I'm no longer owning, I'm a renter automatically. Um and I not only am I a renter, but it increases my insurance costs, it increases all my costs. I went from saving money every month to barely breaking even. And it was a complete cost structure change, very a big struggle, huge struggle. And a lot of people, I mean, you might think that most people are doing bad stuff. I'm sure there's people doing bad things, but most people I see that I've dealt with that are small business owners, they're guys that like, they want to have like a landscaping company, and the township notified because they bought a lawnmower, a trailer, and a truck. They're parking in their driveway. The township
Oh,
notifies them they're not allowed to have it there. And then all of a sudden now they have to find a place to put it, and it makes it really hard to compete with, you know,
Sounds
businesses
like
around
you're
the
that's
area.
arguing for communism, but I'm gonna leave that alone.
No,
Reggie,
I'm arguing to get rid of this
no.
shit.
Here's the thing, dude. The reason why a lot of those issues that you're talking about exist is because of the system that we're in, and the system that we're in is set up specifically to advantage the people that, one, already have money, and two, already have a business established. It's Our system is set up in a way that it is very pro monopoly, and that's because, I mean, we're in late
Yeah,
stage capitalism.
man,
When did
I'm
late
not
stage
going to go
capitalism
on
start?
to that far end of things, but I will agree that it is set up in a way, and I don't think that like the car part is necessarily the main problem. But I mean, I don't know how far we want to like move down the road. I'm not gonna die on a hill of arguing over cars or public transit myself.
well, like
Well, I
I
wasn't referring to
personally,
the transit thing. I was referring to the small business stuff.
Yeah, I do think that like I think I brought it up earlier in the debate or when we were having a discussion where a lot of the regulations that I see, the rules I see for businesses are permissions to do bad things. And maybe I see
well,
it
that's what
differently than a lot of
regulation
people
is
do.
supposed to stop.
But it does the opposite. It is it's like think about it, the medical industry. Um I mean I'm first off,
Right? Transfer
is a
IP.
nut. RFK Jr. is a nut, but he is right about one thing that the vaccine sys- vaccines they the way that the regulations are written, there's a lot of liability protections for them. And some people may argue, and they may be right. I'm not an expert on vaccines, but the government is granting certain amounts of liability protection to these companies. And that's the whole point of
I don't
like your FDA
consider
approval.
that a regulation in the right direction. Like,
I, well, I mean, I
I
would
don't
say they kind of have to have the liability protection, especially when we're talking about
they claim
things like
that.
the COVID vaccine. Like the COVID vaccine being something that was forced to be rushed out because we were trying to manage a pandemic. So like there are certain situations where they have to have liability like liability protections because of situations like that. It's literally
No.
it's supposed to
can
be
understand some
for
of that.
to protect in situations like pandemics. The
But a lot of
main
like the
problem
pollution and
with
stuff is a lot of things like pollution and things. These are regulations that, and I think I mentioned earlier as well that it's not just activists, but there is a when you're talking about a general population, like okay, so if we're thinking of a general population that we're voting for representatives and stuff, and however we're voting or whatever, the general population isn't going to be educated enough on all the issues, and especially like call it lobbying, which it is lobbying. But what you have is you have these lobby groups that are all incentivized, whether it's because they're a car company and they really care about certain things about cars or whatever.
yeah
All these different groups, they're gonna lobby for their specific thing, and so the general population, where like I might care about 5 or 6 things that like I don't know. I care about 5 or 6 things, but I don't care about this thing that's way out here that I have no idea about. And so what happens is that this focused, motivated lobbying group will get something done. And it's not just and we think of like, and I'm not disagreeing that lobbying is is necessarily a bad thing, but we think of lobbying as like, I think the way we're thinking about it is a little bit incorrect. Like you need to think about it in more of like you don't have it's not. I'd have to reread the paper by. Or
I mean, there's a lot of different kinds of lobbying. There's the
Yeah.
foreign governments buying shit for Donald Trump type of lobbying. There's the or not directly buying shit for Donald Trump, but buying shit for Donald Trump's family type of lobbying. There's the there's the like fucking entertainment industry going to Congress and trying to push different legislation, or the
IP.
medical industry going to Congress and trying to push
IP.
different legislation. IP ends up going into a lot of this. This IP is actually what I was going to talk about when we talk about like the actual problem with the medical industry, because the problem with the medical industry tends to be the fucking patents.
I'm for
uh,
pushing IP laws, all of them.
I'm okay, so I'm for limiting, not completely abolishing patents.
Still moving the
But
right direction.
I would say limiting them to like 10 years and then not allowing them to be renewed.
I mean,
But then I'm all
is what it is.
If we're gonna go by in sort of numbers, 5 years is typically when copyrights and patents lose most of their profitability. So
I mean,
that's
I would
typically
be
the
I would be
compromise
okay
I go
with 5 years. I would go with the 5 years. That'd be fine with that. The I'm a little bit less willing to move on like IP, because IP typically has to do with like art. And I
copyright?
think because
copyright specifically?
copyright specifically, yeah. I'm less willing to move on copyright because of the fact that copyright typically has to do with art. And I think artists put significantly more into their work than fucking billion-dollar corporations, and should have more rights to that.
Yeah, I know like society and stuff has changed a lot, but I mean a lot of the famous artists you hear about, I mean, they've been long dead before their art's worth anything. So I don't really I don't really know if it's really that necessarily that important.
I think it's super important. Like the idea that an artist didn't reap the reward in their life, I would hope their family could get the benefit from whatever comes forward from there. It's their intellectual
Yeah.
property. I actually believe in intellectual property in that degree, especially when it comes down to art. Like, I'm sorry, if somebody was creative enough to come up with a riff, a beat, a song lyric, a poem, or something that AI can't regurgitate off rip,
Yeah.
I think it's a good thing, and I think
Now,
they should benefit
Yeah.
from it.
So I'll definitely be you know, I'm even though I might sound a little bit out there, I am fairly reasonable on a lot of these
Oh.
items. The reason I take
I'm the unreasonable one, Chuck. They're used to
Ain't it the
this.
truth, Rufus?
I take the unreasonable
Stop aggressing
position
on me.
I typically tend to take a more unreasonable position because if you take a moderated position, the people who I think should benefit just aren't going to, just from what I've seen. So like I know we're worried about like an artist getting, you know, IP whatever, but when I sit back and look, I'm like, yeah, there's a couple of starving artists who are still starving. But then there's Disney. And you know, like I think it's better in general for, like, first off, I think it's more consistent to be a little more on the radical side of things. But like if we were to say, like, for example, a individual artist who develops something for a period of time, that's their thing, they make their money, that so that they can make their paycheck. I would be willing to go down with that so long as we said, you know, Disney doesn't
yeah,
have that, you know.
the
But
only
I would meet in the middle on a lot of these items on things like that. I would,
like
but because I don't think that it's possible for government to do that. I just say no, get rid of it.
My biggest problem with that is like when we talk about like actual art, like drawings and paintings and stuff, is like so like take limit this down to paintings for a second. So if we take like paintings and then we allow IP to be taken away from like paintings and stuff, that effectively allows counterfeits to be legal.
Yeah. No.
And counterfeiting paintings and stuff, like original artwork,
Well,
should not be legal,
well,
whether the
see,
person's still
I don't
alive or
necessarily
not.
think you need to consider that like an IP issue. That's fraudulent. You're misrepresenting. You're defrauding someone. You're like, hey, I am selling you a Van Gogh, baby. It's not a Van Gogh. I think that's fraud, and I think we have laws against that. And I think that you can justify those laws, and you don't need IP to justify it. So what you do is you are able to protect legitimate property, you know, because of people misrepresenting themselves or being fraudulent. But at the same time, you're able to knock down the IP issues of, for example, like a Disney Corp. That makes sense.
Well, so I admit, when I see big corporations like Disney have their IP stolen, I have a bit of schadenfreude. I'm laughing because they've already ripped off so many different artists that they aren't protecting as they should be protecting and giving reasonable compensation to. They can get fucked. I don't really care, but I also think that the IP should be protected. And this is part of like Americana. And I'm very pro American. Like, I want American ideas to get what they deserve. And so if another country is just saying, fuck your IP, we're taking your shit, we're making t-shirts, dolls, whatever, off market, I take issue with it. I just get a little lax when it's Disney.
Yeah, I understand that part.
Disney specifically or anyone else?
I agree.
I have a few other things that I have beef with, but Disney is like top tier. Hasbro's another one. Rip off Hasbro, rip off who makes fucking Warhammer? Fucking rip their shit off too. Games Workshop.
So
eat their shit
Nintendo at this
alive.
point.
Nintendo can catch it.
Yeah.
Like
So
at this point, fuck Nintendo because they're the strictest on it.
Yeah, I think fraud can be used to handle most of these issues. And I don't think you necessarily have to have IP. But if we're talking about a lot of stuff, you know, it might, you know, this is a very unlibertarian position, but I would be perfectly happy to roll. Hey, if we just follow the Constitution, I will stop complaining and I'll just live my life. Like, leave me alone. Like, I'll leave everyone alone. You leave me alone. Let's
Roll
follow the Constitution.
Tide.
The problem is that there's no one interested in following the fucking Constitution. So you just have to be as radical as you can to pull it the way you need it to pull. And that's the problem. Like, I'm not necessarily a fan of that.
No, I agree. If you're not dealing with a level playing field and people are abusing rules, why should you be expected to follow the rules? And that's why I think regulations should be fucking Groofus. I'm going to do something to you. It's gonna be a mute. But all the same, like, if you're
like,
gonna,
for example, like constitutionally, like for example, if the federal government said, and we may have our personal differences, but the Department of Education is not something for the federal government to be doing. It's not in the Constitution. By the way, I live in Michigan. Education is in the Michigan Constitution. It's in our Constitution. So I don't know, like, for me, if we eliminated the Department of Education, it would have zero impact on the state of Michigan, other than the Department of Education, which is mandating certain standards that I may.
That's exactly what I was gonna get into. Like, there are certain expectations and regulations that are already in place based on the Department of Education, and once that's gone, those standards go away. And who's to say your standard of education in your state will continue to follow it? Which is where I get to the whole rising tide.
The states will interact with each other in a way that'll make it right. And if we think that education needs to be a thing, like we need to have a right to education, if we want to use that term. Then if that's the case, why aren't we putting it in the Constitution? The Constitution's amendable. It was amended last century. I understand it seems impossible today. I kind of agree with it being impossible to amend today. But the Michigan Constitution, for example, it has been amended at least twice in my lifetime. Once for abortion and once for gerrymandering, that was very funny because we put a constitutional amendment to get rid of gerrymandering, and then that system they put in place gerrymandered the state, and it got ruled as gerrymandering by courts. I don't really understand how that works, but it did. but um but like that's the thing, is like we have processes and procedures to do these things. And if people, and I know that some people they are good faith trying to stick to processes and procedures, but for example, I don't know who would think that, for example, the Trump admin in any way is trying to stick to the Constitution or processes and procedures in any way.
Well, that would be my
They're just
primary example of anything that already has been
Yeah.
denigrating the Constitution has been this administration more than anything in my entire lifetime or anything I could really speak to
Yeah.
I
historically.
don't know, Bush. Bush was
did a
also pretty
lot.
bad at that.
Bush didn't abuse the Constitution nearly as much as this current and previous administration did.
I do think this current administration is particularly bad. I would agree with you.
Like
I'm not here to
a
defend
lot of
any
my
country.
opinions about things, like I had really big opinions based on Bush's administration, especially in regards to Homeland Security. But
Yep.
this administration has done things far above and beyond. And fuck off, Vigi. No, I love you, my dude. No, I'm about to end anyway. It's already 1:30 in the morning, and I got a 2-year-old to watch tomorrow, so I need all the energy I can get.
Oh, good lord.
Hey, that's fun stuff though.
Dude, I saw your little one. Like, you're in the same boat I am. Like, maybe you're a little further along.
Well, no, he's 18 months. Only 18 months.
Oh, bruh. So yeah, you're
Yep.
in for it.
Yeah,
2
I
to
was trying to read
3.
him a book. And he knocked something over and he started making noise, and Mom came. And she yelled at me.
Yeah, 2.5 to 3, they start getting like different senses of identity, and you
Yep.
want to foster it, but also they are assholes because they don't get the social contract, Groofus.
And you should.
Wait,
So
Lethy. Do you want to debate me on that, or is Vigi going to debate me on that?
I already debated you on it. We could do it
On
again.
inherent rights, not on inherent rights. Not.
I thought that's what our
isn't that
debate
part of
was
the social
about.
contract?
I thought our debate was
No,
about inherent rights.
Yes, our first debate was about inherent rights. The one we were, at least I was kind of fucking around with Vigi on, was, is the NAP a social contract? Slightly different.
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
we can talk
you'll-
about that. We can do that.
So you'll find this pretty funny. So I've had issues with, so down here, I'm in my basement right now, if you couldn't tell. But so he likes to come down and hang out with me and do stuff. But the problem is he has a habit of going up the stairs. And I don't want him to go up the stairs and fall. So I bought like a little gate or whatever. So I have the gate, putting it together, and it has to screw into the wall and shit. And so he's having a blast. We're drilling holes, hammering in the little inserts in the wall, screwing the screws, whatever. And then he sees me open the gate and latch it. And his happiness of we're doing something to, oh, I'm now locked out of the stairs, it was a flip. It went from laughing and having a grand old time with all the things that Mom would hate him to touch to, oh no, I can't go up the stairs, and started bawling. But it was very funny to watch. Very funny.
Oh, it's hilarious.
The
But like,
realization.
also, depending on like what you're doing at the time, it can be a little bit frustrating. But like, I don't want to put that on the kid because the kid doesn't understand what I'm doing. They're just
No.
being a kid, exploring, seeing dad doing a thing. I don't know what dad's doing, but I want to be around dad. And it's just, bruh, I need you to chill. And especially like when there's naps involved and you can see like they can't
There's
regulate
naps
themselves. It,
Mhm.
not those kind of naps. Like if my kid hasn't had his nap for the day, like every hour post that nap that should have happened, there's an escalation of aggression. So there's definitely not a non-aggression principle. This kid starts kicking me.
Yeah.
This kid would
Yeah,
punch me in the
they-
face if they had the ability to.
Yeah, he's done pretty good. It's I haven't had too many problems, knock on wood, so they
All right,
normal tumble and stuff, but
good deal. So
real fun.
I'm gonna go ahead and raid into
Hey,
Mistress Anju. She has 5 people. Let's grace them with a few more people.
Leafy.
Yo,
I just want to say that if we ever end up rehashing that first debate, that I'm still, I don't. Never mind. I'm still
a little salty.
embarrassed by.
No, that's good.
Yeah, no,
Have a
salty.
good
No, no. You definitely won that debate. I'm not gonna try and say that I won it.
Have a what? Let me just,
I-
like, send everybody off. Appreciate all y'all.
Okay,
Thank you for
okay.
being here. It's been a blast, and I will catch you all next week. Peace. Okay, so we have rated out all the slurs.